Not yet. Okay, now we live. All right, there we go.
It's
Peace and Black Power, family. What's
no, it's still
going on?
waiting. It still say waiting. I refresh. It
It
still
still
says
says waiting.
yeah.
Nah, we live. We live in the motherfucker right now.
Okay, wait. There it goes. It's slow. Okay.
Yeah, it's a little delay. Yeah, it's a delay. Yeah, peace and Black Power, family. Was really good. You know what I'm saying? Um, I want to talk about something real quick. I want to talk about the topic of Black unity. Is Black unity dead, or is Black unity still alive? Is Black unity something that we can actually achieve within our lifetime or within the next generation's lifetime? Is this something that could ever be achieved? I'm gonna go out and as much of a dream it is for mine for this to happen, I'm going to have to say this is impossible. We are never going to be fully united as one. We can, as far as this nation building thing going on, we just have to come to the realization that everybody's not going to be able to make this trip. Purges are going to happen, because we're going to have to rip out certain cancers that we have within our community. We're going to have to lay the whole community down on top of operation table, and we're going to have to try to do some type of radiation to get this cancers the hell out of our community. Because we got a lot of cancers out here in this community. Oh, man, we can talk all about it, and we're going to talk about it tonight. All right? I don't know how long we're going to have this running, but we're going to talk about it tonight, though. We got people out in this community that are scammers, not here, pretty much just hustling people, conscious hustling, so to speak. You got people that's hustling in the church. A lot of these pastors out here hustling, scamming people. You got the people that the spiritual people that's hustling people with their little palm readings and everything else. Like it's constant people trying to scam us. You got the Asians scamming us. Asians scamming us all the time. Asians scamming our women, making them think that their hair ain't worth shit, so they got to come buy this Indian hair. They scamming black people, they scamming black men, convincing them that that their food tastes the best. We come eat our General Tso's chicken. It's better than anything else you can get over across the street. Don't go across the street, eat that soul food. No, come eat our General Tso's chicken. It's better. Scamming the shit out of us. Let's talk about the Arabs. The Arabs up there scamming the shit out of us too. Go to all the convenience stores, all the 7-Elevens, everything else. They start to dump them in the hood now. I remember the 7-Elevens wasn't even in the hood. Now they all up in it now. Chicken shacks everywhere, Arabs. All the newsstands everywhere, Arabs. Everybody's hustling up out of our community. It ain't just the black people, but we're going to keep on the black people because I don't want to lose focus. We're talking about Black unity right now. We also beyond the scammers, we got other things that's going on. We got a whole bunch we got the full devils. We got peace, Hugh. What's going on?
What's up?
Colon.
What y'all guys talking about?
Could ever be achieved. Give me 1 second. Let me just finish, and then I'm gonna ask everybody what their opinions are.
All right.
But we all we got jealousy, envy, those two devils lurking around. A lot of people do this. A lot of people see me, myself. I'm not a hater. I'm a congratulator. I see people do good. I feel good for them. I see black people making moves. I feel proud for them. Everybody don't have these same type feelings. Some people see people doing certain moves. Some people, they start to get a certain feeling inside of them. That hateration starts kicking in. You know what I'm saying? A lot of how Jay you said you got a lot of hate in your blood. That's real. That statement's real. A lot of people got a lot of hate in their blood. It's pumping all through their heart. They don't want to see anybody doing anything that they're not doing. You know, if they see somebody doing something, they got to try to do it right behind them. They got to try to do it one step better. They can't just support the person. They got to know they got to go out there and do the same thing themselves and try to do it better than you. And they probably not doing nothing but diluting everything because they're not even doing it right and not doing it for the right reasons. I see it all the time. I see it all the time. I remember motherfucking, I saw certain people. I'm gonna try to leave names out of this because people like talking direct about me. So I'm gonna go ahead and talk indirect about them. You know, certain people I noticed they turn around, you know, certain people get on here and, you know, they do their little giveaways or whatever. A certain individual I know who does giveaways, first person who is doing it, doing their little giveaways. That's cool. You know what I'm saying? Respect to you. You know what I'm saying? You know, I support this person doing their little giveaways. Come to find out a little bit later, you got another person saw this person was doing their little giveaways. All of a sudden, they got to start trying to do giveaways. You know, jealousy and envy reigns. You know, this person can't do giveaways and I'm not doing giveaways. I got to try to do giveaways too. I'm going to do giveaways and do my own little spin on it and act like I just started doing this. Like I just started doing this off the top of my head. Like I just came up with this idea on my own, not knowing they just taking somebody else's idea and trying to spin it. But this is the type of individuals we deal with in our community. We got individuals in our community who love drama and messy things. You know, they feed off negative energy. You know what I'm talking about? You know, these fake phony people who feed off negative energy. You know, every time it's some drama going on YouTube, it's always one common thing. You see the same people in the middle of all the fucking drama. You go look at this sector over here, drama going on, that person's right there. You go over here, it's drama going on over here in this sector that don't even fuck with this other sector. That person's right there. You go over here to this sector over here, it's drama going on over here. Who's in the middle of it? This same person. You know, after a while, you start noticing a pattern. And it ain't hard to tell what the fuck is going on. You know, I choose to distance myself from all this little shit that go on. This little fuck ass fucking drama that be happening. That little dumb shit that ain't about nothing. You know, y'all can look up and down my channel. Y'all see, I don't get in the middle of bullshit with little small YouTubers doing this, that, and everything else. I rarely mention the big YouTubers. I get cursed out for not mentioning the big YouTubers. People turn around and try to make little allegations that I'm scared of some big YouTubers or some stupid shit because I don't talk about them enough. Why? Because that's not what the fuck I'm into. That's not what the hell I came up on here for. I ain't come up on here to be whining, bitching, and complaining about other people hundreds of fucking miles away that ain't doing shit. I got better things to do. If I'm sitting up here crying and bitching and complaining about other motherfuckers not doing shit, guess what I'm doing in the process? I'm not doing shit either. I ain't doing shit but up there complaining about other motherfuckers not doing shit. So that won't make me any better than the motherfuckers I'm talking about. That's why I don't waste my time with this bullshit. I'm only doing this now because motherfuckers apparently want to try to get my motherfucking attention. I try to stay out of the middle of people's bullshit. I told motherfuckers I'm staying the fuck out of the middle of y'all little dumb shit. Motherfuckers get mad at me. Motherfuckers get an attitude with me because I refuse to choose sides on any motherfucking thing. I fuck with the people I fuck with. And that's that. If you don't fuck with them, that's on you. You don't have to fuck with them. I never asked you to fuck with them. But what you're not going to do and sit up here and try to convince me that I shouldn't fuck with somebody and try to tell me and give ultimatums. Well, if you fuck with them, then I ain't fucking with you and everything. Well, then bye, motherfucker. Then bye. Because you ain't going to dictate who I fuck with. Just because you got a problem with them don't mean I'm going to have a problem with them. That's the problem with you motherfuckers. Y'all a bunch of fucking sheeple. You motherfuckers all scared to think for your fucking selves. All this little pack-ass mentality, this high school bullshit. You motherfuckers running around here acting like y'all at the fucking lunch table is disgusting. Well, I don't like this person over here. I'm not eating at that table anymore. I'm going over here at this table now. I'm going to sit over here at this table, y'all. Come on, y'all. Come on, y'all. Come on, cool kids. Let's go over here and sit at this table now. Fuck them motherfuckers. That's high school shit. I don't fuck with you because you fuck with them and all this other shit. Get the fuck out of here. Get the fuck out of here. Motherfuckers too old to be acting like this. Grown ass motherfuckers. I'm older than a motherfucker, and motherfuckers older than me acting like this. It's a goddamn shame. What the fuck is y'all doing with yourselves? Just bitching and bitching and bitching and bitching. Just bitching. Even talking about making moves. Just bitching about other motherfuckers not making moves. That's all the fuck I ever hear. You motherfuckers ain't addressing shit. So y'all know better. It's craziness. Hell is wrong with these motherfuckers, man? Gotta deal with this crap. Motherfuckers all up in their fucking feelings. I gotta get in the middle of fucking other people's beefs and shit. Go fuck yourself. Fuck yourself. I'm not that other. I'm not no motherfucker. I'm not your sheep. All right. I'm not one of your fucking lackeys. I ain't gonna be one of your lackeys. I'm not gonna hate motherfuckers because you got a problem with them. That ain't happening. Problem with this motherfucking stupid ass goddamn YouTube shit. Everybody motherfucking want to be all clicking up and everything else. This is why black unity will never fucking happen. Motherfuckers can't even be cool online. How the fuck I'm supposed to be cool with you motherfuckers face to face? The fuck out of here. Phony ass motherfuckers, man. Just a bunch of phony ass motherfuckers everywhere. It's all the fuck I fucking see. Motherfuckers smile up in your fucking face. I ain't got no problem with you. I ain't got no problems with you. Nah, we all right. I ain't got no problems with you. I understand you don't want to get in the middle of it. That's cool. Later on, boom, you're blocked. No words, no exchanges between me and this person. No. We ain't have no exchanges or nothing. Nah. I didn't curse her out. Ain't nobody curse me out. Nothing. No interaction, nothing. I'm just blocked. And I bet you if you ask this person, the only thing they can tell you is because I'm not cool. I'm cool with somebody that she don't get down with. It's the dumbest shit ever. It's retarded. And I ain't the only person that this person did this with, by the way. I'm not the only person that this person did this to. Oh, this person did this to a lot of motherfuckers. And again, for the same reason. Because we didn't stop being cool with somebody that they wasn't cool with. That's the only reason. If motherfuckers tell you anything other than that, they are a fucking liar. They are a motherfucking liar. If they tell you anything other than that. It's ridiculous. You know what I mean? Shout out to the motherfucking family out here. You know what I mean? I ain't even looking at the comments. Let me see who the hell is out here. I don't even know. I ain't even looking at the comments. Shoy Wop Wop, what's going on? Delphia, what's good? Yakub, what's going on? See, Fred's in here. Haru, what's good? Yeah, shout out to everybody, man. Shout out to the family, man. I'm sorry about this video, family. Y'all know I don't even be doing this. I don't even do this whole dumb shit. I'll probably take this motherfucker down, to be honest with you. I don't even think I'm gonna keep this up because I don't want my channel built off this stupid ass negative high school bullshit. That's other people's channels. Y'all want the drama. This ain't the channel for you. All right. Straight up. This is about building. I'm not here trying to scam people. I've never asked y'all for money, so I don't fall under that paradigm. I'm actually here because I actually give a fuck. I'm not here for the fucking drama because this ain't the type of shit that I motherfucking do. Again, I'm taking this shit down afterwards, so I'm not here for that. I'm actually here because I give a fuck. Unlike some of these other people out here who's here strictly for the drama because they don't give a fuck. They're miserable and they want everybody else to be miserable, and their channel is built off misery and negativity. Boy, I want to save so much more. How the hell are you gonna block an individual? I ain't even talking about me right now. How the hell are you gonna block an individual that sat up there and did you a favor and made your avatar / logo? How you gonna block that individual? Didn't even charge you for it. How are you gonna block that individual? How is that even possible? Where they do that at? You got the nerve to block an individual that made your avatar and logo while you still got the avatar and logo up there. That's just a double slap in the face. Should be ashamed of yourself. You old enough to be some of them people that you hang around, mother. And you acting like this. Always playing the victim. Everybody messing with you. Probably going to try to flip this like I'm messing with you, even though you blocked me. And you had no purpose for blocking me other than to try to troll, because I ain't like I was even regular in your channel. I haven't left no comments. So you can't say I left a comment that was out of pocket because I haven't been commenting over there. You blocked me from going into somebody else's hangout. That's petty as hell. You got an attitude with me, so you're going to block me so I can't get into a certain individual's hangout. That's petty. Too old to be acting like that. You're not in high school anymore. What the fuck is wrong with these motherfuckers, man? It's ridiculous. Be careful, family. Be careful. If y'all sub the any channel that's spreading nothing but negativity, every time you motherfucking see it, motherfucking be, it's always some negative shit. And even the titles that has a positive title, you click on it and the motherfucking shit ain't nothing but negative shit inside of it. They ain't even about what the fucking title said it's about. Just about a bunch of negative shit. all the time, gossiping, bunch of gossiping ass bullshit. This person said this person said that, and every fucking thing else. Who gives a fuck? Grow up. Who cares? People out here dying. Y'all motherfuckers up here worried about who said what in the back chat. Who gives a fuck? $700 something people got to hear about gossip that you're on in the fucking back chat because y'all in y'all feelings. What the fuck is that? Handle that shit in the back chat. The drama happened in the back chat. Keep it in the fucking back chat. Nobody cares. Fuck is wrong with y'all motherfuckers, man? Sick of this shit. Dragging people into it. Ain't got nothing to do with nothing. Trying to make this person the bad guy. Got this person not even wanting to do hangs anymore. Because you done drugged her in the middle of some fuck shit. Turn around, said, I just want to be left alone. I just want all this to end. I just want all this to end. I just want to be left alone. That's all. That's all. So, okay, cool. I understand that. That's what I want too. I'm going to help you try to get there. Talk to everybody, try to calm everybody. Let's just leave this alone. Let's just leave this alone. Bye about everything else. You know, everything was left alone. Shit was done. Shit was over with. They actually spent more time arguing with the other party. They ain't even had nothing to do with you. Was out of the picture. You was done. They wasn't even talking about you no motherfucking more. One of the other individuals left YouTube altogether. You was done. You was out the picture. You was finished. That wasn't good enough. No. A month and some change later, or was it 2 months? I don't know. You want to bring this shit back up. You want to start drama back all over again. For no fucking reason. Everybody else trying to move on from that bullshit has moved on from that bullshit, except for you. You up in your fucking feelings. So now everybody got to suffer because of you up in your feelings. You gonna make it your mission to try to fuck with people. Blocking people, saying little slick shit in the fucking live chat and that motherfuckers, everything else. Motherfuckers ain't even talking to you. You want my motherfucking attention, you got it. You got it. I left you alone. You want my attention, now you got it. Oh, fuck is this stupid shit? Stupid. Now you got my attention and what? You got my attention now. Now what the fuck is supposed to happen? What you gonna do? Make 800 fucking hangouts talking about me? Who cares? That's what you wanted? You wanted an excuse to make a hangout? There you go. Now you got your fucking excuse. What the fuck was this shit even all about? Dragging motherfuckers, everybody all up into it. First, the other party wanted to drag everybody up into it. Then you wanted to drag everybody the fuck into it. This is why I don't get in the middle of people bullshit. Because when you get in the middle of people, because whenever this type of scenario happens, and you sitting up here and you cool with a whole bunch of people, and one person starts beefing with the other person, and you cool with both parties, eventually both of those parties are going to end up hating you. Regardless whether or not you pick a side, don't pick a side, whatever, it's inevitable. It's going to happen. Both fucking parties are going to end up hating you. This is why I don't even bother. I don't even waste my time getting in the middle of bullshit like that. Two people I'm cool with start beefing. Nope. And this is why. This is why. This is why I pick and choose my motherfucking battles. People ask me before I had this discussion earlier this week, why are you picking and choosing your back? Because that's the smart way to go about doing shit. You cause yourself a lot less stress and drama if you pick and choose your battles. Let me see what's going on in the chat. Yeah, I know. They probably I don't care, man. Motherfuckers, listen. If motherfuckers wanted to holler at me, they could have easily hollered at me. Actually, it's one person. I'm assuming it's one person. I ain't gonna put other people into it because I don't know if they got anything to do with it or not. I know this has got to do with one individual. I know she's gonna try and make it about a whole bunch of other motherfuckers because that's how she moves. She's not going to own what the fuck she did. She's going to try to make this about a whole bunch of other motherfuckers. You know what I'm saying? If she had a problem with me, she could have talked to me about it. She didn't talk to me about it. She just blocked me. Again, ask her why and watch what she tells you. She's going to probably try to make up some bullshit. But I already told you, if she said it's anything other than the fact that I'm cool with people that she's not cool with, she's a fucking liar. She's a fucking liar. And if she didn't, man, listen, if she didn't have me blocked, I'd have went up in the room and called her a fucking liar if she said anything other than what I just said. I ain't got to lie nobody up on here. I don't owe nobody up on here shit. All I got is my word and my nuts, and I plan on dying with both of them. Ridiculous. Sat up here. I caught this individual up in somebody else's hang one morning. It was her and two other people. Caught this individual. This was right when all the shit was still flying. The shit was still hitting the fan at this point. Caught this individual and spoke to her then and was like, yo, explain, like, yo, listen, this is what I had a problem with this, and I had a problem with that, and blah, blah, blah. I laid all my cards on the table. What I had an issue with on both sides. And I also said, I just want all this shit to be done with. I think this shit is silly. Got bigger fish to fucking fry than to be worrying about petty ass shit like this. Too old to be getting in the middle of the fucking drama, and I refuse to pick sides. This individual pretended like they understood. This individual was putting up a front like everything was all good. But secretly, this person had an issue with me. But swore up and down that she didn't. Now, nothing has happened since that time, that conversation that we've had. So why she all of a sudden she had an issue with me now? Because she never stopped having a fucking issue with me. But again, it's cool. I understand. Everybody's not going to like me. I'm good with that. Most of the time, it's over my opinions or my worldview, which is also fine. I can handle that. I'm a big boy. I can handle that. But this person can't even give you a good reason why they don't like me. They really can't. But again, I'm not up here really caring. I don't care who don't like me or whatever. I just don't like the phoniness. Don't sit up here and pretend like we okay. And then you all of a sudden I end up being blocked one day for no fucking reason. I don't like that petty, phony bullshit. I don't like that motherfucking high school bullshit either. All right. I like grown folk shit. You know what I'm saying? I hang around grown folks who do grown folk things. I don't deal with this little kid drama. Motherfuckers who still stuck in the fucking 11th grade mentally. I ain't got time for that. It's ridiculous. Family, the link is in, anybody want to join? The link is in the Google Hang. Check your Google Hangouts. The link's there. And this is Psycho talking. Don't be coming at nobody else, because this is Psycho talking. All right. There ain't nobody throw no battery in my back either. All right. I'm not sheeple. Can't nobody throw no batteries in my back and all of a sudden I'm just gonna start talking shit about a motherfucker I ain't never had a problem with before. This Psycho talking. I know a lot of other people, they just motherfucking sheeple. They just gonna, oh, what? Oh, we beefing with this motherfucker now? Okay, cool. Yeah, it's on. Dumbass shit. Don't even know. I don't know why we beefing with him, but fuck it. If you say we beefing with him, it's on. Fucking robots. Fucking flunkies. I ain't nobody's flunky, all right? This Psycho talking. It's ridiculous. Get your minds right, man. Grow the fuck up.
Hey. Damn, Psycho.
Hey, what's going on, friend?
Oh, I'm here to support you, you know. Oh, God. You went in. You gave it your all.
Yeah, man. I just had to, man, listen. I'm all right now. I'm like, my blunt's like almost halfway done. I had to roll me up a bag of fuck it. You know what I'm saying? But you know, that shit had got me motherfucking upset. Cause I'm like, yo, what the fuck is this? What the fuck she blocked me for? I'm saying, like, yo, I'm trying to get up in the hang, you know, give my opinion about what was being talked. I don't even remember what the fuck was being talked about anymore because I done zoned out off being blocked. But you know what I'm saying? Like, but I was like, I'm trying to, you know, find out what the fuck is going on. Like, what the fuck is going on and everything else. And I even asked in the chat, like, well, what the fuck was I blocked for? You know, like, I have no idea why I'm blocked. And nothing. Crickets. So I'm like, okay, fine. She don't want to explain herself. Cool. She don't have to.
Mm-hmm. I just, like, I thought everything was calmed down. Like, I can't believe.
I thought so, too. To the other motherfucking day. And then I still was staying out of it. I stayed out of that shit.
Yeah, you didn't have
this, that, and the
anything
third.
to do with it, you know, just because, like, you know, you go to certain hangouts or whatever, or anybody that goes to any hangouts, people free to go wherever the hell they want to on YouTube, and they can listen to whatever they want to listen to. You know what I'm saying? It's fine. I don't see why it should be a problem. Like,
I don't see why it should be a problem
either.
either.
Nobody. You know what I'm saying? You don't bother nobody.
Nah, I go places. I give my opinion. You know, I support a lot of channels. I was supporting that one, the channel I was on.
Mm-hmm.
You know what I'm saying? You know, and these are individuals who don't even support my channel.
Mm.
These are individuals who don't even come to my channel, but I still go to theirs. But again, I don't know if motherfuckers feel pressure not to come over here because this individual because they know that this individual got a problem with me, even though this individual told me that they didn't have a problem with me, but they know behind the scenes that she does have a problem with me, so they don't want to come over here because they don't want her to turn her back on them.
I don't know what to say. And like, truth be told, it's not scared is too strong of a word, but it's just like, I thought the whole situation was dead, and I don't want to be caught back up in any drama. Like, you know, I'm sure they're listening right now. Like, y'all really just kill it. Just stop it. You know, let everybody live peaceful. We got this white beast to fight. You know what I'm saying? Y'all causing distractions now. Just stop it.
For real. Seriously. Like, this is the first time I'm even speaking on this on my channel. Because I didn't want to waste none of my time and effort and none of my airtime over here on none of this dumb shit.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
It's like, what the fuck? Now I gotta deal with, I can't get inside any hangouts that she's in because she gotta block me and shit for no fucking reason.
You really ain't gonna let go of that block now. You know that now. Now that you put this hangout.
You know what? It's cool. It's cool because it's cool because at the end of the day, I'm not even interested in being in a hangout with her. I'm not even interested in being in a hangout with her because at this point I have nothing to say to her. Nothing. I ain't got no words for her because like this is ridiculous. Like I ain't got time for fake phony people.
Mm-hmm.
You know what I'm saying? Smile up in your face. You know what I mean? They smile up in your face all the while they want to take your place.
Yeah.
Backstabbers.
Yeah.
Backstabbers.
The OJs, right? That's who the OJs. Yeah. So they said the truth. They spoke the truth. And it's like, we don't even actually have to get hung up. Like people asking like, who is it and stuff like that. I understand being curious and stuff, but you know what? Like the way I feel, like don't even get caught up in it because it's a shitstorm. And, you know, actually, we don't even have to know who Psycho is really talking about because there's a lot of people. If it wasn't her, I know who he's talking about. But if it's not her, it's somebody else out there in the world that's going to be like her. You know what I'm saying? We got.
It's not. Yeah. It's a whole bunch of people. Yeah. I mean, this individual's a victim. She's a typical victim. She's a typical victim. You know, she stirs up all the shit behind the scenes, keeps shit going and everything else. And then whenever it gets back on her, whenever she gets pushed back into a corner side third, she starts crying victim. Oh, they're messing with me. Oh, they're messing with me. No, that's them. They did this and they did that. No. What did I do to you?
Nothing.
What did I do to you? I didn't do shit to you. And you know I didn't. Only thing I'm guilty of doing is not what you wanted me to do.
And everybody that's in this hangout, if that person is watching, I'm telling you right now, you marked. In her eyes, you marked because it was a hangout.
Oh yeah, you're probably gonna be blocked too. You're probably gonna be blocked too because that's how this person gets down.
That's just how she does. So don't be shocked. When she start acting funny or like Psycho said, just outright block you. That's what's gonna happen.
Telling them, and I'm telling you, the people in that circle, if you think I'm bullshitting you, I know you're gonna probably think I'm bullshitting you because you know that's your peoples and everything else and third. Listen, you ain't gotta say shit. Just listen to what I'm saying. Listen to what I'm saying. Use your critical thinking skills. Look around, bruh. Look around, sis. Look around. Notice the pattern. That's all I'm gonna say. Notice the pattern. All right. You ain't gotta take my word for it. Just trust your gut. All right. Because one day this is gonna be you in the hangout ranting about this individual because of some dumb shit this individual done did. Because that's just how people like this get down.
It's so stupid. It really is so stupid. And how do you block somebody from somebody else's hangout? It ain't even, you know what I'm saying? Like, I can see
blocking me like I be going in her hangout. She blocking me like I be going in her hangouts. I don't go in her hangouts. So what's she blocking me for? I don't be in her. So what's she blocking me for? I don't comment her videos. What's she blocking me for? I don't do none of that because I know she's phony. So I just keep my distance. But I wasn't going to talk shit about it though. That's what I wasn't going to do.
Right. You had no reason to. You had no reason to talk shit about her. You weren't involved in it. You were just listening. You were in a hangout and you were listening. That's it.
Exactly.
Don't make sense.
Exactly. And when I did speak, it was about trying to dead it. If anything, I was trying to dead it.
Yeah, you were.
I was trying to get all parties involved to kill all the dumb shit and let's get back to being focused on what it is we originally supposedly came to do.
Lord have mercy. That's
ridiculous. Yeah.
You laughed after you got that. You're like, it's ridiculous. Man.
It is, man. Straight up.
I know.
Like, what kind of shit is this? What kind of shit is this?
Oh, Miss Legit is here. Hey, lady. We were waiting.
And they here? Was she in the chat?
Yeah, she in the chat. She said I was promoting.
Oh, check Google, check your Google Hangouts, Hero. I added you over there. Check it. I dropped the link in there. P6 Dynasty, how you, son? Peace, Renee. Everybody links over there in the Google Hang. 6 Dynasty, if you want to join, let me know. I'll try to get you up in here. Let's see. Water, what's good? Let's see.
SN4U26. I don't SKN. Is that are you a male or a female? SKN. I don't know that person. I know I've seen that channel name before, but I can't remember if they're male or female. I haven't seen them in a while.
I don't know this person. This skin dude. They trolling?
No, no, not trolling. Male. Okay. That's what I thought. I wasn't too sure. I'm familiar. I know that name. Like I seen it. Like that person's cool.
They do. Oh, okay. They talking in general. I guess. Okay.
Black man.
Oh, okay, that's what's up. Peace, son. But yeah, it's madness, man. Like I don't come on here for all this little stupid high school stuff, man. I really don't. You know what I'm saying? Like we got 6 Dynasty in the live chat. I never went over to his hangout with no drama. I don't go to people's hangouts with drama. I've never been to like I said, the hangout I was at. I wasn't there for no drama. I was there talking about what was being talked about. I'm here for interesting conversation. That's what I'm here for. You know what I mean? Build, come up with ideas. Let's possibly networking, the vent, you know what I'm saying? Sometimes, we need a vent. We need a venting space. This is my venting space. And, but I don't want to sit up here and just be wasting my time fussing and fighting and over fickle, petty YouTube high school bullshit. He said, she said, really? This is what the fuck y'all came up on here for? He said, she said. I could go outside and get involved in he said, she said. It's a whole lot more interesting there because motherfuckers can put hands and feet on you there. That's a whole lot more interesting. If I want to get involved in that dumb shit, what I'm gonna get on YouTube for that dumb shit for?
Nobody has time for that.
I don't want to hear about you motherfuckers' dramas. I don't care how many baby mothers you got. I don't care about how many times you've been locked up, what you got locked up for. I don't care if you motherfucking fuck this person. I don't care if you did this. I don't care if you did. I don't give a fuck. I want to know. I want to know what your theological position is. I want to know what your social position is. What are you a lefty? Are you a righty? Are you ambidextrous? Do you not go either way? I want to know these things. These are the things that interest me. You know what I'm saying? What's your opinion? What's your opinion on the situation of us of our situation right now in 2017 in the Black community, and how do you see us progression in the future? This is what I care about. This is what I'm here for. I don't know what the fuck these other motherfuckers are here for.
Drama. That's what they
for real. Drama. Drama. Reality TV bullshit. Bunch of loving hip hop motherfuckers done infiltrated conscious community.
Amen. Amen. I know I shouldn't be saying that on an atheist channel, but amen.
Bunch of loving hip hop motherfuckers, man. Reality TV watching ass motherfuckers that infiltrated. And trying to turn this shit into loving hip hop.
It's a mess. For real, like those reality shows are putting a battery in some people's backs to act a damn fool. It just They sit there and a lot of people like when they're acting, you know what I'm saying, a certain way and stuff like how they imitating for the females. I can't speak for the males, so they don't really have a lot of men in those reality shows. But like I see a lot of women like just like acting like some of the chicks on Love and Hip Hop. Just like really?
Yeah. Yeah, it's craziness. It's crazy. I'm like, yo, what is going on here? And I just see like this shit is getting so ratchet around here. It's getting so ratchet, and I don't do ratchet. Yo. Ratchet behavior bugs the shit out of me. And I'm seeing it all over now. It's like it done infiltrated, and it's like it's spreading. And you got people that's just keeping certain negative shit going. Because we all gonna have little spats from time to time, little small things. This, that, and the third. In my personal opinion, I feel like these things should be handled behind the scenes. I don't feel like everybody should know that this person and that person had words. If it happened behind the scenes, it should stay behind the scenes. Even if it happened in public, it should still be squashed behind the scenes. And then y'all should come back in public and acknowledge that we're good now. You know what I'm saying?
You know what it is? When stuff happens out there in public for everybody to see, I think for some people, even the best people, like, you know what I'm saying? Everybody got a little bit of gutter in them. You know what I'm saying? Where you do some grimy stuff. And it's like, if somebody does something out in public where they get the best of the next person, that person wants to one up them. You know what I'm saying? Like, yeah. It's like, all right, you got me on this one, then I got to come back harder and let everybody see it out in public. Ain't going to be no behind the scenes because they don't want people to think that person got the best of them.
Mm-hmm. No. That's exactly what it is. Mm-hmm. Ego's getting away.
Yeah, exactly.
Ego's getting away.
Exactly.
That's what keeps all this drama shit going.
Mm-hmm.
It's crazy.
Yeah, it's but crazy. Sophia's right. She said when they block you, you can't do that. If you try to, I guess, have a private conversation with them. Is that what you're saying, Delphia? Like on the back chat, you can't have, if they block you, you can't contact them on the back chat either, right? So there's no way to speak to them privately. So you got to put it out in public. I guess.
Yeah, at that point, you have to. Exactly.
Mm-hmm.
That's why a certain other person had to make that hangout the other day because they was blocked. I probably got blocked. I probably got blocked the same time when that person got blocked. And just didn't realize it until today.
No, that other person been blocked because the person that blocked her, she did a hang. I don't know if it was a video. I don't know if it was a hangout or whatever. And then she showed. I don't think she showed it on purpose. All the people, like I guess there's a screen that shows people that she blocked. And we could see the names of the people she blocked. That's how we knew that the person that did that hangout the other day was blocked. That's how we knew. We saw the names, and she was blocking people that she saw in that hangout. I don't remember seeing your name up there because I originally, like, somebody brought it to my attention. So I have to ask that other person, but she probably knows. She was like, "Yeah, I saw that. He was blocked."
Wow,
didn't even know about
That's crazy.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, they been blocked since that hangout me and Conscious and them did. That's where she went on her blocking spree. So
no, but I've been in a hangout with this person since that happened. Oh, so I wasn't blocked originally.
Then okay, no, I don't know then.
That's what I'm saying. I'm thinking this is something recent that just recently happened.
But there ain't nothing
within like the last week or two.
Quiet.
This is what I'm saying. Now you see why I'm bugging out off this. Like what did I do within the last week or two that I'm all of a sudden I'm blocked and I can't get into people's hangout that you're in? Like why is that?
I don't know.
What's good, you cool?
Man, bro. Hey man, thanks for sending the link, my man.
All right, no doubt.
Hey
peace.
Yeah, you're ethering tonight, man. I was waiting for you to give a Harlem Hospital giving bedtime. Going hard, man. Hey, so was this a hangout that I was in, or was this something else that you guys were having on the backside?
Nah, this just recently. Well, you know the original story and everything else that led it. It's all the same old stuff, just being rehashed all over again because a certain somebody don't want to let it go.
Yikes. Yeah, I think I may have missed the original story. I don't think I was around for that, but yeah, that's something, man. You know, especially you're always. It seems like you're always the mediator, always trying to work things out. So it's amazing they would block you, and it must be because, like what you were saying, that you didn't go against somebody they wanted you to go against, huh?
That's exactly what it was.
Yeah,
That's exactly what it was.
I knew it. I knew it, bro.
You know how it is. Either you with me or you against me.
Yeah,
That
that's
was
how
the
it
attitude.
goes. So you can't get into anybody's hangouts now?
Well, not any that person's in.
Oh wow.
So you
So
gotta have to beat her to the
and
punch.
that person tends to get and that person tends to be in a lot of people hangouts. So yeah.
Wow.
Yeah, because I mean, I was noticing I haven't seen that person in a while. Like as far as on the hangouts that I'm usually in, Lashids, I haven't seen her in a grip. If we're talking about the same person.
Yeah, I think we're talking about the same person. Yeah.
Okay. Yeah, I mean,
Yeah, that person hasn't been in the She's hangout in a while. Yeah.
Yeah, that's unfortunate, man. It's unfortunate.
And what's crazy, most of the people in there didn't have a problem with her. She just keeps getting this. She just keeps keeping this crap going.
Yeah, that's unfortunate. I mean, like I said, she always seemed, I mean, I always thought she was kind of cool. I know that they had got into it with one guy. What's his name? Superboy. Is it with him?
No.
Okay,
this has
so he's
nothing
not
to do with it.
okay. Then I have no idea what it's about. Then. Yeah, I mean,
this has nothing to do with Superboy.
Oh, yeah. Hopefully, you guys get that worked out, man. Like I said, I don't think that anything over YouTube is that serious at all. But
thank you.
Yeah.
Hey guys.
Hey Afri, how are you?
Peace, Afri.
I'm good.
That's
I
good.
just came from a workout. I just figured you guys would be up like you always are.
Yeah, sound like me. That's cool.
Yeah, I wasn't initially going to do this, but yeah.
Hey, I just wanted a SYKOPATHeist maybe to send me like a link whenever he has a hangout, because I've been missing
right
all of them.
This is it right here. This is hanging right here.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Okay, I thought this was I thought this was legit. Okay.
No. Let me see.
How you guys doing?
Good, and yourself?
Okay.
I'm hanging in there.
Hanging in there.
You don't see it.
Yeah.
Water Sniper flirting with you in the chat. Water Sniper, you always everybody hang out and you never get on the panel. Why not?
You probably shy.
You always flirting. You want to hear this boy voice.
Yeah,
so what's going on? Y'all got anything y'all want to speak on?
I do, but go ahead, Afri.
You can go ahead. Mine's is probably not important.
Everything everybody has to say is important. Don't feel that way. But I'll go ahead though. So what do you guys think about people trying to make this Stevenson thing into what they call a false flag, a psyop, saying that it wasn't real? Yeah, where's Renee? Because I wanted her opinion on here too, because we talked about this a little bit.
That's Renee's topic right there.
What'd you say, Psycho?
That's Renee's topic right there. Renee's all over that.
Like, when you say you would not like my Caribbean accent is stronger than Sonia's. I'm reading. I'm sorry, I shouldn't be reading out loud. Yeah, that's what I was wondering about. What were you about to say, Afri?
Trying to get
wait till Renee come up on here, I guess.
Yeah, Afri, you got an opinion about that?
About the Steve Stevenson?
No, what you were gonna say about what you wanted to say before.
Oh, I just wanted to send out a PSA and say that people should be more let's see, what's the word? They should be more careful about talking about their personal lives or their personal business online, because I was going through something, and I figured I was going to talk to people, to kind of get myself over it. And it turns out, someone made a video addressing, addressing me as a dysfunctional Black female, as he put it. Yeah. So, I guess, I can't even be mad because I put myself out there. But
once you mention something online, it's out there.
That's sad. They threw it back in your face, basically. Something you told them that was personal, and they threw it back in your face after.
Pretty much. Like, I was going through some issues with an ex, and I was just, I opened up a topic talking about, male and female relationships and things of that nature, and I did discuss a little bit about my current relationship. That's like, I don't know, it's kind of weird. It's kind of weird. And the guy, what's his name? BGS Igmore. He addressed,
I know he's talking about.
Yeah, he addressed me in the video, and I was just like, "Wow, that's not cool, man."
Yikes! Did he use your name?
Well, he didn't use my actual. I didn't listen to the whole thing.
Oh, okay.
Like, as soon as he started talking about it, I was like, "F it."
Okay, so he just kind of used your situation. Yeah, I feel you.
Right, and use me as an example to promote his whatever. So just send that out there.
Did he kind of like do the church thing on you? You know how like you go tell the pastor something? I know I'm on an atheist fan, forgive me. But it's true. Psycho, you ever been to church when you was a kid? Did you ever go to church?
I went to church. My mother didn't send me to church. My mother's not religious. My pops is religious, but I used to go to church with my friends every now and then or whatever.
Okay. So
I got some funny stories about that.
So, like, you know how if you tell something personal to the pastor, and then Sunday's church or whatever, and you in church, and then the pastor brings you up, and some people, everybody in the church know the pastor talking about you. Is that?
Yeah, I've seen that before. Yeah.
Is that what he did to you, Afri?
Okay, that pretty much. I guess
that hurts. That does hurt.
But it's gonna be okay. I'm all right. So I'm straight. I just want to ask you, SYKOPATHeist, a quick question. Because I'm not really familiar with you. I'm just kind of getting to watch a few of your videos online and stuff. So you are atheist?
Correct.
Is that correct? Okay. Were you like born into like a religious family, or were you just always non-religious?
I was never religious. My mother gave up religion before I was born. She was an activist. Actually, she still is. I shouldn't shortchange her. She still is an activist, and she's more political minded person. And so religion was never big in my household at all. She allowed me to take my own journey though. Again, she let me go to churches with my friends and everything else. I've been to a bunch of mosques. I've been to infamous mosques out here in North New Jersey, where Malcolm X killers came from, right down South Orange Avenue, the old temple number 25. I've been to those mosques quite a bit. Actually, used to spend summers out there at summer camp. But yeah, so I've experienced different, religious cultures and everything else, Catholics and Christians. Obviously, I've been around a bunch of 7-day evangelists. I know about what their belief systems. Obviously, I've been around some Jehovah's Witnesses who actually kind of make me a little nervous.
That's a cult.
Yeah, but so does 7-day evangelists. That's a cult too, but I digress.
That's where the Jehovah's Witnesses stem from. You know that, right? They came from 7
exactly.
purpose.
Exactly. A lot of beliefs did. Worldwide Church of God and everything else. Like that's all 7-day evangelist stuff. And religion fascinates me. Let's not get it twisted. I'm an atheist, but religion fascinates me because I psychoanalyze everything.
Do you
I
think
always look at the
there's like
psychological aspects of all things, and religion. Nothing has a tighter psychological lock on people than religion. So I'm real fascinated by it.
do you think that there's like an element of truth when it comes to like the idea of God? Because here's the reason why I asked the question. Me personally, I don't subscribe to any religion, although I do come from like a Christian family. But I do believe in God. I think I just haven't really solidified my faith in Christianity or Islam or what have you. But I was having a conversation with a friend who is also atheist, and he was talking about he's self-proclaimed atheist, but he's always talking about God and how he does believe in God, but he doesn't necessarily subscribe to religion. And so I asked him, like, doesn't that make you, what does that make you, like, agnostic? Like, so you're not really an atheist. You do believe in God. And
hold up. He said he believes in God, you said?
Yeah, well, he's always having these discussions, and he is always questioning himself when we have these discussions. Like, I'll
Like
say
he's not
something
sure if
about
there's a God. Like he talks like he's not sure. Well, yeah, that would make him agnostic. That would make him agnostic. But you have some people that believe that agnostics are actually atheists, and you have some people that define themselves as agnostic atheists. Maybe that's what he is. Everybody had their own definitions of what they define themselves as. I hold the position that I'm an atheist by philosophical and by the more modern definition, because the modern definition for atheist is a person that lacks a belief in a God of gods. And then you have the philosophical definition, which is the rejection of all claims of any gods or gods. I fall into both definitions, but I kind of hold tight to the philosophical one because that's philosophical debaters who I actually hang around a lot. That's the only definition they actually accept, and I fall into that paradigm. So yeah, that's the one I typically use.
Okay, because I'm in a period of my life where I'm idle right now. I don't have a job, but I broke my wrist, so I'm getting workers' comp, and now I'm trying to kind of figure. I have the time to kind of figure things out about myself, so I'm trying to get in the midst of people who are doing better than me right now, in life, and so I like to be in a diverse crowd, and I've met many atheists or people who claim that they are atheists, and they always have this kind of lingering question of God, like whether or not God exists or not. And I don't know if that's because atheists tend to be more philosophical, so they're always what's the word, open to the questioning whether or not there's God, but they don't really necessarily believe in God, or if people who are atheists are kind of they want to say that they're atheists, but they're not really atheists. Like, am I making sense? Like a lot.
Yeah, you're talking about like lukewarm. Yeah, a lot of these people fall under the whole agnostic label, which I actually hate the agnostic label, but that's what they kind of sounding like. Like they're not too sure. Like it could be, maybe it's not. I really don't know. I'm leaning towards no, but I kind of don't want to shut that door.
Yeah, they
like kind of lukewarm type feel.
Is that because
Yeah,
like the
exactly.
more they're very they're always like
Unsure.
inquisitive? Yeah, like well, not necessarily not sure, but it just like I find that people who are atheists, they're always questioning things. They're very critical thinkers, and I think a part of it is just he's just a philosophical person. But I also think that he does believe in God, but he doesn't think of God in the ways that Christianity portrays God to be, or the way that.
Mm. Well, I always feel like any atheist, if they this is just my personal opinion, I feel like if any atheist want to hold that title as being an atheist, they should always do their due diligence and look into all different types of religions. They should focus on Christianity. They should also look into the Muslim belief. They should also look into what the Moors believe in, what the Hebrews believe in, everything else, and do your due diligence and look around and make sure this is what a label that you want to hold on to and understand what it is you're actually saying. Because if it's hard for me to say that I reject all these claims of any guys that are presented to me or have been presented to me if I only was presented one God, or if I'm only zooming in or focused on one God and I ain't worried about everybody else's guys, a bunch of gods. I know you probably hold the position it's only one God. I'm thinking, metaphor, you understand what I'm saying. It's a whole, everybody believes in different gods. I know you can argue that the Muslim God and the Christian God, because they both the Abrahamic beliefs or whatever. So you can argue that they're the same guys, but one is called Yahweh or Yahweh or Jesus, and then the other one's called Allah. So like they got different names. So and they both believe. Christians don't believe that God does everything that Muslims say Allah does or whatever. They don't believe it's the same God, which another thing that finds me fascinating. I'm sorry, I'm rambling. Y'all got me going on religion. Y'all shouldn't.
No, go. Where did that go?
One of the
Hello?
fascinating thing. Yeah.
Sorry, my phone
Yeah,
disconnected.
one of the fascinating things I find about the Abrahamic God is the Muslims always got to acknowledge Jesus. They have to acknowledge Jesus. They cannot like if they disclaim Jesus, their whole worldview falls apart. They have to acknowledge Jesus. They do not acknowledge him as the Messiah, but they do acknowledge him as being a prophet.
Yeah.
Now what you call the Christians cannot discount Moses. They cannot discount Moses. They have to, without Moses, their whole worldview falls apart. Like Moses is a big part of Christianity. He's not the final end all do all, but he plays a major role. But the Jews don't have to acknowledge anybody's prophet. All they have to acknowledge is Moses, and that's it. And like everything falls back to the Jews. Everything falls back to the Hebrews. Everything. Out of the three major dominant religions.
Right. Mm-hmm. I don't know, but I don't want to offend anybody, but to me, Jehovah's Witnesses are a cult. That's a cult. That's what I got to say. Again, about that. I don't like that religion at all. I don't like it. But
yeah, that's definitely a cult.
Bet you quiet and Haru is quiet.
Oh, I'm just letting everybody speak, man. I gotta be respectful.
Yeah.
I'm not spooking you out, Emma. I'm not spooking you out. I'm just talking.
Who you talking about? Me? Come on, brother. Nah, I've been in my walk for way too long. I'm a Hebrew Israelite, so
I know.
Yeah.
I've read and studied for quite a while, enough to where I've proven my belief. You have some brothers and sisters who they do get spooked like that because they haven't read or haven't studied, or they haven't done their due diligence to make sure that what they claim is truly what they believe. But Scripture says study to show yourself approved. So you do that, you know what I'm saying? You have a fact, because a lot of these religions, like if you look at Christianity, a lot of the Christians don't understand. They don't know history. A lot of them just go off of whatever pastor says or quote unquote New Testament, not understanding that it's one complete book. There was no, what do you think the prophets in the quote unquote New Testament were teaching? They were teaching the quote unquote Old Testament. There was no such thing as a New Testament. They were reading the old scroll. So, a lot of the Christians, they stumble because they don't, they forsake the law, because they call that the Old Testament. But, if you don't know what sin is, which is breaking of the law, and the scripture says that that no sinner will be able to inherit the kingdom of, the kingdom. And if you're not teaching people what sin is, then you're leaving them open to inherit the lake of fire, because they have no understanding what breaking the law is. So it's important to know the law, all those different aspects of the book. And a lot of Christians leave that kind of stuff out because they call it the quote unquote Old Testament. That's the spooky stuff. But, that's why a lot of these religions fall on themselves, because they don't consider the whole book. They just read certain sections and then they build their religions off of it. Christianity has a lot of pagan beliefs behind it. The
Trinity.
Exactly. All of that stuff is pagan. And that's why a lot of people, they move away from the Bible, because they think that anything associated with the Bible is Christianity, and not knowing that the Bible is not a Christian book. The Bible has nothing to do with Christianity. Christianity comes from ancient Babylonian beliefs. It comes from Egyptology. It comes from the Council of Nicaea. It comes from Celtic. There's a lot of stuff that falls into Christianity, but again, because pastor won't tell you, people don't want to believe it. They don't want to read and study. So, unfortunately, they fall short.
It's a deep one.
Yeah.
Where's Hey Rue at? Hey Rue, why you so quiet? You fell back to sleep?
Oh no, not this time. Nah, I was just listening. Yeah. So, but I came on for the other stuff. I just said I'll just fall back. I didn't want to, bring up old stuff. Yeah. So
I'm trying to get Renee up in here.
What you say, Psycho?
My bad. I didn't mean. No, I'm saying I'm trying to. I was thinking out loud. I'm trying to get Renee up in here.
Yeah, I tried to get her up in here too. I dropped the link in the back chat, but I dropped it
Renee, if you
in another chat.
Shout out to Nikki too. Shout out to Nikki in the chat. Renee, if you're listening, I added you to the room. I thought you was in it already. Thought you was in here already. Okay.
She was in another chat. Like she messaged and she said, "Where's the link?"
Yeah, I saw. I added it to the right one.
Okay, all right, good.
Hey guys, I got a question. I got another question to ask you. You guys are familiar with Rashida Strober, right?
Yeah.
She's been putting out some recent videos regarding people taking her. Well, this is what she says. She says people have been taking her her dark skin activism or something. Like she's saying that.
Yeah, I know what
her
that's all
work
about.
has been mimicked. Yeah, can you tell me what that is about? I'm not sure what she means. Like, what's she talking
She's upset with that other girl that writes for that magazine.
Chrissy.
Yes, yeah. She has an issue with her.
Why?
She's looking at it as she's pretty much stealing her idea and running with it and making money off of it, and she's feeling slighted because Chrissy gets a lot of attention, so I think she pulls in more views. And
what idea still?
Well, she looks at it as she's the first one who started the whole dark skin activism. You hear her rhetoric. I like Rashida, so I don't want to talk too down on her or whatever. But she has this idea that she created this whole idea of dark skin activism, and like it's exclusive to her. I don't necessarily agree with that. I will say she was the loudest voice for dark skinned women on YouTube at first. Like she was kind of like, she was the first woman I seen talking about that topic specifically. and representing dark skin. She's the first that I saw doing it. You know, I'm not saying that this is like something new. Like dark skinned women have been standing up for themselves for a long time, and you know, being activists and talking about these issues for a while. But as far as like on this YouTube scene, like she was the first I seen like speaking out on it. Like most of the time, it was just the whole gender wars thing. You know, it really wasn't too much focused on colorism. You really ain't hear like lately colorism's a hot topic, but you like a few years ago you didn't really hear too much about it.
Right.
Okay, because so I do like Rashida Strober because I'm dark skinned. I'm very dark skinned. Like, and I've always kind of been picked on because of my skin color. As a matter of fact, I just came from a bar. I came from the gym. I went to like a bar for a few minutes just to hang out, and I was sitting there, and although I wasn't insulted, it was like these guys who were like, "Oh wow, you're a beautiful chocolate woman. I like snow bunnies better though."
That's
Yeah,
great.
it's
Really?
like of course I'll just laughed it off, but because it's like that's just like the that's
The black dude said this to you. They was black.
yeah, it was a black guy. But it's like it's not. It wasn't insulting. Like if it was insulting, I would have felt some kind of way. But that's just how. I mean, is whatever. But like I've
Even
always
if he felt
gotten
that way, what was the purpose of him saying that? Like, was his
exactly.
purpose of saying that was to try to kill your self-esteem?
That's
Like,
what
what was the
I'm
purpose of
saying
him even?
though.
Like, he could have
Yeah,
kept that to himself.
They
yeah.
want the world to know.
It's
They
crazy.
want the world to know.
sorry
That's
that
their problem.
happened to you, Ashley. I'm sorry that happened to you.
Well, I mean, I'm kind of used to it. So my whole thing is with Rashida is that I feel like I like her, but I feel like she's being arrogant. And I've tried to like kind of talk to her because I'm trying to understand her. When she said that Chrissy mimicked her work or whoever she's claiming stole her work, I'm thinking she's talking about something specific.
Right.
But she's talking about advocating for dark skin, that's stealing from her. If other people who advocate for dark skin on YouTube don't give her some kind of credit, then they're stealing from her. And
I think that when people expose themselves like that, that's pretty much showing that it never was about skin color. You know what I'm saying? If it's coming out like that now and they want all the credit and this and that, then truly it wasn't never about, colorism. It was about promoting yourself and getting yourself out there, because it shouldn't matter as long as the message is getting out, it shouldn't matter whose mouth it's being delivered out of, as long as the message is spreading. But that's just showing you that was never the prime focus of what she was doing.
Yeah, she had me feeling that way the other day. She did a hangout, and the title of it was what's that? Gilbert Arenas and Kendrick Lamar. So I thought that's what she was going to talk about. But I get into the hangout, and all she's talking, well, she talked about that a little bit. She touched on it very, very briefly, like probably less than a minute. It seemed like keep in mind, I didn't catch the very beginning of the hangout. What she talked about was her book, her GoFundMe, her PayPal, her play, her tour. You know what I mean? So I started feeling like I had been hustled. You know what I'm saying? It's it's great. Like you have a product that you want to put out, and that's fine. So I would have respected her more the other day if she talked about, she titled it, whatever her book was, or titled it whatever the name of her tour is, whatever it is, and stuff. And I got in there, and that's what she was talking about. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
I felt hustle. I you know what I'm saying? I felt beat. Got me in there so I can hear about Gilbert Arenas and Kendrick Lamar, and that's not what I heard about. I didn't like it.
She did the same thing with the whole Gilbert Arenas.
Yeah.
She did the same kind of where she was just mainly talking about, the work that has been stolen. Now, like I do appreciate her. I do appreciate Rashida Strober, but I feel like she's projecting her insecurities out. Like she feels like she does a lot of projecting of her feelings, right?
Yep.
Like she feels like, she doesn't want sorry about that. She doesn't sorry. She doesn't want anybody to take her shine.
Yeah.
But in that she forgets the cause that she started out with in the beginning.
Yeah.
So she's kind of making it like a selfish thing, and I don't think she really. I don't think she realizes that.
And if you pay close attention to the pro-black sector of YouTube and a lot of these pro-black people, underlying, if you listen closely, there's always that underlying, they want the spotlight kind of spirit behind them. You can always sense it, and they always try to put a copyright on knowledge. Not understanding that you didn't create knowledge was here before you, and it'll be here after you. You know what I'm saying? Just because you spoke it a particular way, you can't copyright that. You should you should feel honored and feel blessed that the message is getting around, because that's what it's supposed to be truly about, is the message.
Right.
But like I said, when people show you that, take heed, and just grow from that and mark those individuals, man, because through this pro-black movement, throughout history, there's been a lot of those. Some of it's still hidden, people getting killed or murdered because somebody felt like they wanted the spotlight, or they and that happens a lot within the black community. So there's a lot of that. Go ahead.
Hey, peace, everybody.
Hey.
Peace,
Renee. Hey. No, y'all hit on so many great points. Knowledge is infinite. You know what I'm saying? So, like when people do try to put some type of copyright, certain things become kind of like synonymous with certain people, but like if people are going to be speaking in terms of being pro-black or what have you, there are certain issues that are going to be discussed, like colorism, like, any other number of things, because those are some of our core issues in our community. So what's wrong with other people dealing with those issues? I think some people, and I've actually had where I was on Facebook, and this was literally so random, but I was looking at something somebody else had on their page, and then that led me to somebody else's page, like that was their Facebook friend. And somehow I ended up on their page, and I was just looking, and then it was like this whole speech. And I'm like, wait a minute, I'm reading this, and I'm like, this sounds familiar. Like, I wrote this. And so I'm reading it, God. And I literally had wrote this probably like 2 years before. I never put it on Facebook. It was on YouTube. And I had wrote out this thing. This is back when me and this one guy was going back and forth. And like this person had took it, and they had copied it, and they made a little thing of it, and they had it up, like it was their post. But all I said was, I just said, hey, I said, by chance, did you get this off of YouTube? I said, because I think I wrote this. And immediately the person came back and was like, I'm so sorry. I wasn't trying to make it like it was mine. Yeah, I did get it from there, etc. I said, oh, no, it's cool. It's not like I'm going to be like, yeah, take it. And because she was like, I'll take it down if you want to. I was like, no. I said, it's cool. I said, because, I really put a lot into that, saying that. And I appreciate some other people seeing it and feeling like that about it. I was like, no, it's cool. No problem. But at least the person was like, yeah, they wasn't like, no, I said I made that up or whatever. So, and then, like I said, knowledge is infinite. Knowledge belongs to all of us, and why not, let people get the message and let it resonate with them. Sometimes people can hear a message from one person and it doesn't resonate, and hear that same message from somebody else and it will resonate with them. So, yeah, we don't own any of this stuff like that.
Hey,
I think that
everybody.
has a lot to do with
Peace, muchacha.
hey.
Hey, I'm listening. Afri.
Oh, like she just said that, sometimes people will say, one person will say one thing and it doesn't resonate. But the other, another person will say the same thing and it resonates with the individual. I think that has a lot to do with respect too. Like, I think that if if a drunk tells you to stop, you know, if I don't know, some random person who's alcoholic maybe, or someone who has like issues of their own, they're trying to tell you how to fix yours, you're not going to want to take their advice because you're just looking at them like, well, how come you don't employ your own advice? But maybe if from someone you respect, then you'll take the advice. Like I know, for example, my mom told me a lot of things that I did not pay attention to. And although I love my mom like she's done things that I didn't really respect. Like my mother bleached her skin. Like she's very light, very, very, very light in a very kind of very kind of bleached out way. She was like as just as dark. She was as dark skinned as I was, and so when I
like Wives Cartel, is she that color now or?
yeah. Although she has been able to like maintain it over the years, and I'm struggling with her right now because I'm trying to. She's getting older. She's like 54 or something. She's very beautiful, but I'm trying to get her to stop using it because I feel like it's detrimental to her health. Well, actually, it is. Her skin bruises easily, and I'm trying to get her to stop using the cream. But because she did that growing up, I didn't listen to things that she would tell me because I felt like, well, you're telling me to have self-esteem and you're telling me to have all these things and, take care of myself and be ladylike, but you're over here, bleaching your skin. And I wish I would have listened to her regardless of that. But yeah, just to just to piggyback off of what she said, sometimes it's the person where, it comes from.
Yeah, that's true.
Oh, sorry.
Go ahead, Fran. Go ahead.
I have an aunt, and she's high yellow, and she had a bunch of kids, and the last baby was high yellow. And my aunt came back up from down south, and she stayed with me and my mother. Now, this time, her daughter was like 2 years old when she was staying with us. So I was 12. So she put the baby in the bathtub, right? And she poured bleach in the bathtub.
What?
And I asked my aunt, I said, why you put bleach in the bathtub? And then she said, oh, it's to clean out her pores. But in the back of my mind, even at 12 years old, I was like, nope, she's doing that to keep her daughter light skinned. And her daughter's father was dark skinned. So, you know what I'm saying? She was trying to do that to ensure Clorox bleach.
That's crazy.
Oh my God.
What you trying to poison her?
2 years old.
Trying to, yeah, I mean, that's nuts. And that's why I try to tell people, man, sometimes the sinful things that you do can really affect your witnessing, man. And because people observe, and they can kind of tell when you're not living what you're talking about. That's why, with the perming of the skin, I take it all the way to the perming of the hair. You know what I'm saying? All of that, the same thing. If you talking to pro-black and all this, and you still going out here getting your hair permed and got a blonde wig on it, your witness ain't gonna work, man, because you're not living what you're talking about.
Yeah, listen, we all, I think, at different capacities have been affected by white supremacy. You know what I mean? It affects all of us in different ways. You know what I mean? Because I had a relaxer in my hair. I'm natural now, but I had a relaxer in my hair. And when I was in high school, they used to call me Sister Soldier. Those in Generation X, y'all know what I'm talking about. You know what I mean? Because but I still, and even Sister Soldier, she kept the braids and everything in her hair and stuff. But still, You know what I mean? That it isn't good for us. And like, I don't know who else on here is natural, and I don't know if it's something that's on my mind. You're natural.
I'm natural.
Did you feel a difference when you went back to natural? Because I feel like a difference. Like, I don't know. It's like something I can't even put my finger on. It feels good though. You know what I'm saying? Do y'all feel that?
That's beautiful.
I definitely do. I feel like people, their interactions with you are. I felt a change in that, especially from white folks.
Me too.
Yeah, it was a just different energy. You know what I'm saying? They became more suspect immediately. You know, more cautious. Like, oh, I don't know. This is one of those kind of Negroes.
That's right.
You know what I'm saying?
That's good, though. That's good.
I think I'm being looked at as the slave who ran away.
Yeah, I mean, it's because it's kind of like, you know, I always say this. Chris Rock said, when black women's hair is relaxed, white people are relaxed. And it's like, you know, it's just a way like to feel, because it is showing a level of assimilation, you know what I mean? And it's kind of like comforting to them, because it's like, okay, yeah, you know, she tried to straighten her hair, you know, she's kind of trying to look more so like me, or trying to look like us white folk. So, you know, she's trying to on a level fit in.
Yeah.
You know?
Mm-hmm.
That's right. That's right.
Yeah, like
I used to think that. Oh, go ahead.
Sorry, I interrupted. Go ahead.
No, go ahead. I'm gonna let you go, sis. Go ahead.
Yes. Okay. Yeah. I'm natural. I've been natural for like 5 years, and it is a freaking struggle. But I can never see myself going back to relaxing my hair. Like even though like my hair has been through a lot, and and you know, there's some breakage here and there, but like when I reach up and touch my hair, like I just, like my heart, I don't, I'm gonna sound really dramatic, but my heart I just feel so
Does it
good,
flutter?
you know? Like I love how my hair feels. I have 4C hair. So I love the texture of my hair. It just feels like cotton. It feels like a cloud, you know what I mean? And I know I'm using very like romantic words, but that's just how I feel.
That's what I'm talking about.
So like, I mean, it was only until I went natural that I realized how ridiculous some of the hairstyles I used to wear. You know, the long weaves and stuff like that. And that's not to say anything bad to Black women who choose to wear weave, because I understand that Black women, we have very delicate hair. And so a lot of times we do have to let it rest in order to preserve it. It's not necessarily because we hate ourselves or whatever. I mean, well, it depends. If you're wearing like a long Jessica Albert weave or something like that, then you know, or you know, Jessica Simpson or something like that, then it's like, okay, you don't have to do that. But it's like, if you're, you know, you just want to put like some braids in, if you want to just put like a track in, I can't bring myself to get mad at that woman, especially if she's natural, because sometimes it just, you know, you got to preserve your hair. But I just love like how I just never go back. Like I love my hair.
Let me ask you a question. When you say preserve your hair, because you know I'm a guy, I don't know what you mean. Like I got locks. That picture that I have up is a little old. Like my hair now is like all the way down my back.
Wow.
Now as a dude, you know, as a man, you know, I know because you know back I used to get my hair cut low, and sometimes I rock afros and stuff. But I can be honest now. I have never experienced what it's like to really kind of have to take care of your hair. You know what I'm saying? Like use oils and wrap it up sometimes, because you know having long locks, they kind of do get in the way a lot.
Okay.
But I would never cut my hair. You know what I'm saying? Like I think since coming into the truth and really embracing, you know, my heritage, to me it's a sign of an awakening. You know what I'm saying? Like a spiritual awakening. You know, and I love it when I see other brothers and sisters waking up and starting to rock their natural beauty. You know, to me, there's nothing like that.
Yeah, me too.
There
Yeah,
is
like I.
here.
Mm-hmm.
I find that a lot of guys in certain areas, even though they wear the locks, they aren't necessarily in touch with their blackness, if I could say it that way,
Oh,
because they'll still be the ones who are like the ones who chase after Becky
Mm.
or whatever.
I haven't noticed that. Like where I live, like the only dudes I'm used to like rocking, only one in the past, that was back in the 90s, who was like, he was Rasta though, so that was different.
yeah.
But like most of the dudes I know with locks are like hood dudes,
Yeah.
But I could see like some being spiritual, like Yakub, being a religious man and everything. So I get it, But I just think, I think having a natural hair is good. Like Afri, I don't mind when, like, if somebody wants to put a track or two in here, and I don't consider braids weave. Like I don't consider that, you know what I'm saying?
Yeah,
That's
me
like rocking
either.
a black hairstyle. So that to me is different. But when you put another race's head up in your hair, and you wear it 24/7, 365
Mm,
days a week, that's a problem. Not unless you
yeah,
have like alopecia, like cancer, you don't have any hair, or your hair is real thin, you got bald spots, that's different. But when you have a healthy head of hair and then you cover it up with somebody else's hair all the time, that's a problem.
Yeah,
yeah,
it
Right.
seems lazy to me. It's lazy, like, you know what I'm saying? This is 2017. There's enough knowledge online on how to do your natural hair, you know what I'm saying? There's so much knowledge now. If you to just throw a wig on or just, and just go out and live life like that, it's lazy, and it's showing that you don't care enough about your physical appearance, or you don't think that you're capable of being beautiful without that wig, you know what I'm saying, or without that
yeah.
weave,
It
and it's
takes
just
away the exoticness of
it
But
black.
does. It's cookie cutter.
It is.
Yeah,
And it
but
I
I
was
don't
mean,
think.
like this until the reality shows. Like that's to me, I mean,
Ugh.
I don't think it's too much black women trying to emulate white women to say, per se. I think it's black women trying to emulate these reality show chicks. You know what
Yeah,
I'm saying? With
yeah,
all this
possibly.
weave in their hair and all this makeup on their face and trying
Yeah.
to be something that they're not. Like there was this girl at Stop and Shop. She had weave all the way down to her behind and working at Stop and Shop. I'm like, I'm saying to myself, how you afford to keep weaving your head all the time? Like, and it looked like it was human
Crazy.
hair. I'm just like, you know what I'm
Yeah.
saying? I'm
but,
like, you are
mhm.
not Real Housewives of Atlanta. Stop it. You work at Stop and Shop. Stop.
In a way, it's kind of like it's confusing because as a brother trying, a- awoke, to a certain understanding. It's like, in a way, when I would see that, and I put a Facebook post up about this a while back. It's like, where is my partner? You know what I'm saying? Like, that image of that reality show looking woman with all that makeup and hair and talking like, how those reality, how they
They
talk,
talk
is
like
just,
gay men.
Yeah,
it's disgusting. It's like, man, like, it's like they're a completely different race, or it's like they're a completely different ethnicity. It's like, you don't look like me. That's how I feel. Like,
Yeah.
I feel like sisters should be a reflection of their men. So when I see that, it's like, you don't look like me. So it's
but
like a turn off.
something. I think too. I think we have to be careful with the whole hair thing, especially as relates to Black women, because I
Mhm.
don't want to judge another woman by her hairstyle. You know what I mean? Because everybody gets to different levels of awareness at different times.
Right.
Also, sometimes, like I said, the hair thing, sometimes I think it's not as deep as some people may think it is, especially sometimes with brothers, because sometimes sisters really just like to switch up their style.
Mhm.
Sometimes sisters like to wear different, a variety. They may want to have a certain look or style this day. Like one day they might have a long straight weave if that's what she wants, and then 2 days later she got her hair in an afro picked all the way out. We
that's
do
true.
switch it up. Sometimes it's just on the strength of fashion, and
But I don't think like
like
that's where the argument is. I think the argument is when a woman wears a straight weave every single day. Like I said, 24 hours a day, 365 days a week. She's not switching it up.
but
Like, you
see,
know
I
what I'm saying?
don't.
She never shows her natural hair. You know women
Yeah.
like that. I
Yeah.
know black
Yeah.
women that's like that.
You don't know
Yeah,
what they
but
look
at
like.
the same time, I wouldn't judge that sister. I wouldn't say that sister isn't pro-black, or I wouldn't say that sister is something wrong with her. And the reason why I wouldn't do that is because we have to understand all of the things we know that we've been under and all of the pressures. And so sometimes women work in a certain field in a certain capacity, and there's certain things that there's a certain expectation there, especially for Black women to look a certain way and present themselves a certain way. It's certain other things that go on. And then this is the other thing. For some reason, I think sometimes we feel like Black folks should just instantaneously change, like within the blink of an eye. Think about how long the history has been of encouraging Black women to straighten their hair, be it back from pressing combs to relaxers to the weaves and everything else. That's gone on for a whole history of time. Right. I mean, we look back at our grandmothers; they was in there with that hot comb, pressing their hair out to be straight. So I think it's a process to rediscover and accept and appreciate your Blackness, and it cannot necessarily just happen for some people the same time or same way as somebody else.
Oh no, at least that's not where I'm coming from, where I expect people for them to do it overnight. But I think the conversation needs to be had. You know what I mean? In order to at least slow it down some. Because like when I go out, just about every female I see has a wig or a weave on. And most of the time it doesn't even look nice. It looks hard and stiff.
Yeah.
And I think that being that I was once lost, in the world the same way, I understand that there's a process in waking up. I just believe that the same way that we will make space, we'll make space and create rationale for the ones who are still rocking that, in the world type of look. We have to kind of start promoting the natural sister as well.
Yes.
I have a question. Well, some Conscious in the chat room, she has a question saying, how do we feel about Black men who talk shit about Black women who have natural hair by calling them nappy headed?
I think I call them niggas.
Guys, I kind of just like easily, like, it's just so easy for me to dismiss them.
I hate hate is a strong word, but that really that right there will really get me in a space that's not good. You know what I'm saying? That bothers me a lot.
They lost. Where's Psycho? Psycho and Heru being quiet.
Oh, I'm right here. Okay. Yeah, I spoke on the whole nappy thing. Before with the who was that French was that French Montana?
Oh yeah, French and Young Thug. Remember when he said you look like an African to that girl? Look at your nappy hair.
Yeah, and that whole terminology is mainly used against mainly dark-skinned Black women. Like that's usually one of the first insults you hear. If you ever hear somebody get into it with a dark-skinned girl, a lot of times you hear the nappy thing getting thrown out there, and it's kind of it's deeply indoctrinated in us. Again, it falls. I hate to say it, but once again, it falls all back to this whole white supremacy and how we've been indoctrinated to hate ourselves and call each other certain things and think like. I hate to bring up this, but calling people crispy and everything else. Even though I don't have a problem with Tammy being called crispy because he talks smack about dark skinned girls. So that's him getting a taste of his own medicine. But ultimately, taking him aside, removing him from that situation. But that also stems from all the same thing. And we taught to hate dark skin. We're taught to hate anything that's associated with dark skin. You see people like Charlemagne trying to bleach themselves.
Disgusting.
You see, I don't know you girls know who Sammy Sosa is, but it's disgusting what he done.
Yeah.
That's ridiculous. Yes, like we are trained to hate ourselves and hate our dark skin. We're trained to believe light is right. When I was a kid, I used to hear terminology because I know I hear a lot of stuff about dark-skinned girls, called a lot of stuff as kids and everything else. Dark-skinned dudes caught a lot of hell too, especially the era I came up in. Dark skinned dudes now don't catch it as bad because dark skin is cool now. It wasn't all that cool. It was less cool when I was a kid. Like,
and let me
what you about to say?
No, I was gonna say this, man. As far as with men, I tell you what, man. Because I think me and Afri, is that your name, Afri?
Yeah, you can call me Afri.
Yeah, we pretty much have the same skin tone, I would say. But I would say that growing up, man, if you was a dude, that you would kind of get that stuff teased up out of you. That whole sensitivity over the color of your skin, you would get that teased up out of you because the world is way too rough and crazy for you to be sensitive about the color of your skin. So we would tease the hell. I don't know if it was a guy thing, but by the time you kind of got out of high school, you was over that. You know what I'm saying? Like you were
the
over
skin color thing.
Yeah.
I
feel like
in us, you know what I mean? It's just we don't have the same mentality, men and women.
Right.
So
Yeah.
we're not gonna get over it as easily.
Yeah.
And we're more superficial, you know what I mean? Women really not to say men don't care about their looks, but women, you know what I mean?
Yeah, I agree.
I'd say men we care about our
women
looks.
are judged. Women are. You have to look though in society how men and women are judged.
Yeah, that's
For the
true.
most part, women are judged on appearance. Men are judged on money, and so what they've attained, what they've amassed in that kind of way.
Yeah.
So, but I would also say this with the nappy comments and stuff like the guy made and the question that was asked in the chat. This is like what drives me crazy is that Black women always have to be picked apart. Black women always got to be scrutinized in every little way about everything. You have sisters going natural, and then those sisters are they got nappy hair. Unless you have the so-called good hair, the good natural hair. And then you have, if a sister does decide to wear a weave, maybe she's growing out her hair, she has protective styling, or maybe that's what she feels looks good on her. We still have to make some type of judgment call on the type of person that she is and what's wrong with her. But also we have to look at the pressures. We're under a lot of pressure as a people. And so when you are, up against all of this adversity, some people honestly feel like it's just easier to assimilate. It's just easier to try to go ahead and blend in. And I'm not saying that's right. But we had to also have compassion for each other and understand that we're all under this particular paradigm and everybody's response to it will not be the same. But that doesn't make us any less affected than that person is. Sometimes the way a person is affected is more visible than others. You know what I mean? Like you can see natural sisters. I've seen this so much. And they got a white man. But they got natural hair. And you can see a sister with a weave who's like, hell no, all I want is a brother. I'm just about my brother.
Exactly.
So how can one say one is better than the other? You know what I'm saying? It's different. It's just different levels to it.
Yeah, I know. With me personally, I'm talking about a connection, like attraction. You know what I'm saying? Like I'm talking about who I'm attracted to physically. Like to be honest, I'm not attracted to a sister with weave, and that's just. I think that everybody has that. Is there an echo?
Yeah, there's an echo.
Oh,
yeah, I hear one too.
Yeah, but I think that everybody has their.
I think that's me.
That's okay. Everybody has their idea of or their feeling of who they're attracted to. Whether that be spiritually or physically. That's just. I'm attracted to a sister with her natural hair. That's just how I am. But no, I'm not gonna make a judgment as far as this person's is wicked or nothing like that. It's just that's just not what I'm attracted to.
Just don't prefer that.
Nah.
Yeah, they're right.
The thing with the weave too is all the money that we're giving those Asians.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? It's just like people committing crimes, running in the store and steal bundles of hair and
yeah.
You know what I mean? It's
I actually know a girl who actually did that.
That's crazy.
It's become a pathology. It has.
Same way with like these guys out here stealing Jordans and stuff like that.
Right.
Exactly.
That's crazy. And that's same. I can't rock with them either. You know what I'm saying? Like to me, that's nut behavior. But
so.
Well, if you can get away with it, go for it. I'm not seeing nobody go out and do that, but I'm seeing if they were able to get it. That's what's up. Hey.
You telling sisters to run into the beauty supply?
No. I'm not saying that at all. Don't be putting me out there. They gonna be like, this woman told. No. I'm just saying for those who did do that, if you got away with it, shout out to you. Don't go do it. Don't go do that, please. I'm not saying that.
Not advocating for that.
No, I'm not at all.
So there's a chat room person that's Delphia Gibson is equating wearing weaves with bleaching your skin. So I just put out there, so if I decided to, being that I'm natural, I don't do weave, but I don't hold anything against those. Now, if you're out there spending $400 on hair and you really cannot afford to do that, then yeah, that's a problem. But I don't know if you can afford to or not. But anyway, this person is equating wearing weaves with bleaching your skin, and I don't see it as the same thing. If I was in a wedding or whatever and I just decided to add like fullness to a style that I was thinking about, I don't see anything wrong with that.
I don't think fullness is what people talk. We're not talking about, at least from my standpoint, I'm not talking about putting tracks in your hair, like a couple of tracks. I'm talking about a head full of weave where you don't see none of that woman's hair, or a wig on top of her head all the time. That's what I'm talking about. I think that's where the beef lies. I think if sisters, like, if they saw a majority of sisters just like switching it up, like I said, I'm Gen X. So we wore weaves in the 90s, not a head full of weaves. We wore tracks. And we didn't get seen like how these women, like this conversation wasn't popping like how it is now, because it's becoming a pathology. It's just too many women are doing it. And it's a head full of weave all the time on their hair.
And I'm just for the promotion of natural sisters. That's something that I feel like it doesn't get as much promotion as, when you look at reality TV, and just television in general. It's almost every time you see a sister, it's like, it doesn't look like a, and to me, it just looks like it looks like a different ethnicity of a person. Every time I see that, it's like a confusing look.
The piggyback off what Fran was saying, yeah, I agree. I grew up around the same era. Women back then seemed like they put more effort into trying to make the weave look more real. Like, they like, because I know me, I always was able to spot certain things. I'm big on hair, so I used to always examine things. So I learned to tell the difference. But a lot of my friends never used, because the girls would add the little tracks and everything, like she was saying, and guys wouldn't even know the difference because it was like, and that's because they wasn't like it wasn't European hairstyles or whatever. So
exactly.
And so it was able to so they was able just to add little tracks in here and there, and fool some of the guys. Some of the guys wouldn't even know until later. Like, it'd be funny because some of my friends will be all out and everything, and they'll meet a girl, whatever, run up to her, whatever. Back then you had to get a phone number. You ain't it wasn't, yo, did she follow you on Twitter, or did she did you get a friend request? No, you actually had to get a number back then. But yeah, so they'll come back, like, you get the number and everything, whatever. It's like, yo, do me a favor, did you get a good look at her hair? Was that real? Like, they always ask me, was it real or whatever, like. But they wouldn't be able to tell though.
Yeah.
Now you could definitely tell. They don't need me no more. They can tell.
So what if the female, for the brothers, has her natural hair, but she goes out and flat irons it? Because I have my hair flat iron every now and then, but it's not like, something I just wear just because I want to look white or whatever.
As long as it doesn't, because like a perm, that's usually like, what is it, permanent? Like, that's kind of like, you're really messing up your hair. Now, I thought that a hot comb does that too. Doesn't it kill your hair follicles?
If you go past a certain degree, you can get heat damage and it messes up your curl pattern. But with a flat iron, a lot of them, sometimes you could even see the temperature on certain flat irons. So if you go, what is it, 450 or 455? That's when you end up burning.
So.
Yeah.
The kind of brother I am, man, I want a sister with, I'd take a sister with a big old afro, and all she has to do is put a flower in it. That's the kind of brother I am. You know what I'm saying? I'm all about that big, or just where I can look and be like, wow, you know what I'm saying? You know, that's a sister. That's me right there. You know what I'm saying? So I'm not very fond on the flat iron or whatever like that. But again, that's just a personal preference. And if I looked at it and maybe it looked really good, then hey, I don't know. But I like to believe that I'm just. Go ahead.
Oh, how about you, Psycho?
What was the question again?
What do you think about the females who have their natural hair, but they just go and maybe get it flat ironed or whatever?
Let me Google that.
I don't have a problem with that. Not so much. As long as they're not damaging their hair.
Yeah, there you go. Yeah.
But see, come on. Okay, here's the thing. Psycho is a different brand. He might be a different.
Who, me?
A different brother. Yeah, y'all y'all may be different brothers.
Yeah, I am.
But let's keep it general. Let's keep it 100. In general, a lot of brothers don't give no damn about the health of a woman's hair. You know what I mean? Like, some people use weave as a means to just bash black women. Like, some of these dudes, y'all know who I'm talking about. This segment of these guys on social media, and they'll talk all of that stuff. Oh, yeah, and it messes up the hair, and it damages the hair.
And they don't know anything about it.
Yeah,
okay? You don't give a damn about if she got split ends. You just want to find a way to bash black. You know what I'm saying?
With me, it's like I love them so much that I want them to take that out. So it's like the complete opposite. Like, I love sisters so much that I absolutely hate weave, because I want her to look more like what I know that she can look like. You know what I'm saying? Where she's a reflection of myself. Where I feel comfortable.
Did anybody watch is anybody familiar with Melanin Goddess? I think it's.
I just found that channel. That's one
the
person with like gold makeup on, right? Is that the?
Yeah.
Yeah, I just found that person.
She has a video on segment. It's a video titled "Exotic Black Girl" or something like that, where she talks about how. I think this is where Jacob is trying to get at. How Black women, when we put on certain things, that it takes away from our beauty.
It does.
Like straightening your hair or switch up the styles is one thing, but doing the whole Lil' Kim thing with the with the blonde weaves and stuff like that. I feel like, and I think that's true. Like, I think certain things that we do takes away from our unique beauty.
Yeah.
And we don't even realize it. At least that's the conclusion that I've come up with, because I've never felt like, when I went natural, like, I felt like, yo, what the hell was I doing?
Exactly.
And see, that's what I want. Yeah, I want that promoted, hard. I think that's not promoted enough. And maybe if sisters don't want to hear it from our mouth, if there was just more sisters like you pushing that message that, I think that every nation, their women are the most beautiful when they're 100% themselves. You know what I'm saying?
Right.
Like, when they embrace their uniqueness.
But we're sitting up here trying to strive for average.
Yeah.
We're trying to be average, when it's like we're not average. We're not average.
There you go. That's right.
Looking women, we're exceptional.
Because as a man, we're not average, dude.
Yeah, none of us.
Exactly. And people know, okay, women love Black men. I'm just being honest. Women love, especially I live in Atlanta, and they can see how beautiful or handsome Black men are, and so I feel like once we as Black women accept more, then we just gonna stunt on everybody.
Yeah. But isn't there a big movement of being women on YouTube being natural?
Yeah,
that's what exactly. And that's what I was gonna say. I always say that about these guys who talk all of this stuff about Black women and weave and stuff. Why then are they not promoting? The natural hair movement is big. It's so big where you had all the major hair product companies. They had to scramble to get out natural hair
L'Oreal.
products.
Wow.
Yeah, they had to start
Dark and
putting that out.
Lovely.
Yeah, because they're not selling when it comes to the relaxers and stuff
Good.
like that. And they saw that sisters was with the coconut oil and different things making our own products at home and everything else. These companies ran to try to get some natural hair products for Black women out there. So it is major. You know?
They even bought out other, Black owned
Yep, Carol's
companies.
daughter.
Yep.
I am seeing less and less weaves as I go out and everything. Like I am noticing the natural hair look is coming back. So to the women's credit. But I know the answer for day. Me personally, I would not want to see you sisters hair damaged in no type of way. You know, that's just me.
Right,
I would.
Your hair been fried up though. I think anybody can tell when somebody's hair is fried and unhealthy looking.
Oh, what do y'all brothers think
and
about?
Plus, isn't it true that if you wear wigs too much, it can cause some type of cancer or something like that or whatever? I've heard that. I don't know how true it is. I'm
front
asking.
lace wig. I think that's like a front lace.
I don't think that's true. What they're saying is something in the glue that they attach the lace with.
I think it's something that's called something cancerous within it, which is, I'm sure if you put glue on your head enough times, it probably will cause some type of cancer. Because we know glue is not something that should be on your face.
I know Shorty Wimp just said it causes alopecia. That's true. It causes traction alopecia, where it pulls the hair out, and a lot of times that hair doesn't grow back. But you could get that not only from the glue, you can get that from sewing in tracks too. Or even if the braids are too tight. And if you wear them
that too. Yep.
So it's just, and
I just want y'all sisters to take care of yourselves ultimately. You know what I mean?
Yeah. It's now, don't get me wrong, don't get it twisted. Natural hair is hard work.
Oh yeah.
It is.
It can be a little,
It is so
but it's worth it though.
It is, but it's so, because you got to prep the night before, and a lot of times Black people don't dry all the way, it dries slow. I know my hair dries slow. Like I can my hair the night before, twist it so I could do a twist out tomorrow. And then when I wake up in the morning, parts of my hair is still wet or damp, and it's just like, oh God. So it is a lot of work.
Don't ask me out, because if you don't tell me like 3 days in advance, and my hair is not like the way I want it to be to go out, you won't see me outside.
I believe there was another time where we would really take care of each other. You know what I'm saying? And I think in these days and times where we're so disjointed, it is tough. You know what I'm saying? But I think that it's worth it.
Sorry.
Somebody was going to ask a question a moment ago. But
I think that was me. The question was posed, what do you think about the guys that wear the false beards, which
weirdos?
False
weirdos.
beard?
I think they're weirdos.
I'll support no false beard.
I think there's some guys who are guilty
Every
of
last
that.
one of them should be exposed. That's what I think.
What about the sprays?
Homosexual.
The sprays that guys be spraying their bald spots and stuff. I think guys go some guys go a little too extra on that.
Embrace your baldness. Embrace your baldness. They should be exposed too.
Exactly. That's so weird, man.
LeBron need to chill. He need to just give it up.
And then their defense is like, oh, well, Black women do it too. So wait a minute. You're trying to be like a woman?
Yeah.
And now you're trying to be like a woman. Okay.
That group of guys, most likely, some of them are probably homo. The rest of them are just, trying to fit in with the women, I guess.
Yeah, like that should never be a man. I just don't like that. That should never really be a man's excuse on something. Well, what Black women do it.
Hey,
but you're not a Black woman though. And we know that women are judged primarily on appearance. Men are judged by appearance, but not in the same way.
Yeah, not in the same.
So then you can't hold those things to be equivalent. You can't equate them the same. Because you could be a man who got money, he may be older or whatever, but he could have a beautiful woman. You know what I'm saying? And nobody will necessarily question that or say anything about it. For a woman, if you're trying to get, men's attention and everything like that, or just in general, the expectation is for you to look good.
Maybe they're trying to get men's attention.
So, okay, if women
true.
And what Miss Legit mentioned earlier, a lot of times Black women will wear weave because they want to switch up their look. And I mean by adding color or something that they don't want to necessarily
You don't want to
put on their
hair.
Yeah. Right. So do y'all have a problem with the sisters wearing like color in their hair, or you want her to just be totally, if she has dark brown hair or whatever, that's what you want her to wear?
For me, I don't care. Well, as far as the weave goes, no. But if you relax your hair or whatever, I really don't care too much about it. But the weave thing, no.
If we're not going to a costume ball or some type of like carnival, you know what I'm saying? I don't understand what she would be trying to, tie ribbons in it? What is she trying to do?
Huh?
Just add some color. You know how, I don't know what, it's just an expression.
It's just a
I
different
guess.
look. Yeah.
Give me
and
the
Black
color,
women like
blue?
to be, but let's think about it.
But you know what,
women
like highlights.
Ladies, let me say this. Y'all ever been with a man and he doesn't want you to wear any makeup whatsoever?
Right.
Yeah.
He wasn't like really like forceful about it, but he would just be like, well, I don't think you need to wear makeup. So if he said that, then I was like, okay, I'm not putting no makeup, you know. But other than that, I don't see a problem with. Now I see all these videos where these people on here contouring and they look like a totally different person. I'm like, okay, but if you wear a little bit of makeup to accentuate your features, I don't see anything wrong with that.
Yeah, I just don't want to kiss you and like get stuff all over my face.
But the other thing is, I mean, sometimes some can be said because some sisters and some women say that it boosts their self-esteem. Like they like to wear makeup or they like to switch up certain things because that gives them self-esteem or it makes them feel good or confident as a woman. And what's wrong with women who are saying that gives them confidence? I would like what I want to say about that. And then I wanted to say this real quick. The person, somebody in the chat said this earlier. I don't know who it was that you mentioned. It says that bleaching skin is the same thing as wearing a weave.
That was Delphia Gibson.
I totally disagree because bleaching your skin is trying to basically make a permanent biological change, whereas a weave or hair is something you can take off at any time. You can wash your hair and stitch it up. You can do this, you can do that. Hair is kind of like for a lot of women, let's be clear, it's temporary. Black women, even when Black women were going to the salon more often to get our hair done, we love to change up a style. So we want this style this time, and then we want something different over here. Right. To me, it's not the same as bleaching your skin.
Yeah, I don't think it is either. I don't think
that's a little bit more permanent.
Yeah.
Hey, what was that first question you asked? I forgot it. I wanted to
what
answer
if the woman says it's for her? It improves or boosts her self-esteem and her feeling more confident.
I think that for a woman, I think that it's my job to boost your self-esteem, meaning that if I'm your man, I'm supposed to be boosting your self-esteem the same way that your woman should boost your self-esteem. I think it's something that, when you get together in a union, you guys build each other up. I don't think that's something that makeup, and all these different types of, exterior things should be doing for you. I think that's something that your partner should be doing for you. Not saying that you can't wear makeup, but I'm just saying as far as what really matters, that real self-esteem, I think that should come from the man or the woman that you're with.
I think the
what
weave
if you don't
phenomenon,
have a man, though?
I think the weave phenomenon absolutely has to do everything with building up a woman's self-esteem, and not so much about getting a man, because because again, I think most men have made their voices heard that they prefer natural look, and women still more you probably. I don't know about now, but I know we all know over the time when you see more weave than anything. And so obviously they was doing it because, it made them feel better, so I think that's absolutely what wearing the weave is all about. It's about making the woman feel better, not necessarily getting a man.
But do you really believe that a lot of brothers really feel like that they like natural hair more? I mean, they like.
I would say at least 85%. I would say at least 85%.
I disagree. And I'm gonna tell you why. And I know as y'all are speaking as men, but the reason why I disagree is, just as much as a lot of sisters are kind of conditioned by white supremacy that to have this certain type of hair looks better, a lot of brothers are conditioned by white supremacy that this type of hair looks better. Right. So there's everything is basically like there's a balance on both sides, because there are brothers who they don't want a damn thing to do with a woman wearing a little TWA or having her little hair they feel is nappy or whatever, and they like for instance, I told people this before, but one of my friends did an experiment. She's a hairdresser, and she had two sisters who went out. They did an experiment. 1 week she did their hair in a long straight weave and everything. They had a sew-in weave. About 2 weeks later, she did their hair. She took it out and did their hair natural. Now they went to the same club. They went to the same, had about the same type of outfit on, etc., etc. Of course, they look the same otherwise. Which time do you think, and people always say, well, it's a club, but which time do you think that they got more attention from men? Or what period of time? They got more attention from men when they had the weave in their hair. And then people will say, oh, well, they were at a club, and so what do you expect? But see, that's the thing. Still, when you have men and women interacting to each other, men are still going to approach what they're attracted to, whether you in a club or not. So the men who are at these events or who are out and, having a good time, they're more attracted to women who have weave in their hair versus women who have natural hair. And then this is one more thing she had happened, actually quite a few times. If a lot of people know, the sisters know what I'm talking about as far as the big chop. And that's basically like getting rid of any relaxer you had in your hair, whatever. You basically starting fresh from your new growth. Now, she did some of these styles on different sisters. She said she had several, but at least it was one specific she was telling me about, who literally came back to her like later that week and was like, I got to get this weave in my hair. She said her man went ballistic. He was pissed off. How the hell you go and cut your hair? How the hell you ain't have? Because she would get hair and weave in her hair and all that kind of stuff. And he was mad. And he said, you better go back to that shop and get your hair right.
That's crazy. First,
I don't think that's the majority of men that feel that way, though. I'm not saying that it isn't dudes out there that's probably on it like that. But most men that are on it like that are probably swirlers, and they probably gonna end up going to find themselves a woman who has natural stringy hair. That's probably ultimately what they're going to end up with, because if they're that hung up on a black woman wearing straight long hair, they're going to eventually end up with a non-black woman. If they that hung up on that, And
I think if those sisters went to a Black Power event, I think would have got a lot of attention. You know what I mean? Like it would have been reversed. It depends on what atmosphere you go in. But I think
also too, because I wanted to speak on that as well. Okay, living through life, we weren't always knowledgeable. Some of us was in the world, before. I can tell you that mentally, and just through your senses, it's a different vibe. Like, okay, if we're at a club and you see a sister, with natural hair, and she's giving off sister vibes, and then you see another, a black girl who is got the weave popping and all that, and this, if you're in a club, most guys go to clubs for specific reasons, you know what I'm saying? And it's just like a woman who shows her body off, and there's certain things that you pick up on if you're a guy. And from experience, I can tell you that more times than likely, the one who was, the weave in the hair and had that certain look, there were certain outcomes when dealing with her versus the sister, you know what I'm saying, with the locks or the, you know, the natural hair in. It's just a different type of vibe that it gives off. You know what I'm saying? So that could have been one. That could have been one thing, and that's just being honest from a man's perspective. It's a different type of vibe when you see a sister with the natural hair and all this versus somebody with the weave in, and they have that look that most sisters have when they're in the club. Just seeing like me, it's rarely that you even see a sister in the club with natural hair anyway. I can tell you, that's something that I hardly ever.
But wouldn't
see
that make her that much more desirable?
Not if you're going in the club for a specific reason.
But see, that's what I'm saying. The brothers who are stepping to her still are finding. A man still has to find a woman attractive to approach her, whether or not he thinks she's a slut or not. And the type of women, I mean, you can have a big woman who somebody think will sleep with anybody. A dude may not be attracted to her, so even though she'll screw anybody, he still necessarily won't step to her. You might have some small majority of guys who may, but for the most part, men are still going to take the time out to approach a woman. Hey, can I buy you a drink? This, that, and the other. Women that they find attractive. So Correct. It was still, what I'm saying though, is still that the men who were in the club, and we cannot assume that all men who went out to have a good time are no good dudes, or dudes who are not looking to have a solid relationship in their life or something. We can't assume that because a person just goes out to have a good time.
Right.
So
at the club?
Because of that, yes, at the club. So because of that, even still that those guys are at the club, they're still approaching the women they find most desirable. And those women were not weave were, and then it's another thing. They were still dressed the same way and everything else. The only difference was the hair. So their face was the same, everything.
I think that's
you think that those men, like, all right, so if they see a woman, I wonder what a man thinks when he sees a woman like rocking natural hair, besides him thinking, oh, you know, if he's in a natural hair, oh, she's beautiful or whatever, you know, if her face is appealing and all that type of stuff. Do you think that they might think a woman with her natural hair is more about her business?
I would say more tough.
More, you know, more intelligent, more like, you know, she ain't going to accept certain shit. She's not going to be quick to sleep with. You know what I mean? Do you think that?
Probably.
But
from a man.
I want to ask Sophia's question before she has a heart attack in chat room.
Okay.
But see, that's the thing. The thing is, now, men tell me this, and ladies, y'all know this too. If men find women attractive, they're going to holler. No matter if you at a club, if you at whatever. So even though it's, come on, now look, you can't label every man in a club as just being whatever.
The men done gave us the answers.
Yakub, have you taken on this stance since you've become, or since you were awakened, or?
I'm gonna tell you like this. Look,
what were you before?
Check this out. There's 3 men in here that can for sure answer your questions. I'm gonna give you my perspective. Now, what was I before? I was in the world, man. You know, I was doing worldly things. You know, I wasn't as bad as some people, but you know, I was in the
only
world.
After you became conscious or awakened is when you took on a stance about the natural hair thing. I'm just asking.
Well, I won't say that. I always thought sisters with their natural hair was unique and astonishing, you know. But when I got in the truth, it magnified it, you know, to a level that is just above measure. And I thought that you asked a question earlier about what was it? What do we think when we see a woman with natural hair? Something like that. I think somebody asked that. Not, you know, there's a lot of other variables. There's a lot of other variables, but I tell you one variable. I think that's somebody that I would choose to marry. You know what I'm saying? Because I look at it like this. When I look at a woman, I think about my daughter. That's immediate. That's one of the first thoughts that comes to my mind is my daughter. Would I want my daughter to grow up being just like her? And if the answer to that question
is no, but you know what? I'm just going to interject with this, and I don't mean any harm for the people out there who are listening, but with certain people, like say a Tyrese, right? He has the songs, or these individuals who have these songs talking about what kind of girl they want. You know what I mean? But then in real life, and I know there are people who could argue, oh, it's just a song. But I'm thinking like, okay, if you're creative enough to write these lyrics, you're talking one way, but then in real life, you're living a totally different one.
Yeah, and I gave an answer to that.
You're going to have that, especially in the industry, because, you know, their job is to tell you what you want to hear.
Exactly.
You know, not actually how things are. But I'll say this: I've always preferred natural hair. Again, like I always always played around in girls' hair. that was just a thing of mine. I was the annoying boy that would go running around playing in your hair, and you ain't want nobody touching your hair. That was me.
Yeah.
You know, I was always hung up on hair as far as that third. Now I wasn't hung up to the point where I was turned off if a girl had a weave. I actually didn't even look into the psychological aspects of it until the 90s. The 90s, that's when the weave craze went out of control. To me, that's that's as far as the way I viewed it. I thought it was under control in the 90s. Somewhere in the 90s, it went haywire, and it just started seeing wild ass weaves all over the place, and like the ridiculous stuff that they use. You know, the typical stereotypical, bullshit that you see, like towers of weave all up, like ridiculous shit.
Like
you know what I'm saying? Like, exactly. Like
shows are different because they just showing off
that craze happened. Yeah, but when that craze happened, I completely got turned off the weave that around then. Like that's when I was like, okay, this is enough of this. I never made it a huge issue, whatever. But I much rather prefer natural hair. And to piggyback off what Yakub just said, he's absolutely right. The whole club thing and everything else, dudes are looking for a good time when they're at a club. They're not really looking for wife material. And that's probably why they're not approaching the natural hair woman, because most of the time your first initial reaction, I'm just saying, like your first initial reaction before you even speak to this person, when you first hear this person, you see a chick with a weave and a chick that got natural hair, and you're looking for like wifey material, you're going to probably approach the natural hair woman before the weave woman. The weave woman could be much more educated. The weave woman could be much more educated and everything, and in a much better spot. But just off initial visuals, yes, most men will probably drift over to the natural hair.
Because I'm gonna tell you this.
Psycho, can you send Back to Love a link, please?
Let me chime in.
Yeah.
I'm not doing good as being moderator. I ain't following the chat that well.
Yo, when we're in the club, when a brother's in the club, I can tell you there can be drop dead gorgeous sisters in there. You know, there's a certain psyche that takes over. Like, look, I don't want to make this too much work. You know what I'm saying? Like, so you may not go for the finest one. You may go for one where you feel like I can make this happen tonight. You know what I'm saying? Because when most brothers, when they're in the club, it's like hunting season. You're not going to go for the most athletic, freaking super built up, deer, because that deer might escape. You might try to aim for the slow one. It's like a lion. You know what I'm saying? You peep which one that you think that you may be able to accomplish for that night. You know what I'm saying? And that's just from that particular perspective. Most brothers in the club, you're not hunting for a wife, because I wouldn't even pick a sister out of the club to be my wife at all, because my wife ain't going to the club. You know what I'm saying? So that's not, I don't look for that.
But see, this is an issue with it too. I think it may be a disconnect in age-wise as well, because I'm not necessarily sure what age group you're in. But if we talk about people maybe in early 30s to like 25 to 35, and you may be that particular age group in there.
Yeah.
Okay, so in that particular age group in there, now to me, I think it's been a time where we've been more socialized, where weave and things like that are acceptable and that it's attractive or what have you. And so I think for a lot of men, now I understand what y'all saying, and I want to say I appreciate y'all words and what you're saying. I just would say from my perspective as a woman, what I've experienced, what I've seen when it comes to men, what men actually do. And in terms of men, it's like if a man think you look good, they're going to holler. It doesn't matter if you have a natural hair or straight hair. It doesn't matter if you're in the club or not in the club. And so what I'm saying is, even still, if everything else about these women were different but their natural hair, to me, the men would still holler at them. It doesn't add up to me. And then the thing is, and the thing is, like another example, like when you see, and I know this is online or whatever, but social media has become a reality for the society. It just has. So you will see a lot of guys who say a lot of things about the natural hair and coming at Black women about weave. But when you have these women who put up posts, and maybe they're not all the way undressed or whatever, but they may have on something that's kind of tight fitting or something that's whatever, and these brothers will go nuts on there. I see some of the same brothers commenting, liking, and loving those pictures. Will you marry me? Damn, you bad. You got a man? Can I call you sometime? This, that, and the other. Then you see a picture with a sister who maybe she's more covered up, she's more modest. She may have natural hair, but she's more modest and things. They never get that same type of attention. So my thing is this. If you think 85% of Black men, which is a huge number, but 85% of Black men want natural hair women, why don't we see that reflected more in the society, especially with how big natural hair is right now? Why don't we see that reflected more in the society? Why don't we see it reflected more online? Why don't we see it reflected more, even, yes, in the club?
I'll tell you because, again, I think that it shows you the mental state and the spiritual state that a lot of people are at. It's just like I love history, and I think that history is beautiful. Same thing with math and computer science, programming. But other people hate it. They can't stand it. They don't want anything to do with math and reading. I see the beauty in it because I understand it. You know what I'm saying? And I desire it because I know the gifts that you get from learning and acquiring knowledge. The next man next to me, he doesn't want it. It's too difficult. He doesn't understand it. He doesn't like it. So again, it's showing you the duality. Some people they're just not there yet, or they'll never be there. And again, it's a balance. Like for the sisters who wear weave all the time, there has to be the guys that like that. You know what I'm saying? It's the balance. And for the sisters who rock natural hair, there'll be the guys here that love that. So hopefully there's enough of each other so that people can get married.
Wait a minute, somebody said this in the chat, and I think it's hilarious. And it's truth to this. They said, how are light-skinned, long-hair, obsessed men gonna complain about bleaching cream and weed? Let's keep it funky, y'all.
Those men aren't in the panel, so we can't answer for that.
I don't think they was meaning y'all. I don't think they meant y'all. No. I certainly didn't mean y'all. So let me not speak for them. I think they were just saying, some time in general, not all Black men, but I think they're speaking to a segment. That's what I would say about that. But
they said
a lot of our brothers are obsessed with long hair. Brothers like long hair. Brothers like a certain type of hair. See, that's another thing. I know y'all said 85%, but something you will commonly hear among Black men when it comes to interracial relationship is the hair of those women. They love the long. She got long hair. She can go get in the shower and get her hair wet. She can get in the pool and get her hair wet and do this and that. Brothers are feeling that, y'all.
Yeah,
come on now.
It's the same thing for the women who like, the sisters who like white guys. I guess they just like that. You know what I'm saying? Like those people exist in this world. We can't do anything about that, man. You can give as much knowledge as you can. There will be Black guys who like white women or whatever, Mexican women, and there will be Black women who like white guys for whatever strange reason they like them. That's the world we live in,
Sophia wants to know.
I mean, yeah, we know that. I'm just saying though, to stay it's 80. Yeah. Okay. Well, we can drop it, but I just kind of push back on that from my own experiences.
I know, Sophia. I'm coming. I'm getting it in. All right. Sophia asked this question a long time ago. She said, "If Black women, I guess she worded it was funny, but I think she's trying to say if Black women are trying to imitate white women, what's the problem with a Black man? Like, why do we raise hell about Black men?" Oh, I'm sorry. Sophia asked, the question was worded kind of funny, but what I think she was trying to say, if there's some black women that try to imitate white women, I guess with the bleaching and the weave, why do we raise hell about Black men that want to get with white women? And like, what's the problem? I think that's what she's saying. Tasha, did you get from that question too that she had asked?
So what?
Can anybody hear me?
Yeah, I heard. I heard.
Oh, okay.
I wasn't sure who she was asking. But she asking the females, the men.
No, she's asking everybody.
Females.
Oh.
She's asking
everybody.
I can't.
Well, I mean, that's an interesting way of looking at things. I mean, I guess you could use the argument that you're kind of conditioning men to want Europeans or whatever. I wouldn't say that, but I mean, it's an interesting thought. I've never viewed it that way. You know, I again, I don't want to say that because then that'll be me kind of pushing it. I don't want to say that because then that's taking this conversation to a whole nother level. But
no, I'd say that just because you say it, I mean, just something.
Wait, your thing is breaking up. What happened?
Yeah, I would say just because something that exists doesn't mean you have to agree with it. You know what I'm saying? So yeah, I would agree that there is a conditioning. You know, like I've seen posts where people are like, oh, you know, I want a real man and a real this and that. And then you look at the person, they have fake nails, fake eyebrows, fake hair, fake, you know, everything's fake about them, but they're talking about how they're so real that they want to, you know, want to real this or real that. It's like, you got to be honest with yourself.
Come on.
Man. They might be talking about real on the streets or something.
Yes,
Come on.
Wait a minute, y'all.
They're talking about real on the streets.
Her question is, if we have some Black women in the Black community that appear like they're imitating white women by bleaching their skin and wearing straight hair weaves, why do we raise hell about interracial relationships? Sophia, if I got that wrong, tell me, because I think that's what she's trying to say.
Okay, I get.
But it's a woman-based. Okay, go ahead. I'll answer whenever.
Okay, I get what she's saying. It's almost like this. Why would you want a carbon copy when you can have the original?
Exactly.
So if someone is bleaching their skin and doing everything,
I see what the argument is,
to look like a white person, well, why don't you just go all the way and just get the white person? So I certainly reckon. I mean, I can't speak to it. I think we're so quick to throw people out with the bathwater. If you really sit down and think about it, instead of castigating these people, why are they doing this? A lot of times things that happen to you in your youth, a lot of things that happen to you in your youth can impact you into your adult life. I knew of a young lady who didn't, she said she didn't find Black men attractive, right? She didn't want to date Black men, and she said she really didn't have a reason. Well, they kept pressing her on the issue. Well, there's got to be a reason. They kept asking her. And finally she said when she was growing up, she had a stepfather who abused her and her mother. That's why she found, when she saw a Black man, she saw him. You see what I'm saying? So it's a lot of times things that can happen to you in your youth. My cousin growing up, his nickname was Black Steve because he's very dark skinned. They used to call him Blue because he was quote unquote blue black. These things can impact you in your youth and can go into your adult life. So I mean, too often what we want to do is, like, if y'all prefer women with natural hair, that's fine. You don't have to castigate another woman to uplift another one. You know what I'm saying? Right. Like me, I like women with short hair. Does that mean I wouldn't date a woman with long hair? Absolutely not. And also what we tend to do is, if I don't like something, I don't like it. I don't have to disrespect. I went to a music festival a couple weeks ago, and there was a young lady, her hair was natural, but it was green. And she had a green mohawk. Not particularly my brand of cognac. Am I going to disrespect that sister because she had a green mohawk? Absolutely not. Would I date her? Probably not. With hair, a Black woman's hair is her crown. I dated a woman who did hair, so it was like being with a different woman every week, because her hair could be short one week, long the next. It could be to me, it's a beautiful thing. Now, we all have boundaries, but I think are you really consistent with them? I'll give you an example. I knew a dude who said, I won't date a woman with kids. I asked him, would you date Beyonce? Yeah. Wait a minute.
That's
you
crazy.
Just said you wouldn't date a woman with kids. So as the facts change, people's opinions change. So you can sit there and say all this. Look, if you, Jacob, like a woman with natural hair, that's fine. You don't have to denigrate and disrespect the sister because she does it. Because you're just saying, you're putting assumptions on this woman. Oh, she doesn't this. Because I know this argument comes up a lot with Cynthia G. I would rather have a woman with Cynthia G's mindset than a woman like Kristen Cares any day of the week. And Sunday.
Right.
You know, Betty Shabazz didn't have a natural.
Right.
And her husband was Malcolm X. So you can't sit there and just say because someone looks a certain way. Because by the same token, we as black men can't complain when someone say, hey, you look like a thug. We can't complain if we're saying it's based on appearances. You see what I'm saying? That's the wrong tack to take. What you have to do is, if you want a woman to embrace her neck, because I don't think people understand the process that goes into natural hair. My mom doesn't have natural hair. I'm going to say, Mama, I can't talk to you no more because you got a perm in your head. No, you know what I'm saying? We're not all the same. I saw one woman in the chat room talking about, well, you know, when a man gets his hair cut, it's almost like the same thing. We're not embracing our natural hair. I get the point she was trying to make with that. I don't totally agree. A haircut is a haircut, but my experience as a black man with my hair, I've never had anything except for a bald fade. I've never had a box, never had a curl. I'm from Cali. I ain't never had a jerry curl. I ain't never had no perm in my head. And that's never been my particular thing. It's straight berries and juices with me in my head. But you know what I'm saying? I love black women, and not based on just how I want them to be. I love black women in their totality. So if I meet one woman that has long hair, I'm not gonna say, oh well, you're fake or you're self-hating or if you're wearing some nails. Look, I love you. What I want, as Erykah Badu said, I'd rather you have a processed head than a processed mind.
Yeah.
Praise him, Lord.
we all have preferences as men and women. We all do. Yeah, I know some women like tall guys. Some people like, that's fine. I have no issue with that. But let's look around Hollywood. Ice Cube is way older than me. I ain't seen a gray hair in Ice Cube's head. Why is that? Because he dyes his hair.
Right.
You see him? Steve Harvey used to wear a horrible toupee on his head. You see, so people do a wide array of things. It's constantly put on the back of black women. Can they just be free? Can they live? You know what I'm saying? We're not robots. We're not all the same. If a woman wears weave in her hair, there could be a wide array of reasons. And I understand, look, I've seen women that have had something that maybe I would look at and say, well, I wouldn't do that, but I can't tell her she's wrong. You know what I'm saying? If somebody offered me some food and I don't like it, I'm just not going to eat it. So she may not be my particular kind of girl, and I can walk away from that. Go ahead.
Brother, first of all, let me tell you, thank you so very much, brother. That's exactly what I was trying to say. And that's the whole thing is, if you love black women, then you love black women. Why is it that the black woman more than anybody has to have all these stipulations placed on her? Well, she can't have weave. She can't have her hair dyed. She got to have natural hair. She can't wear no makeup. She has to be smart and intelligent. She got to have a college degree. She got to have no children. She's got to never supposedly, quote unquote, talk back to a man. You better not be a feminist or hold any feminist ideals or be outspoken, because you will be called a feminist. She better be in this certain shape and size. She better dress this certain way. Don't wear nothing that has too much cleavage. Don't wear anything that's too snug on your body. It's all of these stipulations that have to be placed upon black women, and not you brothers, I'm saying, but in order for us to be worthy of love from some of these guys out here. And it's really the same. It's really the same concept as when people say things like, well, until the black community start respecting ourselves, nobody's going to respect us. Like, as if we have to have all of these stipulations within us before we should be able to give respect or justice from the larger society. Right. And that same thing is being done to black women.
Yeah, and I understand.
I kind of agree, but I kind of disagree. I'm just like with the weave thing. I'm just sick of it. I just am.
Well, like, you know, friend, I understand that, friend, but like I said, if like, you don't want to wear weave, that's your choice, right?
Wasn't that
everyone does things that? But you got to think about it like this here. I ask people this question: when you're involved with somebody, what would you rather them be? Would you rather them be who they are or who you want them to be?
I don't think weave should be the deal breaker,
right?
If you're looking for a relationship at all.
I agree.
I know a guy who married a woman. She was a beautiful woman with a banging body. That's why he married her, right? That was the one thing he focused in on. So when he was complaining to me, man, she don't cook and she don't clean house, I'm like, whoa, 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 whoa. You got what you asked for. You wanted a fine woman with a banging body, and that's what you got. See, in the world we live in, you can't be a flip phone in a smartphone world. You see what I'm saying? You got to be multifaceted. A pretty face is cool if you're a model, but like, we need to eat. You know what I'm saying? You sitting around looking pretty ain't helping us. So you can't complain when you go after this particular woman. I like natural hair just like the next man. I'm not going to critique or criticize the next woman if she doesn't have that. You know, we're not a monolithic group, and I think we're trying to put traits on people that aren't there. Oh, well, I think too often we're like dictionary people. We're looking for meaning in everything. Oh, she agrees, so that means she must hate herself, or she wants to be a Negro peon, or it must be this, or it must be no. That's your own bias he's showing. You saw if you like natural hair, that's your thing. I don't smoke, right? I wouldn't date a woman who smokes. I don't like cigarette smoke, right? That's my thing. Are they a bad person? No. But that's because we all have standards, requirements, preferences, and deal breakers. A deal breaker for me is if you smoke. A deal breaker for me is if you're not a black woman. I ain't gonna date you. Just go somewhere with that, right? So it's fine if you as an individual like natural hair, but don't put your bias on the next person. Oh, well, she's this or she's this or he's this, because women can do the same thing. You know, whether it's a person's height or his teeth or whatever. We all have those things within us. If you want to embrace, this is what I suggest you do, Jacob. If you're really about natural hair, I want you to go on Amazon. There's a book by a gentleman named Chris Miller. He made a book for little girls. It's called Naturally Cute. It has different pictures of women with natural hair. I want you to go out and I want you to buy 10 copies of that book, and I want you to go find 10 little girls, and I want you to give those books to them to help them embrace their natural beauty. If you want to make a change to be the change you're advocating for, instead of talking about, oh, well, I like this, well, you get on the ground and you show these young girls why you like natural hair, and you get them in a book, and you start to breed that change.
Hey,
and that'll help everybody out.
You're doing a lot of assumptions, but you don't really know who I am as of yet.
I don't really care. I'm telling you what I feel.
You're making assumptions and telling me to get a book and do all this. You know, I don't know if I'm pretty sure you're not familiar with me enough to understand what I've been doing in communities and been doing with little girls and older women and middle-aged women. This is what I've been doing. But at the same time, okay, I guess we can all do more. But at the same time, my whole point was it's based off of what you want, what you like. It's all what, you know, as a man, you have a choice of whatever type of woman that you like. That's my point. I expressed what I like the same way.
That's fine. See, me, I'm from the Church of Marshawn Lynch, and our mission statement is we about that action.
Okay,
Talking
that's
don't
great.
get nothing done with me. So if you're sitting there saying you want this, 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 and this, you go out there and you make that happen. I mean, you can sit there and talk about I prefer, and I want to see a woman wearing this. That's you. My concern is black people, not black individuals. But I'm just telling you, I heard you speak. Let me say my piece. You see what I'm saying? It's easy to down talk everyone else and say this, that, and the third. And I like to see I like what I want. What the world don't revolve around. I'm talking about black people, not black individuals.
Okay.
You see what I'm saying? I respect what you're saying, and that's your thing. But I'm listening to it because too often we say our perspective without listening. I'm reading what the women are saying in the comment section and how this is affecting them. You see what I'm saying? You're giving your perspective from your worldview, and that's fine. But these women are saying that from their perspective, how they feel, what they go through. It's easy to say, you should wear natural.
I don't control the black woman. She can wear whatever kind of hairstyle she wants to wear. I don't have control over that. I'm talking about the kind of woman that I want in my life. That's what I'm
that woman. Then go be with that woman.
I am. But we were having a general discussion, and that I was
answering
questions. Bashing. None of the guys were bashing on him.
No, I'm not understanding. I'm not saying he's bashing.
Oh, okay.
What I'm saying is,
you don't have to agree with my perspective, bro.
Oh, I don't.
Okay, that's great. You know, as long as we understand that we both get to pick and choose where our penis goes. That's the end of the story, bro. You know
I'm not even talking about on that particular level. I'm not even going to that level. I'm talking about the collective of black people. You can put your penis wherever the hell you want to.
Exactly.
I'm talking about the collective. And what I am saying is, if you prefer a woman with natural hair, that is your decision. However, what words have power. So if you prefer natural, that's fine. But if we have other women who are on this hangout, we have other women who are in this chat room. You see what I'm saying? And people are saying they are getting the feeling that, okay, well, if I'm not wearing natural, I am self-hating, I'm a Nicopean, I'm this, I'm that. That's not that you get more. You're not going to get anywhere with that. You know what I'm saying? If you tear people down, you got to build them back up. If you see a woman with natural hair, then go ahead and try and address them and say your hair looks beautiful. You see what I'm saying?
I do. Yeah, that's what I did that with Afri, and I talked about how beautiful all the women with natural hair is. You know, if you're all about sisters don't look, bro, it sounds like you're all about, you know, brothers and sisters just doing whatever they want and everybody just love each other. And if that's your perspective, fine. Every man has their own perspective and their own walk, bro. My perspective and my walk and my understanding is completely different. You know, in the real world, I teach. You know, I feed brothers and sisters who don't have food. I've paid for brothers and sisters rent, put brothers and sisters in homes. You know what I'm saying? Build, you know, fix brothers and sisters computers, all types of real world work that I've done. You know, teaching brothers and sisters their heritage, all types of beautiful work. So what I'm saying, I'm not just, you know, all black brother people come together and love each other. No, it's a lot more work than that. Than just everybody come together. You can believe whatever you want to believe. No, this is the real world. The real world don't work like that, bro.
Well, let's switch it up. Let's switch it up. Let's transition to something else, because y'all both are making really great, excellent points. I definitely agree with the brother. I think the larger thing is looking at our people as a whole. You know, but we all have individual choice as well.
Exactly.
You know, so I get I get the whole picture. I get the whole picture.
Yeah, we are.
Well, I understand, but let me just say this, Sister Renee. The point I'm making is this, okay? You can date, do whatever you like. I have no problem with that. If you prefer natural, you can uplift two women. It doesn't have to be I uplift you because you're natural. If you're a beautiful black woman, it's just like if you say, oh, you're pretty for a dark-skinned girl. That ain't uplifting anybody. You see what I'm saying? Or you're pretty for a big girl. If I can tell a woman with natural hair you're beautiful, I can tell a woman who has weave the same thing. You see what I'm saying? That's the point I'm making. I don't have to down talk you to uplift this other young lady over here.
First off, I believe that beauty is a vain and empty word. That's a word that, you know, beauty is basically in the eye of whoever is speaking. So it's not so much about the outside appearance, it's more about the internal. If you're going to compliment somebody, I believe that's a more worthwhile compliment, is giving a person something, you know, a spiritual compliment. But at the same time, who you date, you know, of course, when we see somebody that, you know, you're attracted to who you're attracted to, and saying that you're attracted to every black woman in the world, to me, that's just, I mean, come on, bro. You know what I'm saying? We all have who we're sexually attracted to, who stimulates us sexually, and to say that every black woman is, you know, like, again, that word beautiful is I think it's an empty word, because it's based off of whoever is giving the compliment. You don't truly know what the word beautiful means, because it's empty. It can change based on who's saying it.
You're saying it's subjective.
Exactly. So again, go ahead, friend.
No, I just want to say, I hope I'm not coming off like I'm putting down women that we're.
Oh, no.
What I tried to do was, like, well, I guess I did open up the conversation that I feel that needs to be had. That to me, like I said, it's a pathology. There's something wrong with it when you don't show your hair ever. There's something wrong with it.
I believe so too,
ever. I mean, ever. Like, if you want to switch
that
it up,
part I agree with.
1 month or 2 months you want to wear weave in your head, and then next month you rocking your own hair. I don't have no problem with that. But I have worked.
I get that. I have no problem with that. The point I'm making is.
But see, that's the thing.
You can do both. Go ahead, Sister Renee.
These guys did this thing, and they went to this. Some of y'all may know what I'm talking about, but I'm just speaking general. They went to this. Like, it was a hair salon that was owned by. First of all, they didn't know who the salon was owned by. They didn't know what was going on. But the salon does weave. They specialize in weave. Mm-hmm. And so these two brothers went down there because they're two brothers who constantly talk about black women wearing weave, right? Because we know that black women wearing weave is what's responsible for mass incarceration, for the ozone layer, and for the Flint water. So they went down there to go childhood obesity. What else? It's responsible for all of that. So they went down there to the salon, and they was like waiting because they was closing up, and the two women came out. So they was asking them like, "Hey, do y'all go here, this and that?" They said, "Oh, we own this." They didn't say it like that, but they was like, "Oh, we're the owners of the salon." So they was like, "Oh, okay." And they was like, "Y'all specialize in weave or whatever?" They was like, "Yeah." He was like, "Cause y'all have it." I think they kind of have the windows where it's kind of like blinds up or something. And they said, "Well, y'all kind of have it where people, you know, you can't really see in there, this and that, and blah blah blah." And they was like, "What do y'all think it is where Black women are so obsessed with weave and why they can't be themselves, why they can't do this and that?" And they broke it down to them like this. They said, "Well, actually, one of the big issues is a lot of women that we deal with are sisters who are dealing with alopecia. It's sisters who are dealing with a lot of balding in their head. They're dealing with a lot of other issues with their hair." Well, and so they're not necessarily, I know that's what I'm saying. They're not necessarily wanting to just be out here necessarily wearing a weave, but they've had different issues with their hair. And so we want to try to give them some sort of comfort and protection. We don't have them out in front of everybody getting a weave and doing all this weaving stuff because this is a sensitive issue for these women. Another thing that they do, and that one of my she's like basically my sister, but it's one of my sister's older sister's best friends. But she has a salon, her and another lady own a salon together. And every Monday they have different women from the community who are going through chemotherapy and dealing with, you know, illnesses and things, where they bring those women in and they do their hair for them, and they custom fit wigs to their hair, they do custom weaving and things like that. So I'm saying all that to say this: I know most people would say the overwhelming majority of these women don't have these issues and they just wear weave for this and that, but I'm just saying it's not a one size fits all when it comes to weave. Some women are doing it because they have issues with their hair. They have medical ailments. Some women are doing it because they just switch up styles often. Some women are doing it because they hate their hair. Some women are doing it because they're in transition, meaning that, and this is something else I want brothers to understand too. When you hear the term protective styling, what women are usually talking about is after you do your big chop and your hair is growing out, sometimes you get to this stage where your hair is just kind of all over the place. You don't know what to do with it because it's really too long to do the short style, and it's really too short to do anything with some length to it. So a lot of those sisters, to get through that point, will do protective styling. They might have a sew-in so their hair is braided underneath or something like that to try to get them through that time, and then they can have other styles where they can do. So that's what you guys have to understand. It's different elements to it. It's not, you know, one size fits all.
I said that about the alopecia. I didn't say that about the, you know, the awkward lengths and stuff.
Yeah.
I thought protective styling was like, because, you know, like Afri's gone now, but, you know, our hair is kind of fragile. It breaks off easily and stuff. So you don't have to be combing your hair all the time and manipulating it all the time. You put a weave in your hair, or you might wear a wig, or you might wear braids. And to me, that's different. But I'm specifically talking about those women who have a healthy head of hair and wear wigs and weaves all the time.
They just don't want to work with it.
Yeah, I have a cousin, and she has had a healthy head of hair, and now she has weaves. She's been wearing weaves in her hair for years. I haven't seen her hair in years, and you know, the wind blew up one day, and her hair flew up, and she don't have any edges now. You know what I'm saying? You're about to laugh. Go ahead and laugh.
I know. No, I'm sorry. No, the way you said it. I don't want to laugh. It was just how you said it. I was like, oh man, I don't want to say it.
I understand what you're saying. I understand what you're saying, friend. But sometimes people,
but she had no edges.
people have crutches out there, friend. Like I knew of a young lady. She would always have her mouth tightly closed. She would never smile, right? And we never really understood why. You know, why does she smile when she smiled? But then I think one day I saw her and she was missing a tooth. So as a result of that, she always kept her mouth tightly closed because she didn't want everyone to see that she was missing a tooth. You know what I'm saying? So we do things to overcompensate. And I mean, we've never walked a mile in someone else's shoes. I don't live in Camp Kumbaya. I understand this is the real world that we live in. But to sit there and impose your viewpoint on the next person, you know, it's like different regions, different. Like I give you an example. I'm from Cali, right? I live in Texas now. People in Texas will say, "What up, cuz?" That has one meaning. You go to California and say, "What up, cuz?" to the wrong person, you're gonna get dealt with. You know what I'm saying? Same word, but you're in a different region. Different things, man. Different. You know, every place is different. You know, I think we can applaud people and just, you know, be there for them and be supportive. I understand going natural is a big step for a woman. And a black woman's hair is her crown. You know, it is a very, very big step to cut your hair off. And I've watched many of the videos on YouTube of young ladies going through the big shop. And like I said, I've seen black women with a wide array of different styles. I've seen women who have like a low cut Caesar with waves in their hair. That's very beautiful. I've seen women with huge afros, with braids, with a wide array of different styles. And they all can, you know, it's got to be something that it's got to be something that fits you. So one woman can have a short hairdo that might not fit the next woman. You know what I'm saying? Or if you want to do something very specific, you may want to put on a wig, or you might want to add something to some body or volume to your hair. Like I ain't no hairstylist. I know women who are, so I can certainly appreciate that. But you can. This isn't about like, you know, we all in school and everybody gets a ribbon or a trophy. No, but like I said, a compliment is a compliment. Like I said, you can compliment a woman.
And I'm sorry.
Go right ahead. Go right ahead.
Not to cut you off, back to love, but this Delphia Gibson, she's like posting comments saying that that's why the other races of women are winning against us black women, saying that non-blacks are happy being themselves. They are not running to look like someone else.
Wait a minute.
Really?
I wanted to answer that respond to something that they said earlier. I think it was them. Something was said about if a black man, why are we complaining or something? If a woman bleaches her skin,
that's
something like that.
Yeah, that's
okay. So
that's about her for her.
This is the thing, though. Is a black woman is more than her hair. Being with a black woman is more than her hair. Okay, so when you talk about, oh, well, what's the problem then if they go to white women because a black woman is putting weave in her hair and she's trying to bleach her skin or whatever? Like, okay, listen, we're beyond that. Those things are superficial because look at it like this. Let's say they're in a relationship with a woman, and let's say, unfortunately, a woman does get alopecia, or let's say she does get something horrific like cancer, and let's say she does go ahead and have treatments and the hair falls out. That woman is still more than what her hair is. Okay, her hair may be gone. That doesn't mean that she has no worth anymore. So a black woman wearing a weave, to me, that doesn't quantify all that she is as a woman. So trying to use superficial things like weave and bleaching skin as a reason to why we should accept interracial relationships is absolutely ridiculous. Amen. If you're going to have children, let's say a man's getting with a woman, and let's talk about continuing the legacy of blackness and continuing our community. He cannot do that with a white woman. No matter if that black woman bleached her skin or has a weave, that's still a black woman that he's with. So, sorry, no, it's beyond appearance.
Yeah. I think that at the end of the day, man,
and it's white women and other races of women going to get cosmetic alterations to their body to look like black women.
And let's not even talking about tanning and bronzer,
aka Rachel Dolezal. That's right, off kilter. We know you Caucasian, but that is the truth.
Well, you know what? Honestly, what it reminds me of is if you ever remember the show Peanuts with Charlie Brown and all that?
Yeah.
You watch that. Remember how every time Lucy would put that football down and Charlie Brown would just try and go and kick it and she would move it every time?
Exactly.
And that's what we go through as black people. It doesn't matter what you do. Every time you do this, they're going to keep moving the goalposts. Okay, all black women go natural. What's the next thing that's going to be the complaint?
Exactly.
It's going to be something. It's never going to stop.
We still going to be natural, angry black women.
They got exactly. Yep.
If every black woman stop having kids, it's going to be a complaint.
Oh,
if every black woman has a degree,
right?
You're never at home. Right. It's like whatever you do, it's always going to be some semblance of a complaint. Same thing as we as a people, we deal with that. You know, if you just do this, if you just do this, if you do this and this, it's always going to be something. It's a never-ending process.
Yeah, but that shouldn't be used as an excuse to do stuff like I remember, I don't know if it was Instagram, it was some video, and the chick was bragging about how she wasn't gonna pay her rent, so she could go buy some weed. And this,
wow.
I saw another video where the chick was like, she got her child support payment for her kid, and she was gonna take it to go buy weed. That's why for some women, it's a pathology. We have to address. It's a sickness. It is. For some women, it is. I'm not talking about for people with chemo and alopecia and for people who just want to switch it up. I've been there. Like Conscious said, if you wore weave before, you don't have the right to talk about weave. Okay, yes, I wore 2 tracks back in 1990. I remember it. I had a bob haircut. You know, we shaved it in the back. And I wore 2 tracks because I started getting an awkward length. I was growing out the hairstyle.
I think that's a dumb statement.
Yeah, I wore a wig one time because I had cut, like, my hair started falling out, so I had to cut it all off real short and stuff, and it started getting to a weird length, and like Renee was saying, I couldn't do nothing with it, so I threw a wig on. But that was just like for a couple of months. As soon as I was able to catch it in a ponytail, no more wig. So I'm not talking about women like that. I'm talking about women who have a healthy head of hair and wear a wig or a weave in their hair 65 days of the year. And you know what I'm saying? She's laughing, LOL. See, you a millennial. You don't know nothing about some tracks. Back in the day, we only put a few tracks in to give you a little bit of length and to give you some fullness. We didn't do this whole head weave thing. We just didn't. Like women that wore that whole head weave, like I'm 44. I don't know if I'm the oldest on here or what. But women that wore the whole head and weave and stuff was looked at as tacky, or if you wore it all the way down to your behind, it was where I lived, it was looked at as tacky. It just was. You know what I'm saying? Granted, the weave styles they do now, they are nicer, like them chicks on Real Housewives, and you know what I'm saying? Their hair do be laid, but the average woman that's out here, like the chicks working at Stop and Shop that I go grocery shopping at, don't have Real Housewives of Atlanta money. And you know, you shouldn't be spending your money on that. You shouldn't. And we giving all this money to these doggone Asians. It's ridiculous. Like, I only shop at Black-owned beauty supplies. Like, I'm trying my best to buy Black whenever possible. So we have to, like, I'm checking the sisters, you know what I'm saying? And the men are telling us what they like. And you know what I'm saying? And still, we're fighting with them a little bit. You see what I'm saying?
I'm not. I don't think anyone is fighting with them.
No, I'm not fighting with them at all. In fact, and like I said, I'm natural, and I'm not fighting with them because you see how many Black women are going natural more and more and more. So Black women are actually doing that. So I don't think
that's very true.
I'm just I hope the natural hair movement continues to grow because
maybe.
But I'm just pointing out that there is a level of hypocrisy amongst some brothers, not all brothers, but there is a level of hypocrisy where they will use weave as a means to insult Black women, but when it comes time to approach women who they're attracted to, who they want to get with, who they want to be with, they will still pursue women who wear weaves. They will still pursue women who still have a certain look to them, which may be considered artificial or whatever. So
yeah, and I mean, I don't know, you know, I don't think, I know I didn't make the point that certain situation didn't exist, you know, but I know as me and, you know, Psycho, I know that we're, as for, you know, what we like and what we agree with, that's not our particular stance. You know, I know that, I was gonna talk about something. There's just been so much. Oh yeah, Conscious was just saying, I saw her in the chat, something about being hypocritical, or I didn't have a stance or something because of something France was saying about, I think she said something about if you had weave, you can't speak on weave or something. And to me, I think that's a ignorant statement, because, you know, who better to speak on it than somebody who used to be from that walk, or used to, same thing with a drug dealer who's no longer a drug dealer. Who's better to speak to people who are drug dealers currently to help them get out of the situation that they're in? You know, people who used to be alcoholics, they're the best ones to try to help an alcoholic because they've been through it before. They can relate to them. You know what I'm saying?
So can we get some, we need to find some reformed Jordan purchasers and put them on the panel.
Okay.
Yes, I wholeheartedly
standing outside pitching tents before the release of the shoes.
And at the same time, I just want to make this statement, man. If I'm asked a question, I'm gonna give an answer based on my belief, my perspective, my walk. But now for Black women, man, you guys can do whatever you want to do. You know what I'm saying? I'm talking about my perspective, what I like, you know what I'm saying, what I uplift, my thing. But at the same time, if you want to wear weaves, man, it's not like I'm at the store blocking you from getting weave. Do your thing, man. You know what I'm saying? You get paid, you got money, you got a paycheck. Do your thing. Ain't nobody stopping you from doing that. But at the same time, the same way you have a choice and you have a voice, us as men, we have a voice and we have a choice.
We understand that. We're not attacking. I hope y'all don't feel like we're attacking y'all, because we're just discussing different things. And I think a lot of what's going on the panel is that we're reading some of the things in the actual chat, and we're asking you guys on the panel, but y'all don't. Because it's not like a multifaceted panel as far as
he was being asked questions, and as far as like the whole gender wars thing, kind of turned this into a sensitive topic to where it's kind of hard to talk about.
It's your hair, you know what I'm saying? It's your head, man.
I think what it is, Psycho.
To all fairness, the women do catch a lot of shit about this weave stuff, because you got a lot of brothers who's over the top with it. And they try to make it the main focus about everything. If a Black man dies, it's because a Black woman wore weave. Stupidness like that. You hear stupid logic like this from these idiots. So they make it hard to have these kind of conversations without.
Like, don't take it out on us. You know what I'm saying? I have not
That's why I say
Black
women have really been good sports. Because. The thing is too, like, if you look at hip hop, and I know we've had this conversation before, and you look at the women who were put in these hip hop videos, a lot of the looks that women have now and for a while was to try to mimic those women, because those women became what was supposedly desirable for these generations. This was supposed to be the dime piece. She's supposed to be the baddest. You know what I mean? So then women were looking at that and thinking, oh, this is what the guys like. And all of those girls have long hair. Some of them probably natural, but most of them have weave in their hair. Most of them have these types of shapes and curves that most women probably wouldn't necessarily have that same way naturally, with a tiny, tiny waist and these types of things. So you kind of see that then being mimicked in the larger society, because he who controls the images controls the culture. So when you have the image of those women, and then it's crazy to me because people will act like this came out of nowhere, like they have no clue where Black women got weave from. Listen, this is the thing. Hair for Black women has always been a very complex and deep-rooted issue, because our hair has always had to be managed in some kind of way, right? Because if you're into the corporate world or whatever, there's a certain expectation with your hair. Then with Black men, there's a certain expectation with your hair. Then what you see in advertisements, there's a certain expectation of your hair. Then there's the idea of doing your hair and what all you need to do to maintain it. So it's all these different components that are placed on Black women that are not placed on anybody else. So it is a rough thing. And that's one of the reasons I won't judge necessarily my sisters who do have weave in their hair or do have these, styles and stuff, is because people do things for different reasons. And I don't necessarily know what that sister's story is, but it's like, and I want to say this, bring this up real quick. Conscious said earlier that Black people as a group spent $1 trillion on the holidays, but we're stuck on weaves though. And I agree with her sentiment so much, because this is the thing that happens. And like Psycho was just saying, a lot of these people, and I said earlier, use weave just as a means to insult Black women. They really don't care. But if these people talk about they giving all the money to the Asians and the Asians this and that, okay, I feel you. But if we're concerned with that money, why aren't we concerned with all the other money too? Why aren't we concerned with the holiday spending? Why aren't we concerned with the Jordan spending? Why aren't we concerned about we don't even own the grocery stores in our own, or lack thereof in our community? Why are we concerned with the Black and Mild sales and the damn tall can beer sales and the damn Cheetos and hot chips and all this stuff they sell in our community, and people going up the street every day to buy Newports and all this stuff? Why aren't we concerned with that money too?
Swisher
That's
Sweets.
why I said, right, Swisher Sweets, backwoods and all this. Like I said, that's just another way to implicate Black women. There's just another way to attack Black women, is to say they're giving all their money to the agent. I'm not saying everybody who says that, because some people who say that really mean it. You know what I'm saying? They really know what's up and they saying, like, nobody on this panel. But I'm saying just in general, this segment of people, y'all know who I'm talking about, they don't care about the spending of Black people. They don't care about the spending of the Black woman on the weed. They just want to attack Black women.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
That's
well, I understand.
For the record, real quick, for the record, I get my blunt bills from a Black-owned store.
Well, now I was going to say this. So I think Sister Renee, if we want people to make these changes and these adjustments, whether it's natural, whatever it is, you have to realize you have to change and adjust with them. It's like if you wanted your significant other to go on a diet, right? You can't have them eating a head of lettuce while you eating some other pork chops. You know what I'm saying?
Yep.
You're going to change with them. I dated a woman who was allergic to tomatoes. You know, so as a result, certain things that I like to eat had to change a little bit. You know what I'm saying? Because she just couldn't eat it because she was allergic to tomatoes. Or if, like, I'm not a vegetarian, but if I was dating a woman who's a vegetarian, I understand there's going to be certain adjustments that are going to be made in my lifestyle to help accommodate that particular person, right? We often talk about we want all this change and want to make these improvements. And like, I hear a lot of people, you know, with Facebook, I'm getting banned, I'm getting blocked, so on and so forth. We have a man who started a platform called Black Spot, you know, about trying to empower our people. It's grown tremendously. He's asking for money to help improve the site. All these people who are supposedly, I want to make change and we need to have our own, but when it comes time to donate, where you at? Because most people are all talk. I contributed the money that I had and other people had, but I'm like, we trying to reach a goal.
Speaking of that, let me make sure I do that.
And everybody on there is like, yeah, we need to have our own. He built our own. We trying to have our own, but ain't nobody trying to contribute to try and improve what we have. So I understand, you know, I know this topic is very touchy for a lot of reasons, and people are giving a whole bunch of things. Well, if you do this, that means you're fake. If you do this, it means this. Now, sometimes it just means you got to weave in your head. No more, no less. You know what I'm saying? That's all it is. The hows and the whys. If people are going to make that change, they're going to make that change. So, you can do things to help that and improve it, but to sit there and say, oh, well, you're anti-Black, you're a Negro-pean, you're this, you're that. Like, I mean, those are a lot of assumptions being made about someone that you really don't know. You see what I'm saying? So I think it's a good dialogue to have and just get a little bit more understanding. You know what I'm saying? I've never had to go through the issues that Black women go through, just like, you know, women probably have never gone through the issues like I've gone through. Like, I walked out of a restaurant one time, I had 17 cops pointing a gun at me. I don't know how many of y'all experienced that. I have.
Yeah,
I've been shot before. I don't know if any of y'all been shot. It don't feel good. It ain't like it is in a movie. You see what I'm saying? So we all have, there's 8 million stories in every city. You have yours, I have mine. So it's like, my struggle isn't greater than yours. My story isn't greater than yours, but it's sometimes just, you know, sometimes just listen and understand instead of just saying, oh, well, this means this. And I understand there are people out there, there's extremes on everything. There are women out there who would spend their rent money to get a weave, you know, and that's unfortunate. Life is about choices. You know, I, as a Black man, I understand that my life is not my own. What I do with it impacts other people. You see what I'm saying? So if I go to jail, it just doesn't impact me, it impacts my family. If I make a poor decision, it impacts other people. So I get that aspect of it, but I'm not going to just castigate someone because they have this in their hair, or maybe they got a tattoo or whatever, because my whole mission is I'm Black first. So all that stuff gets pushed to the wayside. If you Black first, I can rock with you. If you're not, I can't. It's that simple.
I was gonna say too, y'all. Did y'all talk about this stuff that's been going on?
What?
Fake news?
Yes.
They were waiting on you to come in.
Yeah,
oh man!
Somebody wanted to know your opinion about something. I think it was it Fran? No, she's gone now. I think Fran had something she wanted to talk to you about.
Oh, okay. Well, hey, y'all, give me 1 second.
Okay.
I gotta run to the potty. Hold on.
But that usually don't agree with that term, the fake news now. But
yeah.
I mean, because I think that's the way I see it as like it's going down the line of Alex Jones, and pretty soon we gonna be all, oh, this is fake news. Oh, you see them? This is the Bilderbergers. They're coming to get us. You know what I'm saying? That type of stuff. That's why I don't agree with it. But I believe I will say terms like they lie, it's misleading, misinformation. I say that type of stuff. But now, as far as like and thing about conspiracy, now 9/11, yeah. Now and this and then somebody, I don't know if she was going with the what's the dude NFL player, the NFL player.
Oh, Aaron Hernandez.
Aaron Hernandez.
Yeah.
Aaron Hernandez.
Now that one, I'm like something's going on with that because he was already serving life.
Should we care? I'm confused. Should we care though? I'm just asking.
No, it's not about if should we care or not, but I'm just saying.
He was just trying to tie in the whole thing about fake news.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, like something's fishy with that because he beat the case for the two people, but he was already serving life. He was already serving. So
that's the way the justice system works. They can, it's 3 different individuals that were affected by him. So
no. What I'm getting at is,
why did he pick now to kill himself? Why did he pick now to kill himself right after he just beat one of the charges? It's like the timing of it is weird. He was locked up for like almost 2 years already.
Yeah.
But didn't another football player do the same thing? Lawrence Phillips. They found him hanged in prison as well.
Yeah, they said he was having mental. I saw
because of the head injuries. The head injuries.
Yeah,
CTE. I think they call it CTE.
Yeah. It can cause you to have mood swings, and I think as far as Aaron Hernandez, I can't speak to that, but it's like the idea, you spend the rest of your life in jail and you ain't never getting out. And
they can mess with you. Yeah,
it could drive you, but I understand.
Crazy.
We had because it's like with Sandra Bland. They said she hanged herself, and then people were very suspicious of that as well. So I certainly even though he's in there for murder and all this and that, not saying he's a good dude. If he was killed, that still ain't that's not right anyway.
Right.
But I'm sure I ain't gonna say it's gonna come out, but it's kind of weird because these prisons have cameras everywhere. It's often amazing that somehow the camera just isn't where it's supposed to be, or it doesn't work that day. So we'll certainly see. But this, as I say, you never can tell with some of these stories because some of the things that black people were saying for years, that's not true. Whether it was about COINTELPRO or people putting drugs in the black community, that never happened.
That's why you can't totally dismiss it, but it's like you can't jump like it's becoming a little bit of what's the word I'm looking for?
Quick.
It's starting to become the boy who cries wolf almost. Like everything they screaming fake news about everything. If it happens once in a while, I would take it more serious. But if it's happening for every story that breaks, they just dismissing everything is fake news, everything's fake. Then at that point, I'm living in the matrix.
Well, yeah,
I'm not trying to be plugged in.
Yeah, I agree with that because it's like if you cry racism on everything, or you cry like the boy who cried wolf. There's a theory. It's called the Shaw McCombs theory of media manipulation. It basically tells you that the media doesn't tell you what to think; it tells you what to think about. You see what I'm saying? It's almost like if you hear it like on the radio, a song comes on and you can't stand the song, right? You hate the song. They keep playing it, they keep playing it, and eventually you humming the words to it, and eventually you like the song. You don't like it to begin with. It's repetition. You see it and you hear it enough. They get one of those talking points. You remember, for those who are old enough, I think when Ronald Reagan was running for president, do you remember there was a guy named Lee Atwood. He was his political advisor. Yeah. And there was what was it called? The Willie Horton story about some guy who allegedly got some work release. And he killed some woman or something like that. And that's where that whole welfare queen came from. From him running for president. They put that out there because what Lee Atwood said is in this day and time we live in now, you can't call people N-words. You have to use coded language. So when you throw out welfare queen, and people hear it enough, it becomes part of like thug. You see what I'm saying?
Right.
You hear that all the time, and it just becomes part of lexicon, and people just start to regurgitate it and repeat it. And you remember the whole thing, like when you was in school getting a circle and somebody says something and it goes around the whole room.
Right. Telephone. Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Mm-hmm. So I'm sorry. Go ahead, Sister Renee. I know you had something to say on the fake news.
Yes. I want Psycho to come back in because I heard something he was saying at just a minute ago. I guess this thing probably dropped. But yeah, I posted it. Of course, I feel like this story out of Cleveland is absolutely fake. And I have, people been mad at me. People been feeling the way on Facebook and different things. I've had to kind of, try to break it down to people, but and I understand that it's kind of hard because people do kind of think that the idea, well, dang, is everything fake news? Like this guy was like, one of my Facebook friends, and a guy I know pretty well, he was like, yeah, so I guess everything is fake. He put up a post saying that. So I guess everything is fake. He said, this morning when I woke up, my wife said good morning, and I was like, damn, I didn't know if she was a holograph or not. I didn't know what to say, And so I was cracking up, but I'm like, see, that's the thing. Like, okay, and then he said something else. He was like, on this other post, he was like, yeah, he said it's disrespectful for people to be calling this a hoax and fake. It's disrespectful to the elder's family, and it's disrespectful to his memory to be saying this is fake. He said, because if this was your family member, how would you feel if people say this is fake? And see, that right there, his statement on that showed me so much. Because one of the things that they consistently use against us is our emotions. And they use our emotions to override our logic. So if you're going based upon emotions to say, oh, well, that's disrespectful, then you stop yourself in kind of questioning things that don't seem to sit right with you. And we have an intuition as people and as Black people, but sometimes we suppress that because we just kind of want to go along to get along. So I was like, forget it. I'm going to speak out about this. People feel away, but it is what it is. So people were asking me stuff like, so did the man really get killed and this and that? And no, the man didn't get killed. And this is just what I'm saying. No, the man didn't get killed. As you've seen, the man had a bag in his hand, right? A Save-A-Lot bag. It didn't seem like it had much in it. But you notice when the man was supposed to be shooting him, he puts the bag up like kind of over his face. Now, he supposedly shoots the man. The camera jerks away just before he shoots the man and jerks back after he shoots the man. Now, the man is laying there. You don't see his face or anything anymore. He's laying there, and he's got blood all down the front of him. Now, what I want to understand is if he supposedly shot the man in the head, wouldn't the man fall back and he be bleeding out of that hole? Why would he be having blood all down the front of him if the man shot him once in the head and he fell back to the ground? That didn't quite make sense to me, especially just in that instant. And so then the man gets, and I asked people, why didn't he walk up on the man and shoot him again or make sure that he was dead? And people was like, oh my God, so why would you say that? And the reason I say that is because the man was saying how he wanted to kill people. He wasn't saying shoot people. He said he wanted to kill people. So if your goal is to kill somebody, why wouldn't you want to go up and make sure that they're dead? And then people like, well, he could have been trying to get out of there because of the police. No, because you see the man is very calm, cool, collected. He was never panicky. He was never shaky. He was never, just in a rush or hurt. No, he was very chill, very laid back. He was talking about, oh, I'm going to call you back. Hold on, some people was calling me. He was like, oh, I'm sorry, y'all, I'm here and this and that. He wasn't in no rush and no hurry. Now, look at some of the other facts with it. Now, with the man, okay, in my family, I know elders, when it's time for the holidays, the elders are always taken care of. Somebody gonna have grandpa, granddaddy, and grandma gonna be there. Y'all gonna pick them up. Whatever the case is, they're gonna be there. Now, his grown children, he has 6 adult children. 3 of them did the interview on CNN. They said that their father taught them about the Lord, about Jesus, and all of this stuff. So he was supposedly a religious man, right? Now, why is this man on Easter Avenue on Easter afternoon, walking down the street by an empty lot with a Save-A-Lot bag? Why isn't he with his family? I know he got all of them grown children. I know he got grandchildren, and he's a religious man according to his family. That doesn't make any sense. But he's just out here walking down the street, and he's not with none of his family on Easter. Okay. And so then let's look at how this thing supposedly ended, right? Now, how it supposedly ended was dude went to McDonald's to get a 20-piece McNugget meal, and somebody spotted him there, and he drives off with just the nuggets or something, and which I don't even know how that works. But anyway, he drove off with the nuggets, and then some police officers saw him and did some maneuver where he pulled a certain way that the man's car ran into the curb, and then when that happened, he pulled out the gun and committed suicide. If that ain't the most ridiculous thing ever, I don't know what is. Now check this out. The man never got rid of his car. He never changed cars. He never got rid of his phone. And he never did, I'm trying to think what was the other thing. Oh, and he never went more than 100 miles outside of where the incident happened. So you mean to tell me, with this man's face being plastered everywhere, he went almost 2 days with nobody finding him, no law enforcement, and because he decided, I'm hungry, I'm gonna go to McDonald's and get me some nuggets, then he ends up dead. So his dying wish was some McNuggets, because come on, he knew eventually they was gonna get him, right? So why, after he did that stuff, why wouldn't he kill himself then? You know they gonna get you. And then too, did he run out of gas? Did he ever go get gas somewhere? He was just driving around all this time on this same amount of, it's just a bunch of stuff don't add up. Here's the other thing. Where's the video from McDonald's? Where's the video from the drive-thru? Why are we seeing that? And you can't tell me they don't record, because they record everything 24/7.
Yes.
You can't tell me where's the footage from the dash cam from the police officer, because they always record those type of things, like when they get on a chase with people and all that stuff. They always, it's supposed to be a part of their thing. They're always supposed to turn on that dash cam. Why don't we see the video of that? We don't see none of this stuff. And like I told people, I'm waiting to find out about the funeral, because I want to see what's going on with the funeral. And for some reason, I bet you they're going to say the family had a private ceremony. How much you want to bet? Now, here's the other thing. Where's his co-workers at? Where are the frat brothers, his fraternity brothers? Where are they at? Where is Joy Lane? Where in the hell is Joy Lane? This woman caused all this. I ain't gonna say she caused it, but she's supposed to be the catalyst, okay? And his mother, they supposed to be the catalyst for all this stuff. But ain't nobody seen the mama or the woman. And please don't say that the police are hiding. No, they not. On a bunch of these other stories that really happen, they don't never hide no damn people. They don't never hide no black people. They want to be up in their face. Well, what do you think? He did this and that. Can we get a You know what I mean? But now all of a sudden, nobody knows where these people are at. And then you're just supposed to accept that this man decided to commit suicide in that moment. Now, 10 minutes earlier, he was trying to get some McNuggets, and 10 minutes later, he gonna kill himself. It does not add up, people. And it's not saying that everything is fake. Because the guy was like, so everything is fake now. No, everything is not fake, but this is fake.
I think they're mixing fake with some truth as far as the different stories that they put out.
Yes. And it's just, the thing about it is people get, people get so sensitive about it. And, I feel like the dude was saying, it's disrespectful to say that this didn't happen. Why is it disrespectful to question what a people, to question a people who have done everything under the sun to us and are always looking for ways to manipulate our emotions? Why is it wrong to question that? Why is it wrong to say, hey, wait a minute, let me see if things add up here? That's not disrespectful. But see, again, they want black people to just react on emotion and impulse and to not use logic and reason.
And I would be surprised even if we don't hear someone in like the government come out talking about gun control. Because I'm waiting for a speech on that, or it to be inserted in a speech.
And then I've told people to look at the patterns. Every time it's Facebook. Every time it's Facebook. It was Facebook with the dude saying pigs gonna fly today, who supposedly went and killed those 2 officers. It was Facebook live with the 4 teenagers supposedly tortured the white boy. It was Facebook with somebody else who killed themselves or somebody. It's always Facebook. Every single time it's Facebook. And again, we know Facebook is a CIA operation. We know that. We know that that's what they do. They run these different ops. And then the thing is, the dude Zuckerberg came out and said, oh, we're trying to do everything we can to prevent it. No, you're not, because all of this stuff was staged. Then somebody else said, well, the police would have had to be in on it. Everybody had to be in on it. Okay, couple things. No, everybody wouldn't have to be in on it, because most officers are simply following their superiors. So if the superiors say, hey, go find this man, y'all be on the lookout for this man, or this happened, they're gonna go do it. The people who are at the very top give the orders down to everybody else. Exactly. So therefore, you don't need to have the whole law enforcement. You just need the people who are giving the orders out to give the orders out. So, people are kind of, and like I said, I understand the pushback, because I think people still want to have some level of faith in the American government, or they still want to have some level of faith that these type of things wouldn't really be done by these people. But here's the thing I also want to bring forth. You're talking about a group of people whom have mass incarcerated. These are things they've done in our face. Mass incarcerated us, redlined us, poisoned our water, gave babies black baby boys a vaccination at a certain time period to cause autism. Okay, I could go on forever for all of the different things they did in our face to our community. Correct. And you mean to tell me you don't think that these people are capable of creating these type of situations?
They drop off guns in the community, and the drugs.
I don't get it, And again, it's not saying every single thing is fake. That's a fallacy argument to say, oh, well, I guess everything's fake. No, that's a fallacy. We're talking about this story, and this story, in my opinion, is fake. This is fake, And like I said, I'm waiting to hear about the funeral. Some reason I feel like I won't hear too much about it, because, remember I told y'all the other day, look at those other stories. The guy who killed the 2 work people, the newscaster and the cameraman. Where was their funerals? Where were their families at? Where was anything else that happened with that? Where was his funeral at? Remember, because he killed himself too after that. What happened? Why was it when he went up and shot them, again, the camera jerks away every time?
Exactly. And before we even get to their funerals, I'm talking about the reporter and the cameraman in Virginia, the supposed boyfriend of 6 months, whose boyfriend, I don't care how much you in love with somebody or your fiance, you don't go on national TV every damn time with this old photo album.
Oh my God.
Talking about, oh, I'm so glad if, love, I knew she loved me, or we had this special kind of love. And, I was just the kind of, I don't know if he said like goofy, but he was making it seem like, oh, he was so highly regarded by this woman who was supposedly his fiance. Then when people have done digging around, they find out that not only is the supposed reporter lady, she's an actress, but her supposed daddy is an actor, and he was on Broadway. So every damn body that was involved with this story, other than the black gunman, they were actors.
Yeah.
So in what world does that happen?
Yeah. These people are crisis actors, y'all. And then people say, well, how can a man ever show his face again? Are you kidding me? These people can go right back to showing their face or whatever life that they're in, because they're going to say, oh, that wasn't me. And you never get a real heavy, showing of who it is. It's always very limited pictures. Very limited pictures. And even with the dude that was in the car, he could go and shave his beard or whatever else that he needs to do and go on about his life. Nobody's going to say, hey, that's that guy. And even if people question it, do you think that it's going to get the national attention that the story got? It's not going to get national attention that this is a hoax. If you look at these channels that have the hoax stories, you will see how low the view counts are. Mm-hmm. And that's because they're not making these stories easy to find, these channels easy to find. They're not making this stuff easy to find. So you have to specifically look for it. So, you know, and I like I said, I get people's, you know, feelings about it or whatever, but understand you've been lied to. This is the other thing, and Black people understand what's going on. Why would you put anything past these people? Like, why would you ever give them the benefit of the doubt? We can't never go to sleep. I know people felt like it is a disrespect thing. No, man, we got to question everything, man, because understand that these people are at a negative birth rate. They're going crazy. They're going nuts right now. You got Trump in there, okay? And these people will do anything. See, this is when it's going to get even more hairy, because when you get to the end, they really start acting out. They really acting out now. And here's the let me bring this up and see what y'all think on this. With the guy Alex Jones. Now, recently, they came out. His lawyer came out the other day and said that he's an actor, and said that he's an entertainer, which most of us already know that, but he's an actor, and that he's acting the part. That stuff ain't really real. He don't really believe that. And all of this other kind of stuff, right? So this is what's been pushed out there. Now, supposedly he's in a custody battle with his wife or ex-wife or the mother of his son or whatever. Now, check this out. You got to be careful, because this is showing us what's really going on. The whole idea of fake news and Donald Trump putting that word out there was very strategic, okay? Now, what they're doing is Trump, Alex Jones helped to get Trump into office. In fact, one of the first people that Trump thanked was to call in and thank Alex Jones for helping get him elected. We did it. We did it together. Thank you. I couldn't have done it without you and your followers and this, that, and the other. Now, remember, they were running all the anti-Obama rhetoric. They were running all the anti-establishment and government rhetoric, that this stuff was conspiracies and all this, right? Now, check this out. Now that your boy has become president, what are you going to talk about now? How can you keep talking about government conspiracies when your dude is over the government? You can't keep going with the government conspiracies anymore. So this is being done to strategically discredit Alex Jones. Now, Alex Jones know what's up. He already know the whole deal, but they're really doing this to discredit Alex Jones in order to impact his followers. Okay, so in order to influence his followers, that Alex Jones, he's just an actor. He just made all of this stuff up, because now he can't sit there and keep going at the government anymore. That cannot work anymore. So Trump put out there the fake news as a means to disguise the real news, so people consider it fake news. And what did Facebook recently do? Facebook recently put in the thing where, hey, I know y'all probably got this alert. Hey, Renee, you can help us stop fake news. All you have to do is blah, 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 blah. We're cracking down on fake news. The reason they're cracking down on fake news is because social media was having too heavy of an impact in terms of people being able to exchange information across the country and around the world.
Correct.
Now, what they want to do is they want to make it to where if it did not come out of one of these mainstream media outlets, then it's fake news. That way, that any real news anybody else brings out is going to be said, oh, that ain't real. That's fake. That's made up. Because it's been too much real stuff that's been getting out there. So we're in a time, y'all, of major censorship. Of course, our people are under attack even more. We saw the thing that happened with the supposedly pro-black guy who screamed Allah Akbar or whatever before he did this. They've been trying for a long time to make the strong correlation between black people and being Muslim and being terrorist and all that. You know, that's been a work in progress for a while. So family, yes, these people have the potential for anything. Yes, they will give you fake news.
Yes.
Yes, they will have hopes. Yes, they will make things up. No, you should never let your guard down. No, I'm not saying you got to be paranoid everything you do. Like, no, not at all. All you got to do is keep your eyes open. That's all you got to do. Ask
Exactly.
questions.
Ask questions. Is anybody there?
Yeah, I'm here.
Oh,
Okay, it got quiet.
it was
Yeah,
quiet.
it get real quiet.
I know it's heavy. You know, I know it's heavy because people be like, oh, you got to do it all. But, like, think about it. Like, these people assassinated all of our leaders in our face, y'all. They
Right.
assassinated our leaders in our face. Okay? You had the Chicago PD who set it up to kill Chairman Fred Hampton
I mean,
Sr.
don't get me wrong. I mean, we we do get a lot of crazy conspiracies going on. I remember for a whole year, I'm over here and it's off kilter. You still in that live chat? Your European ass better not go in there lying, because you know I'm telling the truth. I have been over here over these religious hangouts, arguing with these white nationalists over there, telling them they for a year straight they was arguing with me about this Black Lives Matter crap. Now, for the longest time, I was telling them, I don't fuck with Black Lives Matter. Please don't associate me with that organization. That organization is that's like associating me with the NAACP. Don't do it, please. But they kept, you know, of course, everything, any black movement in their eyes is Black Lives Matter. But anyway, I digress. Yeah. But they would back me in a corner where I'm forced to kind of defend Black Lives Matter, because they sitting up here spreading all kinds of false narratives about Black Lives Matter. Oh, Black Lives Matter is a violent, racist group of individuals and blah, blah, blah. And they violent and they doing this. And blah. I'm like, are you kidding me? I'm like, this was the 60s. Black Lives Matter to be led by Martin Luther King. You got to be fucking kidding me right now. Like, they are non-violent. They ain't about that life. I'm like, you better. I'm like, they not the people you need to be worried about. I'm like, trust me. And they like, well, go listen to this video. Watch this video. They'll be dropping me links and everything else. People at Black Lives Matters joint saying, kill the cop, kill the pigs, and kill the kids, and kill that. Look, does that sound like a peaceful movement? Does that sound like a peaceful movement to you? Drop me these links, everything else. And I told them right there and there, I was like, man, listen, that don't mean shit. I was like, you can throw on a Black Lives Matter shirt, walk out there and start talking that crazy ass rhetoric, and everybody's going to think Black Lives Matter is a racist, violent movement. Like, Black Lives Matter ain't nothing but a hashtag. Anybody can throw on a t-shirt, get around a bunch of people and just start shouting all types of shit, and then and throw the cameras on. Like that, this is bullshit. This is a set. Like, I know too much about COINTELPRO for you motherfuckers for me to feed into that bullshit. Them motherfuckers, oh, you're crazy, you're this, you're that, you're biased and blah 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 and everything else. All you BLM dudes are the same. You pro-blacks and blah blah. You know all the stupid ass rhetoric. Yeah, come to find out, like, what was it, last week or something like that? That a report came out from New York that the cops. The FBI exposed these motherfuckers. The cops, they had to pull up all kinds of text messages and all types of other shit and everything. All types of reports they had and everything. They infiltrated BLM in New York. It was a whole bunch of undercover cops up in there, marching with BLM and everything else. They had all the evidence right there. They was putting it all out there in the news, blasting these motherfuckers. And the entire time they said they had infiltrated that movement from day one. And they said they was sharing. They said they was cool with the leaders. They knew everything they was about to do and everything. So don't be sitting up here post these little stupid ass links and everything. I told them over a year ago I didn't believe that crap.
Started that.
Exactly. So I know that this
crime like bacon. That sounds like something made up anyway. You know what I mean?
Exactly.
Like, that doesn't sound authentic. Like, that sound like that's made to specifically be for a purpose. Like, that doesn't sound like something authentic.
They did that to rile up white America to vote for Trump.
Yeah,
that's what they did.
Facts.
Let's call it what the fuck it is.
Yeah, I don't go back and forth with white people, man. Yeah, that's like, to me, that's like going back and forth with the kid, with the child that's not even my child, you know what I'm saying? I always, I spend most of my time going back and forth with my people. I could care less what the white people think, man.
Yeah.
Yeah, I like destroying their rhetoric.
They care what we think.
Exactly. Of course they do.
I used to waste a lot of hours arguing with these dudes and everything else. I don't even waste my time with these dudes anymore because I just
they're not my concern.
that whole environment over there just got toxic after a while. I didn't even go over there unless I was ready to smack around a couple of white nationalists. That was the mentality I was in. Like if I wasn't feeling confrontational, I wouldn't even click on those hangouts anymore. It was cool at one point in time because it was religious hangouts at first. Everybody debating about religion, all different aspects. You had pagans up in there, Muslims, Christians, atheists, whatever, ex-Mormons and all Satanists, all types of stuff and everything else. Yeah, exactly. And everybody getting there just talk about religion and debate on stuff and everything else. But then it turned to something else when the election came around. The election came around and turned to something else. And that's when all the racists started popping in. And of course, me representing probably the only, I'm just going to call it what it is, the only pro-black motherfucker over there, who they going to go after. they gonna, you know what I'm saying? Because all the other blacks over there, they either probably Negro peons or coons. And I was the one pro-black dude. So, yeah.
Yeah, those
I
guys
used to catch a lot of heat on that shit.
You haven't heard too much about the Blue Lives Matter too much yet lately. No, seriously. But seriously, I keep on saying it. This guy, cop got killed in Oklahoma. Yes, was it Tuesday? And they ain't say now. It was a white guy that killed him, but they ain't say a damn word. I was on Twitter and everything, waiting for it.
Mm-hmm.
So I think that's made up stuff too, just to counteract what. Even though I don't agree with the Black Lives Matter thing, but that's what it was. I think that was y'all right. That was all set up.
And also the police force, they're part of the whole Freemason apparatus and the government secret societies. You don't know how many people that you could come across in a day that go to secret meetings and hear about agendas that they're putting out, but in the daytime they sitting right next to you.
Oh yeah,
right.
Well, yeah. With
and
the
then,
whole
like
Blue
I
Lives,
said,
I'm sorry. No, with the Blue Lives Matter thing, the two brothers in Louisiana who just got sentenced to prison for killing. I guess they accidentally killed a 6-year-old autistic boy because his father fired on him. They weren't talking about Blue Lives Matter when those guys got sentenced for that, even though they were in the right. That man fired upon them, and they returned fire, and they going to jail for 20-something years. Nobody said Blue Lives Matter then.
Were they black? The black?
Yeah.
I know what you're talking about. Yeah, and the guy was they was on a high-speed chase or something.
Yes.
Yeah, okay. But see how they do, and they flip that. So my thing is, like I said, I'm not trying to make anybody paranoid, but sometimes I feel like I'm just screaming in the Grand Canyon. You know what I mean? Like it's nobody can really hear me necessarily, or hear
imagine what it's like being a Hebrew Israelite.
You're screaming in that sunken place.
Yeah, you know what I'm saying? Because I feel like, I'm not saying, I feel like then people just kind of just immediately get into the emotions and not using logic, because logic in these cases would tell us everything that we need to know. And imagine that you have a population of people and you want to keep this population of people in check. You're going to do certain things to keep them in check. Let's ask questions like, why is fluoride in our water in the first place?
Exactly.
Like, why is there things like that? When people put trust in this system, why would you put trust in the same system that puts fluoride in your water? Like, why would you even stand on everything? And again, it's not about saying everything is fake, everything is fake. Well, what if everything was, I'm not saying it is, but what if it was? What if everything was made up? Then what?
They put the movie like Truman Show out, to show us that these things are actually taking place. The movie Wag the Dog. I mean, but you have to be in the right, I would say, sphere in order to realize what's going on around you.
Yeah, there's a couple of movies that when they came out, the thoughts of it was like, wow, that's way out there, but it started to seem to come true. If you saw the movie Enemy of the State with Will Smith,
right?
How you have all this technology and all these cameras and all this stuff, microphones in your watch, in your shoe, in your, you know what I'm saying? Or even in the movie The Dark Knight, how he had all the phones and he was able to make a projected picture from all the different cell phones across the city. You're starting to see stuff like that. Or even, what was that movie, Minority Report, where you could try and do a precursor to figure out who's a criminal.
Right.
They're starting to do stuff like that. All these different things you've seen in movie are things that are starting to come to the forefront. As they say, like when your smart TV is off, they can record you, even when it's off.
Yeah.
And hear everything that you're saying. You see what I'm saying? These things.
Brother, you wrong. You wrong, because they couldn't even find Steve Stevens. And Steve Stevens had his phone, brother. Come on.
Yeah, track phone.
If I lose my cell phone, I can do a phone locator and find it in 5 minutes.
Okay.
You know so you telling me you could?
They couldn't find them now. They said they got one ping on the cell phone tower or something.
I could go on Google. I could go on Google Earth right now and see my car in front of my house. But you telling me you couldn't find one dude? You know what I'm saying?
Nope. They couldn't find him. Mind you, he stayed in the same car, same area, and had the phone the whole time. But they couldn't find him, though. I mean, it's stuff like that to where they like literally, they like playing on people's intelligence, like in our face. You feel me? Like, even with this dude who they claim killed these 3 white men, like, who do we know that was saying, Allah Akbar, whatever, scream that out before they would have done better saying he said something like, liberation for my people. Or black power, or my people rise up, my people stand up, something like that. Like, or you would have done better. You know? Allah Akbar, whatever he said.
Just say F it.
Okay.
And then they said he was pro-black. And then did you hear his album? He got an album.
Staged.
Oh God, it is terrible. But I'm just, you're right about that one. Something ain't right about that one.
It sounds like a proper, from the clips that I think Rashid played it, last night?
Yes.
It sounds like a proper suburban black guy trying to be a rapper. No different. Well, I wouldn't say no different, but you know how Tariq Nasheed had his Mac album or Pimp album, whatever it is.
Yeah.
But you know, he sounded like that, trying to be a pimp, like he real hard with it. That's what this guy sounded like for whatever he trying to be conscious or whatever.
Well, I guess in honor of conscious in the chat room, let me say it. Pow, 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 pow.
Oh man.
Oh God.
But yeah, there's nothing wrong with wanting us to be aware of the tricks and the devilry that is going on daily. Yep. And I always tell people, I'm like, these are the same people that gave us Christianity, you know?
Yes. Yes, ma'am.
What was that movie with Tom Cruise and Nicole? Was it Eyes Wide Shut?
Yeah.
That's what it is, you know. You don't really want to see what's going on, so you just try. I think what we do is like when you go to a scary movie and you put your hand in front of your face, you kind of peer through your fingers. Yeah, that's what we're doing. And I understand what Miss Legit is saying. It's not about, you know, everything that you see is like, oh, it's not real. But how often do you hear this term? Wait for the facts. Wait for the facts. We just take whatever you hear and you just run with it. Remember, for those who are old enough, you remember back when it was about to turn the year 2000? People was all out there buying potted meat and bottles of water and everything because the world was supposed to come to an end because you heard that stuff. And the next day,
out.
And it was just the next day. No, nothing.
The next day.
You can get you. That's what we do. People mass hysteria. Go ahead, Mr. I'm sorry.
Check this out. Think about it like this, right? Because people are like, well, how do all of this get out there and this and that? The American media is owned and run by only 6 major white supremacist corporations, like Disney, Time Warner, Viacom. Is it Citibank? It's a couple. It's 3 of them. Okay, so they're owned by these corporations, right? And you have them owning things like the Associated Press, and a lot of the news that comes from the Associated Press is then passed on to other news outlets. So therefore, for them to create stories is not difficult, because you have a small group that controls and owns the whole media, and they control and own the entity which most all other outlets get their news from. So it's not difficult to come up with a story like this and put it out there. And see, this is the thing. White supremacy never really has to prove anything. They don't have to prove it, because they know that if they just put it out there, it's automatically going to be a ton of people who take it as fact just because it's on the news. Exactly. Just because it's on mainstream. They won't question it. They'll take it as facts. They'll accept it. They won't ask questions. They won't look any deeper than the surface. And they understand that. And so therefore what happens is the people who don't agree with it, they stick out like a sore thumb. They then become demonized and marginalized. They're called crazy, because that's one of the things that the system does. Is that's the easiest and best way to discredit somebody, is to say they're crazy. Exactly. Because then everything that they say becomes a joke. It becomes dismissive. Oh, they just crazy. Oh, they just... No, this is what they do. I think Dave Chappelle said that. And this is what they do. They try to make it like you're crazy, so that people will then no longer listen to what you're saying and consider it.
Continue to be sheeple.
Yeah.
Oh, most definitely. Most definitely. Yeah. You see it through everything we do. How often do you see a story that there's a certain product or a certain food that they said you could eat years ago, but now all of a sudden it's bad for you, you can't touch it anymore? Exactly. You know, they'll say like, okay, one glass of wine isn't bad for you, then all of a sudden it is. All these studies, it goes from one extreme to the next. So you go out there, you buy all this stuff, you get on this diet plan, and all of a sudden, no, that's bad. You got to switch to this one. And it's just a constant evolution, moving you from one thing to the next thing and back and forth. So I certainly agree with that. It does tell you what to think, or not really what to think, but what to think about it. It implants these certain things, seeds in your head, and people just run with it. So I totally agree with Sister Renee.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. And I know it's, I know it's tough, and I feel bad even sometimes saying the stuff that I say, because I feel like it's some people, and I'm not saying everything I say is fact. Again, these are my estimations, my observations. This is me adding things up, you know what I'm saying? And just me sitting back and looking at things. But I know one thing that really helped me to get more clear and focused on things was when I stopped watching television. Right. And it's like, I was like, damn, I didn't realize how much watching television changes your psyche. Like, I didn't even, it was after, like, I had stopped watching for a little while. I was like, dang, like, I can see certain things more clearly. I can understand other things, because your mind is not being so clouded with all of these advertisements and this and these stupid shows and storylines and all of this other programming. You don't really have that, So, yeah.
Those advertisements get you buying stuff you don't even need. I'm sure all y'all done seen a commercial. Get this for $19.99. You dial in a number, order something you don't even need, a damn Snuggie or a damn potato
Sham Wow or whatever it was.
Right, exactly. And then, the holidays, we getting this and do this and that. And you running out to the store, you trying to get this and that. It's like, and then you see people, the new Jordan, he got on the new Jordans. Oh, damn, her hair is laid, that weave is laid, or this and that. You seeing different things. Like the basketball wives, I think somebody mentioned the reality shows, whatever, and you see kind of the different style. I can remember, Muchacha, do you remember those earrings? They used to have the little beads hanging from them.
You mean like chandelier?
I mean, the beads on them. They was like a hoop, and it was beads on them, like.
Oh yeah,
Yeah. Now, if you remember, like the basketball wives chick really was kicking that style off, and they had it all on there, and then girls went crazy for them earrings.
Right.
Next thing you know, everybody had those earrings on. One of the girls on there started selling them. I think Evelyn, she had started selling them like she had a shoe store or something.
Right, her little shoes. I think it was called Dulce or something.
Yeah. And it was like something as simple as that style of earring, it went through the roof, you know.
Just like the red bottom shoes. Nobody was checking for red bottom.
I give an example. A few years ago, there was a young lady who sent Beyonce a pair of earrings. They were these big hoop earrings, and they had like a little drop. I don't know if you want to call it. I don't know what you would call the thing, but it had Obama. It was a big O, and it had bomb on there. It was like Obama earrings, right? She wore them one time. Once everyone saw that, the site where they came from crashed the next day because everyone wanted that particular pair.
Because she won.
Right.
She won and everybody saw them. So the power of media, you see something one time, somebody has it on, and it's like instantly. And you know, we live in a world where you can instantly purchase something. It ain't like you got to go to a store and get it. You can just get on your phone and click one button, and bam, here it comes. So media is a very, very, very powerful tool. So I certainly agree.
Wow,
and to go back to them Trump rallies, I mean, the BLM stuff and everything else. I've always questioned those Trump rallies. Those Trump rallies always seem set up and fake.
Yep.
Like that. Like this stuff don't even seem real. Like I'm gonna be real with you. Like how do y'all even know this is BLM? Because they got a sign. It says BLM. It says Black Lives Matter.
Right.
Like really? Like that's like what's their name? What organization? Like if they BLM, that means they organize. Where's their headquarters at? Right. Where can I locate their headquarters? Give me the address of their headquarters. I want to donate some money to them. Give me the address. I don't know what the address is. Well, how you know they BLM? Because the sign says so. Come on, man. Stop it, man. Stop it. That's circular. You give me a circular argument. Like I don't want to hear that. What is that crap?
Then they were talking about people stealing money and all types of stuff that was going on. But yeah, I'm tired of reality shows. I wish Knight Rider and stuff was back.
I'm tired of propaganda.
Yeah.
I wish more people would understand the images they're putting out there, and like you're thinking only about yourself on these particular shows, not understanding what you're sending out there to the masses. I'm not really concerned about other people. It's more so about our people and the fact that on the youth. You're not thinking about when you're on TV throwing a plate at someone or sleeping with somebody else's man or someone else's woman and all this other stuff. Fighting. Exactly. Yeah. You just looking at that paycheck, not thinking about what's coming after you.
Yeah, because that show Bad Girls Club is pointless. I mean, all you do is go to a house and to fight. Is that what they do?
Yeah.
Yeah, but hey, y'all, I just want to throw this in there real quick. I just seen this. Hey, the woman, supposedly the officer, did y'all see who the officer was that supposedly ran the dude, Steve Stevens?
No, what happened?
It's a black woman. I'm done. Y'all need
That's so obvious. Oh my gosh.
Y'all need to stop.
I want to throw something out there real quick too. Y'all know this Rashida Strober?
Yes.
Yes.
Yeah, I think somebody mentioned her earlier. This is the first time I'm seeing this. I just went to her channel, but that's a beautiful sister right here, man.
She is very beautiful.
Yeah, I like Rashida.
Just wanted to throw that out there.
That's what you want to throw.
Yeah, that's it.
Yeah, she's
I think she's kind of misunderstood. She's a very passionate sister, and I understand where that passion comes from. But people, once again, for her speaking up and having a point, she's angry. She's mean. She's jealous. They call her all these different names just because she's speaking about something that's important.
To be honest, bro, I had it on mute, so I didn't even.
Oh yeah, no, I'm just saying, like,
heard her.
If you want to see some real hatred, read her comment section. Read what people say to her. Look at the names that they call her, just for speaking up. Like she's supposed to just suffer in silence and say, "Hey, you know, it doesn't matter." So anytime you speak up, well, no matter what it is, someone's gonna have something to say. But yeah, if you get a chance,
that's true.
Check out her video. Check out her videos, man. I mean, it's very insightful, and like I said, you get from her perspective, because so often we look at things totally from ours. If you've never lived her experience, it's like I've never lived one of yours, but I mean, it can really help a lot. But yeah, check her out. I really respect the young lady, but yeah, I agree. I agree with you, Mr. Jett. I'm not saying everything is fake, but I think you gotta have more like a little discerning eye. You don't believe anything and everything that someone tells you. You know, what they say, believe half of what you hear and even less of what you see. And they're gonna do anything and show you everything. You know, it's like I've told people before. You can go to an event. I'll give you an example. When I was in high school, my senior year in high school. Went to school in San Diego. My high school was the biggest school in the county. We had over 3,000 students at my school, right? After school, there was a fight between two girls. Two girls get into a fight. So you know when everybody sees a fight, what you do? Everybody goes and watch the fight. From this fight, we had cops come in cop cars, on mountain bikes, on horseback. We had a police helicopter show up, right? That night on the news, they said it was a riot at my high school. All it was two girls who got into a fight. That was it. You feel what I'm saying? They take a story and they twist it. So I certainly can understand that.
They definitely do. And I want to say something about Rashida Strober. Yeah, she's a friend of mine. I had her on probably like 2 or 3 times on my show. And I want to say, I know some people take some issue with her because they feel like she's maybe too aggressive or abrasive. And I think something was going on with her and another sister. I'm not sure the whole deal behind it, but I would just say that I understand where she's coming from, though, because I see her complexion. She's a very dark, rich ebony complexion. And I can only imagine with a lot of the self-hate that's in our community, the different things that she's heard over the years. And I always talk about, how Neely Fuller and Dr. Welsing said, we have to destroy racism, white supremacy, and replace it with a system of true justice where whoever needs the most help gets the most help. And in terms of, how so many, especially darker skinned sisters are marginalized and things like that, and some of the pain that they endure, I think we have to be willing to kind of have more compassion, and, we go really hard. And like Psycho said, years ago, the darker skinned black man, and dark skinned black men still get it to this day. You kind of sometimes have to be a right type of darkness too. You know what I mean? Like it's still like, it's still, it's still certain parameters like within our community, even with that, because I know a couple brothers who are the color of Rashida, and women will still say they're too dark. They too black. Oh, damn. They midnight and this type of stuff, And now I'm not trying to be funny, but y'all know what I'm saying.
You hear that stuff in life, but
So I understand the sister from that perspective, and I feel her. And I'm, a brown skin color. I'm like about a brown sugar complexion, and I understand, but I can still understand even being darker skinned, from somebody who's very light skinned. I still understand that concept, and I understand because I had another reason why it's very close to my heart is because one of my cousins and then one of my college roommates, her name, my cousin Essence, and then my college roommate Isha, both of them were so beautiful. They are so beautiful. I mean, beautiful. Nice shape, fit, everything. And one of my friends, Cece, when I was growing up, all beautiful. Okay, beautiful women, but they're very dark complexion. And a lot of people in our community find that unattractive. So I can remember, like with my college roommate, like us going and hanging out, you know what I'm saying? And I think it was by the time it was my sophomore year. And so, I had a boyfriend at my college. And so, we'd be hanging out in different things. And his friends was like, hell no. Hell no. She too black, man. Nah, she too black, man. She too dark, man. Oh, I can't go that dark, bro. And they'll say things like, man, I don't know. I might hit it. You know what I'm saying? If she let me hit it or whatever. But I would never, I wouldn't be kicking it with her like that. And so I'm like, wait a minute. And mind you, I went to HBCU and all of the above. And I'm like, really? Like, what's the problem? Nah, I just ain't attracted to that. I just, nah. I like
and it's sad.
It's sad. It's sad.
But you know what? That's true, Mr. Jim, because I think also, because that's the difference between men and women, whereas a woman, unfortunately, more times not are judged just on their physical appearance, right? That's the prevailing sentiment. Generally, you can't outrun that. If you're a man and you're unattractive or whatever, you can get other things that can overtake that, like someone like Notorious B.I.G., who told you himself he was black and ugly as ever. But
however,
he had money, things of that nature. Kevin Hart, who's about 5 foot, maybe 4 on a good day. You know what I'm saying? Most women don't really check for short dudes, but when he stand on his wallet, he like 7'4". So you know what I'm saying, you can overcome certain things if you're not aesthetically pleasing, you don't have the tall, dark, and handsome look to you. But unfortunately, as you said, with a darker skinned sister, because I actually was watching a show on the OWN network with the Iyanla Vanzant and Oprah. They had like this 2-part. They were talking about colorism, and she said something that was very interesting. I think you brought this point up. A lot of times, it's not about light versus dark. It's just lighter than versus darker than. Like, you don't necessarily have to be light as long as you're lighter than the person who's standing next to you. You know what I'm saying? So, like for instance, okay, India.Arie is a brown to dark skinned woman. Jill Scott is lighter than India.Arie, but you really wouldn't consider Jill Scott to be light skinned. But if Jill Scott was standing next to Eve is lighter than Jill Scott. So it's just a lot of times it's a spectrum. I mean, we do have extremes. You have very, very light, and you have very, very dark. My thing is this: the darker you are, the better. That melanin is important, because I think what's going to really be our saving grace as a black people, that hole in that ozone layer, because it's going to get hotter and hotter and hotter, and the less melanin you have in your skin, the tougher it's going to be on you as a person.
That's right.
You want that melanin. I don't get this idea, because I mean I know what it is. It's self-hate and things of that nature, but even Gabrielle Union, you would never think that Gabrielle Union struggled with her complexion. But she even said when she used to go to Hollywood parties and she was like one of the darkest people there, she would always like have a complex about that. Yeah. Now looking on the outside, looking at me like, you, Gabrielle Union, you're caught up with how people view you, but yeah, that thing can cause a great deal of insecurities. I don't care who you are. Yep. So like I said, whatever you may not like about how Rashida puts her point out, I appreciate what she's doing. Because no one else was trying to do it for her, and she catches a lot of arrows for it, but I appreciate her honesty, her bluntness. Sometimes you ain't gotta be nice and sweet. You know what I'm saying? You gotta say put out there plain so people really truly getting the message. So I appreciate that, because it's like I said, I've never really had the experience. I mean, in my family we have darker skinned people, almost to the point, like you say, you consider blue black, which is kind of derogatory, but I have people like that in my family. Yeah. So it's never been an issue for me. Dark, light. If you black, you black. So, and then that caused all these problems where Tyrese married some woman talking about my black queen and stuff like that.
Mister, I'm talking about he want a ghetto girl.
Man, okay. But they use, again, Tyrese is one of those people who use black women and then turn around and insult them. Black women made his career.
Yeah.
Black women got you to a point where you could even get considered to be in a movie like Transformers or Fast and Furious. They wouldn't even know you was on the radar if it wasn't for black women. Because black women loved, y'all remember when he did that Coca-Cola commercial back in the day?
Yes,
black
indeed.
women loved him then. When he first came out with his music and he had that piercing or something, y'all remember that?
Yeah, in his chin. Yeah.
Yes. And black women loved him and supported him ever since that point. It was sisters who mainly held him down, like, let's keep it funky. So we're talking about going to his concerts, buying his music, when he was with Tank and Genuine and everything.
Yeah.
That's what black women messed up. You should have never accepted no nigga with no piercing in the chin.
Okay.
I told you right there, something's off.
Yeah.
Well, so did that.
I agree wholeheartedly. Because that was always weird to me.
It was weird to me too.
I can't deal with no man that got a facial piercing.
No.
Honey,
I have my
eyebrow. No.
Eyebrow. I don't give a damn. Now, Tupac was one that could pull it off.
That's what I'm about to ask.
My nose is pierced.
Yeah.
Your nose is pierced? Oh, I know Jacob's nose is not pierced.
Yeah, it is.
Oh no! No!
Now, I know Jacob.
Oh yeah, man.
Yeah.
Brother. Georgina.
Not all the time, but at least I'm honest.
Well, I think that's what we need to start doing though. These people like that take away your support. The way dollars speak.
That's how you do it. Yeah.
That's what I started doing. As I told her, I told Muchacha, if certain things go in your life, I ain't supporting you. You ain't getting no dollars from me. I ain't going to your concerts. I ain't watching your movies, so on and so forth. That's how I speak. If some people are saying something that's disagreeable to our people, they're down talking or disrespecting or demeaning our people, you're not gonna get support from me. I'll download your music off the internet. I'll watch your movie for free 99. I will not pay 1 red cent. Yeah. It may be a small gesture, but I'd rather take that money and give it to a black-owned business. Go to a restaurant, go to a store. I'm not gonna support you, especially when you're taking these people for granted. You like what happens a lot of times, you build your audience off the back of black people.
Yeah.
Because a prime example, Mom told me a story about Sammy Davis Jr., right? Sammy Davis Jr. back in the day was one of the most famous black men in America, right? He was doing it big. Had the conch in his hair, glass eye, and a white woman on his arm, right? He didn't give a damn about black people. He was living it up, doing TV shows, variety shows. He was a member of the Rat Pack, doing it big. But then after a while, them TV shows and variety shows started to dry up. Left the white woman, the IRS was on his little bony ass. And then and only then did he go out his little natural and put on his little dashiki talking about power to the people. And they accepted him back. Them days is over. You cross over, stay your ass over there. I got nothing for you.
Right.
It's a wrap.
Hey, Psycho, people want to know why you go into white spaces.
Because he's psycho.
We live in white spaces.
Exactly.
I thought I explained that. I explained where this European knows me from. I told you the religious rooms and everything else. It's people from all races. It ain't just white. He making it seem like I'm up in there and it's everybody white. It's actually black people in there, Spanish and people of all races. And we talking religion. And I don't and ask. Do me a favor. Ask him, do I be cooning up in there though? And I bet you he don't tell. And see what he tells you. I hold it down.
So Thomas,
I don't play that game.
That's right.
Answer the question, Thomas.
Well, also, you know what? You gotta know your enemy. You gotta know your enemy. Sometimes that's how you get intel.
Right.
If you go in the store in front of these other places, just lay in the cut and just watch and listen to what they saying. That way you're not in the dark.
I mean, I talk.
It's like they over here listening to what.
And I put them in a place every time they try to talk shit about black people because that's one of their favorite hobbies, and I put them right in their place. So yeah.
I mean, why would you? You ain't spending money over there. You just go in there listening. You just firing back. So that's cool with me. I have no issue with that.
Tell David Duke stop writing me too.
And I'm into religion. I'm into talking about religion. I said it earlier. Religion fascinates me. So,
yeah. Now, if I saw a psycho walking arm in arm with a white woman, I'd be like, oh, what's going on over here?
Yeah, I might have to.
I'll be blowing his phone up. I'll be like, what?
You'll get this work, Psycho.
Okay.
I met one person over there, and it was a dude. That's only because he live in Newark, and that's only because he live in Newark. We chilled before. That was it.
All right. Yeah.
I like going into their spaces though. They be getting mad. They block me.
Oh yeah,
I'll be hanging tight for a minute. And I
recall Sister Renee, when you was on a hangout one time, and I guess this troll came in there and tried to take over the hangout, and you put him in his place to where all he could do was just bow his head and walk away. He said, it was so funny. I think he was like from overseas, from England. He I don't know how he got on the hangout. And Sister Renee for about 40 minutes just broke down black on black crime, statistics, just everything. And at the end, he just had to just say, well, you know what? I ain't think about it like that. And just walk.
Yeah.
And they never do, because the simple fact I would tell somebody is, okay, black people are so, we can't get over slavery or whatever. Most black people that you know, whose last name do they have?
Okay.
Yeah, that's
exactly. How you gonna get over something we still carrying? We still carrying they name.
And it ain't like they don't charge us if we want to change our name. If you were so honest and so pious and you wanted to, be down for black people, why you charge folk to change their names?
It's always funny. It happens to us. We're the ones who got to get over everything. I mean, if they don't tell Jewish people to get over the Holocaust, they say they ain't never gonna forget 9/11. You know what I'm saying? They don't want to forget John Benet Ramsey. She been dead for 20-some years. She ain't coming back. The girl dead. You know what I'm saying?
They won't let Elvis die.
No.
Oh yeah, that's a funny quote. I heard somebody say that y'all can't see racism, but you see Bigfoot and Elvis all the time. How the hell that work? You know what I'm saying?
Shoot. This is real.
This world it's only bad when black people do it, boy. I swear for Lord. Some of the things we go through, you can just get 3 black people just go stand on the corner and not do anything, and watch the attention that you get. Just standing there. Don't even say a word. Don't move. Wait about 5 minutes. Somebody gonna walk. Is there a problem? Everything okay? Cop gonna come along. You need to move.
And then y'all heard this foolishness earlier. Some foolishness earlier. Okay. Somebody talking about, if you're gonna do go get some dope and sell it to some white people. They were saying that instead of the person selling shea butter.
What?
I'm like,
what?
What? Yes. They was like, yeah, and all these people want to make money off of black folk. And now everybody's selling this shea butter and selling all this. If you want to do something, go get some dope and sell it to the white man. Huh?
Do you see the drug sentences?
Huh? So I was scratching my head. I said, so wait a minute. So you saying go get some dope and sell it to the white man instead of creating a legitimate business selling shea butter and marketing it to your people? Okay. All right. Thank you. Thanks. Like, I mean, this is the type of stuff, and he's supposed to be a pro-black person and stuff. And
yeah, like on that call last night on your broadcast, that Afro pick dude was. You really got to see where he was. You got to see where he was coming from, because his whole thing was, or is, that child support is the white supremacy foundation. So get rid of child support and you get rid of white supremacy. It's amazing.
He was a little twisted with that. I initially was agreeing with him, like, yeah, child support is the structure, the way it's set up right now. I understand that it needs to be in play, but the way it's set up right now, I don't like the setup that they have for it. But it needs to change. But again, he was talking about abolishing it, and yeah, like you said, if once it's gone, then white supremacy's gone and everything else. Like, whoa, bro, pump your brakes. Like you done went left on me. You know what I'm saying? Like,
well, yeah, I think there should be a consequence of repercussions. He wants to abolish child support. My thing is, okay, I'll abolish child support, but I got to cut off 3 of your fingers. You know what I'm saying? I'm gonna need something in return. You know what I'm saying? You don't want to pay child support. Let me put your hand on the table. Let me grab a butcher knife, and I'm gonna slice off 3 of your fingers, and we call it even.
My thing is this: I think that all men who don't want to pay child support, which I can understand, I think that they should have their children. I think that if they don't want to be involved with child support, then they should be willing to take their children full time.
But they have to be good fathers, first of all.
Well, see, now that's a whole complete other type of.
Thank you, now. But the guy that was speaking on Renee's broadcast last night,
I don't know anything about. Yeah,
he was trying to say that okay, if you ain't with the mama no more, y'all can still parent together. Just move in next to each other. Y'all don't have to live with each other. Just move in next door to each other.
Right.
Like I'm like, what? Your sexuality, you're 100% control of. You know what I'm saying? Those stork don't come and just drop some baby at your front door. Mm-hmm. If you don't want to have kids, don't do the thing it takes to have kids, or go get a vasectomy, take the necessary precautions. Then you can do all you want. It amazes me that people have sex, person get pregnant like that, like they shocked. Like, how did this happen? What the hell did this happen? You know what I'm saying? I mean, I've heard, because people mistake birth control, right? People assume that birth control means birth prevention. There is only one 100% way of not having a child that's not having a sex. I often ask people, look, if I get you a bulletproof vest, would you let me shoot you? No. Put it on, let me shoot you right in the chest, just to make sure, to see if it works. You know what I'm saying? I know a dude who got a woman pregnant when he had a vasectomy. I know a girl who got pregnant with her tubes tied.
Me too.
I know people got pregnant on birth control with condoms. So you're doing all the, like,
the ones who got pregnant that the doctor told them, oh, you'll never have babies.
Yeah,
I've heard that too. I've heard all these different stories, and the people like, oh my God, how did this happen? You know what I'm saying?
Exactly.
That's why I think, we all know pregnancy is a two-party type thing.
Exactly.
And it takes both. And I don't believe that, making the man come out of his pocket to replace him, not being in the children's life or this or that. I don't think that's right either. I think that if the man is in a situation where he feels like he's not going to be able to pay child support, I think he should have his children.
But if he can't pay child support, how he gonna take care of them?
Hold on, one person? Say that again?
If you can't pay child support, he's not gonna be able to pay child support. Then if you can't pay child support, how you gonna take care of the child?
Exactly.
Well, the thing is, children, the taking care of a child is not all about financial. You know what I'm saying? I think that there's it's
wait a minute now. We live in America. We live in America.
But
it's capitalism. I know what you're saying about loving your child and morally teaching them, But we live in America. This is capitalism. This is capitalist.
What I was going to say is it's a two-person thing. You know, if the man and the woman lay down together to make a child, then it's it should be both of their responsibility to take care of that child.
I think everyone up here agrees.
Yeah, and that's what I'm saying. A lot of times I see men, you know, it seems like the rights of men aren't really taken into account a lot of the times when, you know,
what's that
children
right,
are
though?
made. Well, again, it's a two-person thing. A lot of the times it seems like the men are always hit. You know, as soon as a child is born, a lot of times it seems like men barely have a say. When the government gets involved, it's just
Y'all just back up a little bit.
Numbers.
Just back up a little bit. Do you realize that the majority of women who have had, I'm not saying all, but I'm saying the majority of women who honestly slept with a guy and got pregnant, whether they have been in a relationship long term or maybe, you know, they were even married and had these children. Do you not realize, or do you not understand that the majority of the women want the family to, we want the guy to be there. I don't have children, so I'm not, you know, I have nothing to do with child support.
Are we talking about a divorce, or are we talking about
I'm talking about in the situations where they have been either dating. I'm not talking about one night stands, but I understand one night stand individuals. Hey, it's still the same thing though. You lay down and you have these children. You should expect to be someone responsible enough to take care of them. But let's go to the side where they're in a relationship, or they have been married and may have gotten a divorce, or they were in a relationship and just broke up. Do you not think that the woman genuinely wants the man to be there, to be a father?
That's not a simple answer, because there's situations where there's a lot of vindictive and crazy stuff that goes on. So we're generalizing.
And men aren't vindictive.
Generalizing that. I didn't say that they weren't. What I'm saying is we can't generalize that situation, because there's a lot of people who complain about, you know, situations that they've come into, you know, in their marriage, or, you know, because I think there's even numbers that talk about how most divorces are initiated by women. You know, and that's based on numbers. But
I can only agree with that if it was because they've been cheated on, abused, or something to that effect. Not just because I woke up one day and I don't like this food.
Well, I give you an example. Now, what you're saying, Jacob, I went through this. My mother and father divorced when I was 2 years old, right? When they divorced, he divorced me too. The next time I get a birthday gift from him would be the first time. Now, this is a man who was married to my mother. You see what I'm saying? So that was his choice. It didn't affect me. I never longed for it. You can't miss what you never had. But ultimately, my mom wasn't a one night stand. This wasn't no jump off when we met at a club. No, they were married. He had me. They divorced. He went his way. You know what I'm saying? So that was his choice. I'm not mad about it. The thing that upsets me, my mom had to struggle. You know what I'm saying? My mom had to work extremely hard. You know, I had to be a latchkey kid because my mom couldn't afford a date, you know, couldn't afford a babysitter. You see what I'm saying? All the things that she had to go through because he decided that, and my mom wasn't contentious. My mom never bad mouth, never talked down, never disrespected. He always knew where I lived, where I grew up, the school I went to. He made the choice that, you know what, my son that I had with this woman that I was married to doesn't matter to me. He went on to have additional kids and he took care of them. And my mom didn't do any of the stereotypical things that you hear that, well, she kept you from me, or she did this and she did. None of those things apply. He decided that, you know what, I'm free, I'm emancipated, and I'm out. I'm not mad about it. I can't go back and change it, but, you know, I think the onus is, I understand that women get pregnant. I understand that, but obviously the old adage, it takes two.
Yes.
But you walk, this wasn't, like I said, he walked away from a relationship with my mother and just bounced. And it wasn't no barriers there to him. I'm not making generalizations, and I'm not saying, I think it's very important to be objective. And sometimes when you've been through something, it's hard to be objective in that situation because you have prior, you know, situations that prevent you from being 100% objective on something. What I'm saying is, again, I think that men's rights have to be considered when it comes down to a child. And I think that there should be better stipulations in place when it comes down to child support. That's all I'm saying.
Okay, well, let me tell you this. I've been on the flip side of this equation. Let me see if y'all follow this.
Break it down,
I've been to child support court, and I don't have any kids. Think about that for a second. Why? Because the woman I dealt with, that I was in a relationship with, that we were living together, she got pregnant by another dude and tried to pawn the kid off on me.
Wow.
And there's one of those things I was talking about.
I had to go to court. I had to get a DNA test. I had to do all these things. And the way that the way it's set up in the state I live in, if you don't contest it within the first 5 years, that child is yours, irregardless.
Yeah. That's scary.
Yeah,
that's the kind of stuff that goes on.
My cousin found out that his son, that he's been raising his entire life, he found out that wasn't his son when he was 24 years old.
That's scary.
Oh my gosh.
I know another guy who had a set of twins. He found out when they were 12 that those weren't his kids.
Yeah, that's scary. And
now do you understand though, for the people who don't really necessarily rock with the Bible too tough or whatever, that's one of the things that the Bible stresses why you should not have like the premarital sex or whatever, because it causes all of this like extra unseen, unforeseen confusion.
Yeah, I tell dudes all the time, DNA is your friend. It's not about being disrespectful, but every state is different with these laws. Like I said, where I live at, you got 5 years to contest. If you don't, they call it what's the best interest of the child clause.
Exactly.
Once that child, you've raised it and you've been around that child and all they know is that you're their father. I'll tell you a story. I saw a guy, was a white guy. He was married to a woman. Okay, they were married for some years. They had 3 kids. His last kid, he just had this like nagging suspicion that this really wasn't his daughter, right? Yeah. He never really believed it, but so his daughter got hurt one day. He took her to the hospital. He was there. He's like, I want to get a DNA test as well. Does a DNA test. Come to find out, his suspicion was right. It's not his daughter. Okay, so obviously this caused a lot of confusion and problems in their relationship. So they split up, right? They go their separate way. They put him on child support for that daughter. He's like, wait a minute. Why are you putting me on child support? This isn't my daughter. They said, well, all she's ever known is that you're her father. And in the best interest of the child, you're responsible for it. Now, but here's the best part of the story. That woman, the guy who was actually the father of the child, she moved him into the house. So now this man is having to pay child support to this woman and her child's actual father.
Now you see, bro, this is why I'm talking about. I think that we have to, the way that the system is right now is failing. When it comes down to men's rights, man. You know what I'm saying? And that's, I see that and hear about. I think we're in the same state. I'm in Texas too.
Yeah.
So you hear about that stuff all the time, and that's why
well,
it's scary.
I agree on that, but I'll say this though. Planned Parenthood begins with you.
Yeah, that's true.
All this stuff could be avoided on the front end. You know what I'm saying? It's like if I go out and I get plastered drunk and I get behind the wheel of a car and I get a DUI, I can't say, well, I didn't really mean to get drunk and that wasn't what my plan was. They're gonna be like, it doesn't matter. If you know what the consequences are on the front end, you can't complain on the back end. You know what I'm saying? So if you as a man go out there and have sex with a woman, knowing full and well, if y'all are both heterosexual with no medical ailments or impairments, there is a chance, no matter how great or minute, of a pregnancy occurring. So if that does occur, you can't be mad. I don't want to have a baby. Well, you shouldn't have did the thing it took.
Yeah, I'm not arguing. Yeah, I'm not arguing that. I'm arguing that it needs to be equal for both, because both the man and the woman committed that act. So again, it should be equal.
In a perfect world, it would be fair. But the way that the rules are set up right now, it's like, for instance, if you and I are both driving down the highway, we're both driving down 35. The speed limit is 70. If I'm going 71 and you're going 85, we both should get a ticket, right? You're going 85, I'm going 71. But you might get the ticket for going 85. I might not get one for going 71, even though we're technically both speeding. So I understand what you're saying. I understand father's rights, and I'm not minimizing that at all. Now, I don't have children. You know what I'm saying? I've had 3 times in my life where a woman told me she was pregnant. One girl, her tubes was tied. She's like, I'm pregnant. I said, if you pregnant, we naming that kid Hercules. I swear for Lord. Then the second time, like I told you, I went through a paternity fraud situation. The third time, she actually was not pregnant. And that was probably one of the best conversations that I ever had in my life with the woman, because it was a real raw conversation, because the topic of ending the pregnancy came up, not from me, but from her. And I had never actually, we often hear about, from the woman's perspective, how tough that is. But when you're a man, you're sitting there thinking like, damn, that my baby could be gone just like that. You know what I'm saying? That I have no say so. Like I'm thinking about first steps, taking them to kindergarten, the picture with the missing. I'm thinking about everything. That whole night, just racing through my mind. But the next day, you know, she did have her cycle, whatever. But it was like that was one of the greatest conversations I had because it really made me think and really like you got to be a lot more careful with what you're doing.
That's true.
That was the most helpless and hopeless feeling I ever had because I would have supported her whatever she did, but I'd be lying if I said I would want her to go out there and get, to abort the child. But I couldn't, it was not I understand it was not my place to put pressure on her. So I certainly understand obviously it's tough for a woman. I can't even fathom the idea, but from just like I said, from my perspective as a man, it was like, damn, it was like a heartbreaking feeling because you like as a person who doesn't have children and thinking of you, because like you think about all that stuff. First time they call you daddy, giving them you know what I'm saying? All that stuff races through your head. So it really made me like, hold up.
And that's another thing that
monogamy. So you got to really think about those things. Don't be out here just slanging and banging.
Exactly.
That's another thing.
Because when you play with sexuality, your kids end up paying the price. You see what I'm saying?
That's true. And that's another thing that I wanted to talk about as well as, a lot of times men don't have rights when it comes down to the abortion thing. Like a lot of these, there's been fathers who wanted their child and the woman goes and aborts it. To me, I don't think that that's right either.
Yeah. But see, that's not, but to me, that goes back to what the brother said. You know the consequences. You know who you're dealing with. We can't control nature. Nature is set up to where the woman carries a child for 40 weeks. Okay, she's connected to that baby through that umbilical cord. The baby's eating off of what nutrients she's providing to her body and everything else. Okay, that baby is in there, and that's just what it is, right? And then after that period of gestation and all that, she can birth the baby. She's still connected. They got to cut that cord. She's naturally producing milk to feed her baby. It's just certain things that happen naturally. And therefore, so when it comes to abortion, what can a man necessarily say? Because at the end of the day, he is unable to carry the child in his body.
Well, the final say is always going to be on the woman, but you do understand the man's dilemma and all that also. Like the men feel helpless in that situation, and we actually are. We kind of at the girl's mercy at that point. And it's. I understand everything you just said, and you're correct, and ultimately it is the woman's final decision, but it just puts the man in a rough spot.
Yeah, and again, since we were talking about responsibility, I think it's a part of, if you know that that's what's going to happen and you go out there and do it. Again, if we're going to hold the man responsible, the woman should be held just as responsible. And I think a lot of times that's not what's happening. It's you're a man, the man, but we don't ever.
How is the woman not being held responsible? Like in what way?
Because that's a life that was put in her. The man has the life. That seed comes from the man. The man has the life, and that they decided to lay down and have unprotected sex or whatever situation they were in, and he put that life inside of her. So now she has a responsibility to carry that life.
But what if the man is the one who's always I'm not saying you guys or anyone like on the panel, but I'm for the balancing of everything.
Yeah.
I am so like these people who say that, this man was tricked into having a baby. Wait a minute, let's go back to square one. If you understand how a baby is made, you can't be tricked.
That's true. Yeah. That's true.
And let me say this. I ain't gonna go too deep into my business or whatever. But let me say
you
that
already told us you had to go to the potty earlier.
I know, right? But listen, men can trick women too.
Yes.
Okay. Sure. Let's keep it funky. Men can do all types of little things.
Absolutely.
Shout out wearing condoms or take them off. Scenarios.
And that's why I said it's 50-50. If you're laying down and you're having sex, you know what sex is used for. Pleasure is a secondary that you get, but sex is used for procreation.
Mm-hmm.
Sex is,
it's almost like if you watch boxing, when they're giving the instruction in boxing, one of the things they always say is this: protect yourself at all times, right?
Mm-hmm.
There was a story of a woman in Dallas. I'll never forget this. It was a sad story. She was involved with the guy. Okay, they had been together for a while. She had a couple of kids. And I guess this particular day, they decide they're going to be intimate. Okay, they have sex. He doesn't wear a condom. After they're done having sex, she's like, "Oh, I just want to tell you something." Like, well, she's like, "Well, I have HIV, but it's not that bad though." Right?
Crazy.
Girl.
Well, it didn't stop right there. So you know what my man did? He went downstairs, went into the kitchen, grabbed the biggest butcher knife he could, and he stabbed that woman to death.
Yikes. Yeah, man.
Blood everywhere. Her kids come home and find her laying in a bed just in a pool of blood.
Wow.
Now, you can sit there and say, well, hey, it was his responsibility to ask. She didn't have to tell him. He had sex with her. You know what I'm saying? The responsibility falls on he chose to have sex with her. Now, that's some information that people should probably...
Yeah, it's both responsibilities. You can choose to conceal it if you want, but once, you know, a bad situation happens, hey, you didn't do you didn't take responsibility for it.
Like I said, as Muchacha said, that's an equal thing. I think too often people just think with lust. They're not actually, people don't have real world conversations. People are scared to ask people their status. Have you ever had it? You know what I'm saying? People don't want to bring that stuff up. They just rather ignorance is bliss.
Yeah.
Right.
You got to have conversations that go beyond what's your favorite food and favorite color.
Yes.
You know,
but and even today, it's so sad that, you know, these individuals, they'll say, oh, well, I like this person, or I like this about them, but you don't even know a person's favorite color. When has the dialogue between a man and a woman just gone out the door? It's like, ooh, she got a booty. Ooh, he got Jordans on. You know, it's like all about just materialistic things or just the superficial things that don't mean squat at the end of the day.
It's that all idea. Laugh now, cry later. You know, I remember my senior year in high school, we had 53 girls in my high school who was either pregnant or had a baby that we knew of.
Wow.
You know what I'm saying? And it's what really just drives me crazy. It's one of the most preventable things that you can do. You know what I'm saying? It's so preventable. You are in control of this. But most people don't ever think it's going to happen to them. It's always somebody else. Like I said before, most people who rob a bank don't ever think they're going to get caught.
Right.
Most people who smoke cigarettes don't ever think they're going to get lung cancer, emphysema, heart disease until it happens. You see what I'm saying? So we could talk about responsibility, which party you are in control of you. It's like if you have diabetes and you know you're not supposed to be eating no sugar and you do it anyway.
Yeah.
Then you crying when you get damn leg amputated or something. I'm like, you could control that.
Yeah.
You know, and it's I understand the feelings and the urges and all that. We've all been there. I'm not saying I've always been perfect in my life when it came to that particular. I'm not gonna sit there and say that, but I understood the ramifications of my actions. You know, I tell a woman on the front end, listen, if a pregnancy occurs, I'm gonna tell you right now, I will be there for my son. I'm gonna tell you that, and I'll give you my. I understand that thing. You know, that can go out the window. But I'm gonna tell you on the front end what I would do, so you know where I stand. You know, but I'm not gonna walk away from a woman because you know that's to me I wouldn't do that. But I understand some people can do it. Like it's just like they throwing away a gum wrapper.
Yeah, that's crazy, right?
And I'm so tired of these people sending out their representatives, and I think that's what caused a lot of hurt feelings and like this angst against. Well, I'm not only speaking in our community, the Black community, because that's the only thing I'm concerned with. But you know how the college, I would say college will send out the sports coach or whomever for the sports team. They're recruiting this player or whatever. That's what a lot of people show up with when they're trying to impress someone. They're not being the real individual.
Right.
Oh yeah, most definitely. I mean, I'm not one to talk about.
If your school is run down and you know but you have a strong like coaching team, then say that.
Yeah, I think honestly, more women appreciate honesty. Be honest. Tell them what it is on the front end. You'd be surprised. A lot of women are willing to, if they know the situation, they'll agree or they don't. Because as you said, the representative thing is very big. I don't really subscribe to a 90-day rule and all that dumb. If what you're comfortable with doing, I know sometimes women feel pressured that they have to, or if I don't do this, he ain't gonna like me. You know, I've seen and heard all the different machinations on that. I'm like, look, do what you're comfortable with. Just make sure it's a decision that you want to make, not peer pressure. Or you feel that you have to, or if I don't, he gonna leave me. No, but as long as you understand what comes, I mean, we try and minimize everything. Oh, sex ain't a big deal. Oh no, sex is a very, very big deal. And people try, even if it's with somebody who may not be your husband or your wife. I mean, that is the most intimate that you could be with somebody. I mean, you're actually, not to get too vulgar, you are actually connecting with someone. You know, they're actually entering you. That's not a small thing.
Right. And that's a spiritual connection too. Exactly. I know people don't think that, but you know, sometimes you will sleep with somebody and you start doing some shit that you never have done before. And you like,
okay,
what the heck? You know, like where'd that come from? Then if you think back, you like, you know what? Such and such used to do that. And now I'm doing it.
Yeah, I mean, it's very true. It can impact you. I mean, men and women, especially for a young lady, especially if she's young, you know, first time or whatever, that can really, the person that you decide to give that prize away to, it can have some lingering effects on you if it's the wrong person or whatever. So I certainly understand that. And I've actually asked women that question, not to get too personal, like, the person that you ended up giving that to, do you regret it now, looking back on it? Not that you wish you held on to it, but do you wish it wasn't that particular dude? You know what I'm saying? I know a girl, her very first time, she got pregnant.
That's why the person I have sex with, I want them to be my wife.
And I respect that. I respect that wholeheartedly. I remember in high school we had an assembly, and they didn't tell us what it was about, but we kind of picked up what it was real quick. It was a black woman. She went up there. She's like, "Hello, my name is such and such." She started telling her story. You know, she goes away to college. She's a freshman, her first time away from home, and she meets this guy, and he's so nice and so kind, and whatever. Time goes on, they eventually have sex. Wasn't protected, and you know, down the road she wasn't feeling too well, feeling ill. Goes to the doctor, and that's what they told her. She had full-blown AIDS. The first time she ever had sex, she didn't contract HIV. She contracted full-blown AIDS.
Wow.
That's crazy.
You know, she's still alive and everything like that, but just like, damn, that would like drive me crazy.
Oh, I know who you're talking about. She's a speaker. She goes around. Like, did she look like she kind of had like some bags under her eyes?
Yes, that's her. Yes, that's her. That's her.
I don't mean it like that, y'all. But
no. I mean, I feel so bad for her.
Why do people describe other people by like their flaws? You know, or something. We consider the flaw, but
I remember
you can kind of tell she has some bags on her. Yeah, I know.
Yeah, that was shocking. I was like, man, because you know it makes you think. Because I mean, like I said, we think we're invincible. You know that it ain't gonna happen to me, not the kid. And then when it does, you just in there, you know what I'm saying? So yeah, I think we really need to just impart that, because I mean, and it's easy to say. You know, I was in church one time when I was 15. The pastor was going on and on, giving an impassioned sermon, you know, about avoiding premarital sex, you know, teenage sex, wait till you're married. And I couldn't do nothing but applaud him. It was very impassioned sermon, but it was hard to take the whole thing serious because in the first pew, his 15-year-old daughter was pregnant. You know what I'm saying?
Wow.
You telling me to avoid all this stuff, and I'm like, your own daughter don't even listen to you. You know what I'm saying? So, you know, I'm like, so. As I said, we can control this. It's something that we can control, and being honest and upfront with somebody. Women can appreciate your honesty. There are some women who want to go along with certain things if whatever the arrangement is, but if you just tell them on the front end, you know.
Right.
But people want to be sneaky and hiding and conniving and all this and that. Like, my thing is, if you feel like you can't be faithful to one person, let that person go. To me, if you're cheating on someone, you're a domestic terrorist because you're holding someone else hostage. You out there doing your dirt, you're not giving that person their choice. You're putting their life at risk. You know, I know somebody who got someone else pregnant while he was married. I know someone who gave his wife an STI. You know,
that's
so
an STI.
Yes, indeed. Yes, indeed.
What's the I for?
Infection.
Sexually they used to say STD, sexually transmitted infection. Same thing. Talking about he sat on the toilet seat. Now you was in bed with a toilet seat. That's how you got a damn STI. So I certainly, I'm like I said, it begins with you. I'm in control of me. This is legit in control of her, muchacha, Yako. We are in control of our actions. Everything that we do not only impacts us, it impacts other people. You know, and sometimes we can be so selfish and self-centered, we can't look beyond our own personal. You know, it's like, friends, if I was married and had kids, I had a job, and I decide I'm pissed off, I hate this job, I just up and quit. That doesn't impact me. That would impact my family as well. You know, so it's bigger. It's bigger than Nino Brown. It's your responsibility. So you out here living foul eventually. Isn't that why Carmelo Anthony got some stripper pregnant or something like that?
Yeah. Oh, really? Is that what it is? I've seen this story, but I didn't really look too much into it.
That's what I saw, that he got some stripper.
I didn't even think she was all that either.
Wow.
See, that's the thing. We ain't got to go.
Some people might be big on it. She looked biracial, but you know.
And it's unfortunate that you got to have that idea of an athlete that none of them can be faithful. They're all out here cheating. You know what I'm saying? But that's
and they were joking. What's her name? They were joking. What's the guy's name whose wife they were joking because he plays in the NBA or he maybe did. The Williams, I think their last name is it, or the Christies? No, it's the Christies.
Oh yeah. She put a dog collar around his neck. Yeah, I know you're talking about.
That crazy chick. Oh yeah.
Yeah, she's on basketball.
She's crazy.
Are they still married?
She crazy like
I don't know.
As far as I know.
She ain't crazy.
I bet you he ain't going nowhere.
She's crazy.
He ain't no fool. He ain't going nowhere.
I knew about her before that show came out.
Yeah, I remember.
Yeah, I knew about her. Yeah, I knew about her too.
She was infamous, and she was like the most infamous wife in sports.
But I will say this though, Psycho. Here's the deal.
Extra ratchet at every event.
But here's the deal with that. Like they say, like, women, quote unquote, women want thugs. A lot of men like crazy women. They won't admit it, but a lot of men, they yearn. They want a woman who's gonna throw a knife or a plate at them.
Okay.
You know what's crazy?
Or sniffing their
underwear.
That's very true. That's very true. I'm guilty myself. Like I don't. I'm guilty. It's sometimes you see that as a challenge. And it's something about.
So y'all do the same thing that some women do.
Y'all want to break
psychological. I could admit that it's we got psychological things in the back of our head that make us do certain things. Like,
all right,
honestly, when you have a crazy woman, that's a turn on because when y'all when y'all break up to make up, when you make up, it's incredible.
That's what the guys like about it.
Y'all could say hell no.
Yeah, that's on an independent. I ain't know y'all. I don't know. That's
no. Like I said, I've seen y'all. It's not everyone, but at least Psycho. The thing is, I appreciate your honesty. You can admit it. A lot of guys will sit there. I don't want no crazy. I know too many dudes.
Me too.
Who are with women who I'm like, why are you with her, man?
Yeah,
like she come knocking at my door looking for you. Like, hey man, you know what I'm saying? I want no parts of this.
Man, I'm done with her, man.
I don't think I want them. I don't think I want them. It's just that I don't know something. I've ended up with them more than once. I'm just going to say that
it's something being put out there. It's it's the passion.
It must be a me thing. It got to be a me thing.
Yeah. Yo, so are we talking about crazy in the bedroom, or what are we talking?
No, not cold. No,
that's what I'm saying. Like,
no.
So you tell me you just see like a crazy
destroy
person.
Property, follow you.
There's certain traits in like
bust the windows out your car.
Yes.
Well, most women will do that if you give them enough hell.
Oh man,
there's certain women who's up on 10 all the time. Like the type of woman like
you ever messed with a bipolar woman? Have you ever really messed with a certified bipolar? I'm not just saying like
a woman like this, Jaco. A woman like this, like let's say you're out at a restaurant with this particular woman. The waitress comes up and says, "Hey, can I take your order?" She smiles. And right then and there, she about to lose it. Why you smiling all at my man? You know what I'm saying? Like, whoa. That type of chick.
Exactly. Yeah, exactly.
Do you know her? This should be. Do you know her? Have you met her before? Or something. That's why you want to come here. Hey, honey.
That's a turn off because I already know it's gonna be problems because she's insecure. That's gonna cause problems. So yeah,
like I said, and I agree with that because every person is different. But like Psycho, I appreciate the fact he's able to admit, you know what, I like that.
Yeah,
my homeboy, his first wife, she had like a poker face and that she never showed her emotion. So you never knew if she was like mad, if she was upset. You really couldn't get a rise out of her, right? So ultimately, they ended up divorcing. He said, if I get married again, I want a woman who's not afraid to speak her mind. Well, he regrets saying that now because the woman he's with now. She's not crazy, but she's a very smart woman, and she's got to get the last word. She's not gonna stop, right? She'll argue her point until you finally submit. So now he's getting everything that he could have asked for and more. I'm like, well, see, be careful what you wish for. You had a woman who was quiet and meek, who never said anything, like the woman from A Thin Line Between Love and Hate. You know what I'm saying? Just real meek, make you a sandwich and all that. Now you got a woman that she on the debate team. She's a great debater. And pretty much, y'all ain't going to sleep. Ain't nobody eating. Nothing gonna happen until you admit she's right.
So, I might know somebody kind of like that.
You do? You know somebody like that, Miss Legit? You don't see her every day, do you?
I might have, a time or two in my life heard about,
Yeah, like you see her when you look in the mirror. Do you see her, Miss Legit?
No. It sounded familiar about it.
Yeah. So I can see that. I wouldn't. Your friend, not you, but
right,
your friend.
My friend.
Right.
Yeah, my friend.
Well, see, that's when you know as a man, like just put your hands up and say, you got it, girl. You right. You right, baby. I ain't gonna argue because I you know what? I respect somebody who's able to stand their ground.
Though.
Hey, look, happy home. I'm taking one for the team. You got it. You got it. I'm not gonna argue. I'm not gonna because I mean you choose your battles wisely, but it's nothing wrong. It's the thing is about knowing who you are. Like I'm not an argumentative person. Right. Mm-hmm. And what I've learned is when somebody's yelling at you and you get quieter, the madder they get. Like when they don't get a rise out of you and you're not screaming and emoting, they tend to get a whole lot madder.
I know somebody like that.
It's like with a kid, you're not showing that attention and they just want to start screaming and stomping their feet. Why ain't you saying nothing? Like, so now I certainly can. And but like the thing is part of anything is just knowing who you are. So if Psycho know he like them crazy thin line between love and hate women who
I gotta specify. It's not so much that I like that. It's just that's what I always seem to attract. And for some reason, I never learned how to say no. I never learned how to push it away. I never learned how to push it away. I learned how now. Now I know, but but I've had. I'm talking about past experiences.
Do you believe that some of these women, maybe the way they act is based on insecurities or past experiences, or you just think they just flat out that's just how they are?
Off my personal experiences,
no, off of theirs, like maybe being past hurts.
No, I'm saying I'm speaking of my personal experiences with these women.
Okay, no, I get that. I'm just saying
psychoanalyzing them.
Sometimes you can catch hell from the previous experience they had with other men. I've had that happen where a woman don't trust.
And that's what I'm talking about. Yeah, I caught a lot of backlash from what they had with previous relationships, and like you said, their insecurities, over the top jealousy. Just crazy over the top jealous thing.
I'm not one of those people. I'm not a jealous person like that.
Me either.
Wow, that's refreshing, Miss Legit. So your man can go kiss another woman right in front of you, ain't gonna get jealous or nothing. I like that.
Now you know. Now you know what.
I'm just
and if
playing.
He knew he ain't coming with me.
Okay.
I mean, I'm just playing, Miss Legit. That would be a tongue lashing and a half, and like you cut him down to about a foot tall.
As a man,
commit suicide. I'd be up out of there.
I'm a lady in the streets, but don't push me.
As a man, I believe you can push most women to crazy, but I think as a man, it's kind of our responsibility to make sure that, what I'm saying, she feels secure in that relationship.
Oh yeah.
Now there's some that have, now there are some bipolar women, that term, and there's just women they've just been through a lot. So you have to consider that when you're making your choice.
My bad, I didn't mean to cut you off. I was saying earlier, I was talking about certified bipolar. I mean, like,
oh no, they're not attractive to me, man. I can't.
Psycho talking about like they've been to a mental hospital.
Yeah, no,
like they really taking medication, like for real.
Like they're taking real medication, like
I said, a person like me, I have too many interactions with women to have to deal with that level of,
Yeah.
I can't do it, man.
Oh no, when I come home, when you come home, you want peace and tranquility. You do enough fighting outside your home. You ain't trying to, you know what I'm saying, fight when that should be a place of sanctuary, peace, and tranquility. Right. So I ain't trying to fight. You got it. I'm not gonna.
So Chief Holiday asked the question. He's in the chat, and he asked the question. But don't most men want more than one woman?
Yeah.
No.
I'll be honest. Yeah.
I don't.
Hey, I do.
I would.
Not
I would say it actually depends on the dude. I'm not going. I think that's a misnomer that every man wants a harem. And I don't think that's necessary. I don't think that's necessarily the case. I do think when guys are younger, their hormones go into overdrive and they do go into that little phase where they they trying to like talk to as many girls they possibly can because they again, they hormones on overdrive. They trying to sort out their wild oats, so to speak. But most dudes, not all, because you got some who never get over the hormones still on overdrive. But most dudes calm down after a certain age and then realize, it's more than about pussy and trying to, trying to get the next nut.
For me personally, I've always been a person who's one
they grow
woman,
up, so to speak.
Yeah, I value monogamy. I'm not about that life, because it's almost like if you have 2 kids, you can love them equally and want to do everything for them, but you can't be 2 places at one time. You see what I'm saying? There's only one of you. You can't be with 2 people all of the time. So, like a friend of mine, him and his wife have been together since they were in 8th grade. She knows that man inside and out. She knows how much food to put on his plate. She knows when she knows him completely. He knows her completely. It's gonna be hard to do that with multiple people. You see what I'm saying? Now, some people are, if they want multiple people, the question is, why do you want multiple people? What is it just variety? Is it something different? Is it because you the question is the why?
Oh,
and most men cannot get that. Most men can't even stand.
Guess what they claim? Now these are the ones who are probably rehearsed or probably thought on this to try to have the right answer. Nation building.
Oh Lord. But first of all,
change my answer.
My thing is for the men on the panel and even the ones in the chat, how can you expect that you can have more than one woman, and what makes you think that a woman would not want more than one man? Because at the end of the day, what you gonna schedule, like the intimate
conjugal visits?
Are you gonna schedule sex?
They do.
I know,
because like I said to Psycho, and I think it was you, Psycho, and Fran, we were talking the other night.
Sometimes
and I'm like, it's y'all don't meet up to the standards of sexual relations. So
what?
It's like, what if you don't please the woman, and it's like, okay,
never had those complaints.
You didn't hit that spot right or whatever next. But I'm just saying.
Let me tell you what they do, because I've done on this, and one of my I don't know if you heard of Nassia Chevelle. He's a Hebrew brother out of Atlanta, and he's pretty known in the conscious community. I think he debated SETI before or whatever. Psycho, didn't he debate SETI? But
I think so.
Okay, but yeah, so he has 2 wives, and I know both of them. I've done shows with him before, and I did a show with his wives a couple times. And so I basically, was interviewing them, asking them about the situation. Now, the wife who's the first wife, she has been with him too since she was they were teenagers. And so she knows him like the back of her hand, that type of thing, like what you was just saying. And she made the choice on who the second wife could be. They supposedly leave it in the hands of the woman to make the choice. So the second wife, she's a younger woman. She's pretty, very attractive lady. And she actually is a divorced woman. And so total, I want to say they have 10 children. And they was like having babies back to back.
Yeah.
Like they had twins, like this one just had a baby, then her twins came. And so he was.
That's what I'm talking about.
Nation building. But yeah, so they think
knocking them out. Well, that's what I'm talking about.
They think was, in terms of sex, because I said, well, I'm gonna play devil's advocate. I'm gonna ask some real questions people had. It's like, okay, come with it. So I was like, so sexually, what if this one want to get it in, but this one is getting it in with that one? So they was like, well, we have, they said the man accommodates. Yeah. And they said that sometimes they have kind of like they'll make scheduled time so that they make sure that they get to spend time, like they have date nights together with each wife separately. And then, she said, and a lot of people think we all sleep together or something, or like we're lesbians and stuff. And she didn't really go into saying they don't
It's a beautiful thing. It's a beautiful thing, sister.
She was just kind of like, he has his own room. See, this is the thing.
Yep.
He has his own room. So the women kind of like rotate out of his room.
Yeah.
Like he a big old fat cat.
Yeah, so they rotate out his room on.
Yeah.
They be down with it for these couple days. The next one, then she's in there those couple days.
Nation building.
The nation, they be in that nation building, honey.
Why can't a woman nation build?
See, I know a guy who practiced polygamy out here, Muslim dude I know. Yeah, he has 3 wives. One he's only with 2 of them at his present time though. One he's not with anymore, but I think they still married. But yeah, they like Renee said, you know, one day he's with one night he's with one, the other night he's with the other, some nights they all together, together, whatever. So you know, because they got down like that. So you know, well, you know what? It's not for everybody. I don't think it should be outlawed. I don't think it should be against the law.
So on the panel, who wants? I mean, who wouldn't mind the polygamy?
Oh, I'm definitely down with that.
I'm not against it.
I'm not about that life.
I am.
I'm on
for me personally, I couldn't see me doing it.
I think everybody should have the option if they want.
I'm not gonna down talk you, but for me personally, nah. I'm just the idea like, it's like I give you an example. Like let's say I was getting to know, I knew Muchacha and Sister Renee, and I was fortunate enough to get to know both of them. If I had an interest in one of them, and maybe I like the other one as well, if I had an interest in Sister Renee, I'm going to concentrate on her. I'm not going to sit there and try and talk to both of them. I'm going to focus all my attention on that one person. You know what I'm saying?
Right.
Like, I know they say you should date multiple people. I've never been that person. If I have a genuine interest in you, I'm going to pursue you. I don't believe in that idea. Okay, I'm here with you to a certain degree, but if it don't work out, I'm going to go back over here. It's like sometimes you got to jump out of a plane without a parachute. You gotta be fully vested in it. Don't be like I'm 80%. Right. If it don't work out, I got plan B right here. I've never lived like that. If you're gonna do something, do it full speed. Ain't no half stepping. So for me, that one person, that connection, you can't get that with multiple people. I mean, you may have many friends, but there's that one person who's your primary. That you can call them and say, I'm in Boise, Idaho. I need your help. And they would send you a damn ticket. I mean, you can have multiple friends, but it's that one who is your best of the best. So it's the same thing. Because
I asked them, I said, you know, would you love one more or would you care for one more? And the answer was that they both bring differences. It's not about each woman competing with each other, because he wants them because they are different from each other. Yeah. And they they were trying to tell me, like, a man can love more than one woman because whatever he loves about this woman is what he loves about that woman.
The devil is a lie.
And what he loves about the other woman is what he loves about the other woman.
Why is it always about what the man can do? Women can do the exact same thing as far as the emotions go. I can say I love a whole lot of men. You know what I'm saying? Mm-hmm. I can say, oh, this guy, he ain't working right, you know, as far as in the bedroom or whatever. I need somebody that's gonna do it what I want to do.
Put it down, girl.
Like, Alonzo. You need Alonzo up in there.
I think that it's not so much a carnal thing. You know, yes, you know.
It is carnal.
Hold on. Come on, sis. I'd say that, you know, I'm speaking from my perspective. Mm-hmm. You know, I would say that it's more about, in the sense, I think this example was given earlier, you know, as a man, you know, it's like if you have 12 kids, do you not love all of your children? You know, does one children, you know, do you just give attention to one? It doesn't necessarily work like that for a man. You know, I can say, you know, it's easy for me to put on the front like, oh, you know, I only love one woman, or you know, I can only have one woman. But man, as a man, I know these feelings that I have inside me, and to deny that and act like it's not there, you know what I'm saying? It's like a lion. You know what I'm saying? You see a lion in his pride. You know what I'm saying? That
But
one
who's
line
doing all
with
the work
pride.
and the pride though?
But see, look, it's a joint effort. Now,
It's a joint effort. I ain't never seen no male line going out there.
Listen, I do.
I mean, am I wrong, y'all? Have I missed those nature programs?
The male lion's role actually is to protect the pride.
Exactly.
That's his only role.
Role is different.
Yeah.
But again, you know, I think for each man, every man has this choice. You know, the way that you want to have your household is completely up to you as a man. You know what I'm saying? If you only want one woman, hey, I think that's beautiful too. You know, and just because I say that I can, you know, me personally, if I could have 1,000 wives, I probably want more. Just because.
All right, Solomon.
Exactly. Every time I go out in public, I see another beautiful sister that I'm like, man. You know what I'm saying? And I talk to them, and you know, I have a great conversation. It's like, man, this sister single. Why not? You know what I'm saying? That's just as a man, that's how I feel. You know, now, of course, society does everything to try to keep you from that. And just because I feel that way or I desire it, that does not necessarily mean that that's what's in the plans for me.
Oh, okay.
But again,
I have a question. I
have one after you.
Does that go in the opposite direction? So if you have multiple wives, are they able to have men outside the confines of said relationship?
No, not in my household. Now, again, you know, I'm speaking from a Hebrew Israelite perspective.
Okay.
But you know, everything else, what the rest of the world does, a woman has her own mind. So if a woman wants to do that, that's her business.
Okay. How about this? Could you marry a woman and be one of her multiple husbands?
What? No, that's the same thing. I thought that's the same thing.
No. I'm asking you, like, okay, if you met a woman you really care for, she's like, well, I'm married, but I want to marry you too. So she has two husbands, one wife.
That's adultery.
Huh? If y'all both married, that's polygamy. If she got a husband,
no,
and she married you.
No. Again, I'm a Hebrew Israelite. So adultery is if a woman's married and you have sex with that woman, you've committed adultery.
Oh, that just goes one way. But if you got multiple wives, you have sex with her, that's not adultery.
No, that's not adultery.
Wow.
Okay. Can I ask you a question?
Yeah, I mean that's coming from the biblical perspective.
Oh, okay. All right.
So
go ahead,
I have a question.
Yeah.
In the Bible, everyone who had multiple wives had mass chaos in their life. And I think that is a prime example of what not to do that has been interpreted as what is quote unquote okay to do.
No, everybody did not have mass chaos in their life.
Who did not? So I can go read the story.
Jacob had.
I'm writing it down. Hold on. I got my pen. Hold on.
Now, look. Listen to what
I'm saying.
If you're expecting the Bible to not have any chaos in it, I mean, everybody has situations in their marriage. But what I'm telling you, if you think that it's just because they had multiple wives, no, come on. You know what I'm saying? But again, you know, Jacob, Abraham.
Who'd you say?
There's multiple people in the Bible that had multiple wives.
You said Jacob?
Yes. Whose name was, you know, they changed to Jacob. Abraham, King David, King Solomon. Oh my goodness. But again, you know, there's been multiple examples of people with multiple wives. You know, and then you look at King David. The reason King David messed up was because he took another man's wife who he only had one wife. The man only had one wife, and King David took his wife. And the Most High was like, David, I've given you all these wives. If you would have wanted another wife, I would have given you another one. Why would you take from the man that only had one wife?
Okay.
That's why King David got in trouble. With King Solomon, with King Solomon, he got in trouble because he was marrying women from other nations who had completely different beliefs. Like they still worship their pagan gods and every. King Solomon was just, he didn't, you know, he had thousands, you know, we're talking about up in the thousands, and he would just marry because he was running Israel, you know, amazingly. Like, you know, if you read the stories about, I think it was Queen Sheba, one of the Egyptian queen who came over and was amazed at what King Solomon was doing. He was like, I mean, she was like, wow, I've never seen nothing like this. And this was one of the queen of Egypt who said that. She was like, whoa, I have never seen nothing like this, because he was running that thing. But the problem with King Solomon is he went and married the wives from other nations who were pagans, and they messed up his mind, and he ended up worshiping their pagan deities.
But okay, so why in the beginning of the Bible, in the book of Genesis, does the Most High say, "And for this reason shall a man leave his mother and father's house and cleave unto his wife"?
Because that's what he does.
That's one man and one woman cleaving together, and the two flesh become one. How come he ain't say, "For this reason a man shall leave his mother and father's house"?
Let me break this down to you.
Oh, you gonna break it down to me?
Yeah, you ready?
Okay.
Let him break it down, dude. Come on. Hey, y'all.
Hey, Conscious.
What's up, baby girl?
Get out of here. Get out of here. Hang up. How do you release her? Get her out of here.
Turn your phone off, honey.
Mute.
Look, you want me out, y'all.
Oh man. Nah, but
break it down. I'm waiting.
Okay.
Go ahead.
Okay, that same understanding, and that's why the scripture says you're supposed to read line upon line, precept upon precept, because again, that same phrase that you said was said later in scripture. You know who said it?
Oh Lord.
The Messiah said it.
No, he didn't.
Yes, he did. He said this. He said, "Father." She said, "Father, keep them one as we are one." One with goal and desire. So being one does not mean that you fuse together and you're one being. It means you're one in goal, purpose, and aim.
Is that not fusing together?
But going back to what the initial statement was in Genesis, it said, "For this reason shall a man." How many is A? How many is A?
Please.
Jacob, how many is A?
We're talking about one.
Okay. "Shall a man leave his mother and father's house and cleave unto his wife?" How many is wife?
Okay, I understand what you're saying, but again, go to the book of Deuteronomy.
But the book of Genesis
hold on.
before Deuteronomy, though.
That's true, but are we gonna leave out the other books because the book of Genesis was first?
See, I just gotta say this, okay?
Go ahead.
And I promise I'll hold
on. First, let me get mine out. And then because I know how y'all are. Listen. Hold on. Let me get it.
You say know how we are.
I know how y'all gonna go and talk 30 minutes, but listen. Now we know the Most High operates through His law, statutes, and commandments, right? Now we know that His law is righteousness. You know that being perfect, as the Messiah said, "Be you perfect as your Father in heaven is perfect." And to obtain perfection is to follow the law. Now, if we read Deuteronomy, the Most High gave a law for multiple marriages. So why would He give a law for something that He did not say is okay to do? He gave a law on how to go into multiple marriages that talks about you cannot stop loving the first wife just because you get you a second wife or a third wife. He made laws for that.
You know,
that's why people just be looking at that Bible kind of sideways.
That's fine, no, but again, it's not for everybody.
Yeah, we can hear you, but you're low.
I gotta break in here because it's amazing to me how people can, go into the Bible and amplify shit that suits them, but totally lower shit that don't. Because it's like you're talking about Genesis where, what it says, Muchacha?
For this reason shall a man leave his mother and father's house and cleave unto his wife.
Thank you. Okay, so this is something that was totally preset before the whole allowing of multiple marriages, right? Or having multiple wives, right? Now, when you're dealing with the whole multiple wives thing, you're not bringing up why that had to happen, and why that, that clause had to be added. You're not bringing up the whole point where in some of these cases, you had more women than you had men. You had some,
What scripture is that?
What
scripture
finish.
Is that?
Could I finish that, Cool? I didn't cut you off, boo. Anyway, like I was saying though, you had instances where where wives would lose their husbands, or a brother would lose a sibling and he would have to take on his wife, not necessarily to bed her, but to support his brother's household in his brother's absence, because of death. So it's amazing to me how these Israelite sectors, which I know that shit because I used to be in that shit, but I'm glad I'm out. Anyway, like I was saying, it's amazing to me how you guys take. I'm not gonna put you in that, but how these people take this shit, amplify what they want, and try to totally delegitimize the rest. And that's no different than anybody going into the Bible, like a gay person or, someone who wants to go into the Bible and take what the fuck they want to suit their lifestyle. That shit ain't gonna work. You gotta stop doing that. You know what I'm saying? That's what's ruining. That's what's making people feel that the Bible is contradictory. You know what I'm saying? Because you have people who want to go in that bitch and take what they want and leave what they don't.
Okay.
So I'll go back on mute. I'll hold my mute.
So again, everybody's walk is their own, man. What you choose to believe is really of no merit to me. That's with you in your house or whoever you're married with in his house. As for me and mine, we do things a different way. And again, at this point in my life, I'm not even after that, but I would never speak against a person who chooses to have multiple wives, and I'm not against that at all. So again, everybody's walk and decisions are their own. A woman has a choice to, if she doesn't want to be involved in polygamy, this is America. You can make your choice. You don't have to settle for anything. Same thing with the weave. With all of that,
I mean, you're right.
Women has their choice to do whatever a woman wants to do.
You're right, but don't sit up there and make it seem like, oh yeah, like this is the go-to canon law. This should be one of the 10 Commandments. Because I don't remember, hold up, I don't remember reading anything on the 10 Commandments talking about thou should take multiple wives. Okay? Right? Like I didn't read nothing on that. So to sit up there and, take that particular time, because it's like that's no different than what the preachers try to say when they say, oh well, send your tithes and offerings, send 10% of your money in your check and shit. No. When it came to tithes and offering, it was back then they didn't have like money, and if they did, like it wasn't, everybody didn't have money, so they had
it was an infrastructure set up for the Levite priests because they did not have an inheritance in Israel.
But it wasn't money; it was for food to be brought.
People were people were farmers, people were blacksmiths, people were other things, and they brought whatever 10% of whatever they produced, in order to help them out, right?
Yes, that's true.
Today you have these pimps in the pulpit taking this shit, getting people to spend their last at the church and shit. So it's like this stuff is really, really dangerous. It's like it reminds me of how, I don't know if you guys seen the movie The Book of Eli.
Yeah.
And in that movie, the guy was fighting so hard to get the Bible from Denzel's character, right?
Right.
And the whole underlying thesis is why he was trying to get it is because he knew if he can get his hands on the last copy of the Bible, he can like use it like a brainwashing mechanism to just brainwash just everybody who remained on the earth after this post-apocalyptic, you know the word I'm trying to say, thing happened, right? So it's like it's really dangerous when you have people taking this Bible and leading to their own interpretation. You're supposed to read the word. You're supposed to go in a quiet place and meditate, and pray to the Most High for understanding. This is what happens when you let men who are led by their other head, take stuff out the scriptures and pretty much try to pass that shit off as canon.
Yeah. Okay. I did have a question though. On the whole polygamy thing, I guess if you do take on multiple wives, you as the man, what is your responsibilities when it comes to all of your wives? So are you going to work 2 and 3 jobs to support them? Are they going to be in different households? Are you going to get them each a house with each their kids and each individual ones? Y'all all going to live under like in a barn? Like what? How does all that work?
Well, again, that's something that's up to the man in that household individually. But as far as if you're talking about me myself, my career pays very well, but at the same time, the sisters that I'm with, hopefully they have a job. If not, I wouldn't mind for my wives to be at home and take care of the children. I honestly would love that if they could homeschool and those type of things. That way I don't have to worry about the public school system. But again, that's up to that household in particular.
Okay, and then also I know you were saying even with multiple wives, I know people don't want to say this, but you always gonna have your favorites. Like my grandparents had like 30, 40 grandkids. I'm my grandmother's favorite. You know what I'm saying? Even though she has multiple grandchildren, I'm her favorite. You know, some people might not want to hear that, but it's the truth. So obviously, if you have multiple wives, you're gonna have a favorite of all of them. You can say I love them equally, but you know.
You just might. But in the end, the scripture gives you examples on how you're supposed to love. It tells you that you cannot stop loving your first wife or your second wife because you got a third wife. You know, so love is a responsibility. Favoritism, I mean, if you're talking about internally, like, oh, I really like her the best, that could be something that you feel internally, but you don't have to express that in your actions. You know what I'm saying? You express love to each and every one of your wives. If you choose to go down that path.
Because I got to give you credit. If you could pull it off, you're a better man than me. Because I always tell dudes, if you go out, if you go out to a club and there's 4 women sitting at the table, right? You walk up to one and say, "Excuse me, muchacha, would you like to dance?" And she's like, "No." You walk away. You don't ask them other women, "Would you like to dance?" Because they're not gonna take too kindly to you after you ask the first girl. They're like, "No, I ain't gonna dance with you. Why didn't you ask me first?" So if you
that's
pull off
another
having
thing.
2 or 3 women, that's incredible. Because I don't think I could do it.
It's another thing too. You got to understand. Again, when I say I'm a Hebrew Israelite, there's more sisters that are Hebrew Israelites than males. So and they're all looking to be married. You know, and a lot of them has already accepted multiple wives. So this situation I'm talking about,
I'm so gonna pray for them to get out of that hoop.
Amen.
Go right ahead. I feel you.
It only pertains to our belief.
Well, yeah, and I have no beef with them. As long as it's equitable and everybody's getting what they want out, they don't feel pressure to. Or,
that's the thing. Yeah, exactly.
I mean, I have. It's not like I said. It's not for me. I'm a one woman man. I mean, I can't. I have love to give, but I can't spread it too thin. You know what I'm saying? I want to give maximum effort to that one person.
And see, that's why I will never disrespect a man or belittle or look down upon a man who chooses one wife. The same way I will never look down or belittle a man who chooses multiple. It's that's on that man.
I mean, if it's between, you know, all consenting, you know, adults, I don't have no problem with it. But just don't try to make it seem like this is one of the 10 commandments. You know, don't.
Well, I never said that.
No, I'm not saying you. You're cool. So you, I mean, I'm just saying you must be feeling kind of guilty. But anyway, like I was saying.
Wow. Now you seen I've been respectful the whole time. But
wait a minute.
I'm just poking a little fun. Come on now, you know I got mad love for you, right?
Wait, is multiple wives? That's not gluttony, is it?
No,
that's exactly what it is. Back to love.
No, it's not.
Exactly
I'm still stuck at Genesis, though. I'm sorry, y'all.
I mean, if you're still stuck at Genesis, Abraham is in Genesis too, and he had multiple.
But he
wives.
did have confusion in his house. Why do you think Ishmael got put out?
Okay, but again,
Lord. Okay, never mind. Can we change gears here?
Oh yeah. Go right ahead. It's an interesting conversation. I've never really talked about this, so
because it blows my mind. We always talking about that guy. So okay, the guy who was on your broadcast last night, Miss Legit, with Afro Pick talking about child support is the foundation of white supremacy. Then he has a valid point. If you're gonna say that,
well, if you're gonna use an argument like that, then it's like anybody. I mean,
anybody could come up out of the woodwork.
Yeah, you know, and it's just like, you know, people want to say that the Bible is a book of fairy tales. They want to say this, they want to say that, and it's like when people take shit about the Bible and they want to freaking, I don't know, use it to like I don't know, justify whatever whatever little thing that they engage in, whether it's sinful or not. It don't make it look good. It doesn't build the case for the Bible. It makes it look even more contradictory. It makes it look even more like a book of fairy tales, because anybody could just read it, find something in there that they like, and just run with it. Like, I mean, I'm pretty sure you could find a passage in there where somebody married an underage child, right? And then they take it and they say, see, I can marry a 14-year-old. Like, the Bible says it. And so we're gonna set out. We're gonna, I'm gonna start polygamy, and I'm gonna have like all my wives are gonna be 14 years old. Like, where does the shit and the madness stop? Like,
was that in the book of R. Kelly? Sorry, I just had to ask. My bad.
We're trying to figure out because I like I said, I'm still back in Genesis.
Dude, he probably got that from Ezra 16 and 12. I don't know. I'm just saying. Like, I'm just saying though, like just keeping it all the way G is like, dude, we got it. It has to stop somewhere, y'all. It just got to. It's like, if you want to engage in polygamy, then do it. Just don't use the Bible as a guide.
Yeah, I think that's where interpretation gets to be kind of, because like you said, you interpret things in your favor. You know, like certain things, like for instance, in our country, a peace sign means peace. You go to another part of the world and do that, that means something totally different. It might get your ass whooped. You know what I'm saying? So it's all open to interpretation. Like I said, I'm not against it. If that's your life and it works for you, more power to you. You know, it's not for me. I can't begrudge you if that works in your household and y'all are happy, you cool.
And I mean, that's what I thought the conversation was all about.
Oh yeah. I'm not gonna knock your hustle. I respect that. I see, everyone's opposing side or how they particularly feel. If it promotes and builds black families, you know what I'm saying, it helps build a stronger community, I can't knock it at all. If we ain't walking around with a whole bunch of divorced people and kids walking around with no fathers, no mothers, and all that different stuff, hey,
I do
you like it, I love it
too. Whenever you get finished.
Oh, go right ahead, baby girl.
Well, I just wanted to say this. It's like, you do have your extreme, cases of every like fringe group, right?
Mm-hmm.
But it's just like I just feel like if people stop hiding it under the Bible, it wouldn't be as bad as what it is, because you have some of these groups or some of these people who believe this way, and then like I don't know if you guys had seen this episode of, I forgot the name of the show, but it was on ID. And this guy, he was on YouTube saying his Hebrew Israelite stuff, and he had like 4 wives, and he added on another chick that he was cool with back in high school. Now, the woman couldn't have children, but she didn't tell him that. So she went there, all his wives was working, bringing it, he wasn't working. He was just sitting there chilling, right? But they were working. They'll come back, and bring him the money. It just sounded to me like some pimp shit.
Yeah, was his name Bishop Don Magic Wand?
No, it wasn't. But it had a very, very tragic ending. Because the girl who ended up, the one that couldn't have any children, she ended up, being killed executional style, because she was starting to break away from the mind control, that this guy was under. And plus, he ended up killing one of his wife's, previous children from previous, marriage engagement, because he was suspected to be homosexual or some shit, because his dad was homosexual. Wow. So anyway, it was just some crazy shit. But when people watch that, they see black people for one.
Right.
You know what I'm saying? Then they see, this this Israelite stuff, for two. And then they start to paint all Hebrew Israelites in, under this broad brush as being a cult, being crazy, being polygamous. You know what I'm saying? It's no different than with the white devil creatures over there in Utah and shit.
Right.
In Nevada and wherever they at in the desert.
Waco.
You know what I'm saying, with the whole like polygamous thingy over there, so it's just like we just gotta. It has to stop.
The problem when you use the Bible, like today, if you don't really know and read everything that's in the Bible, and everything is down to interpretation.
Peace, Angel. What's going on?
Peace. How you doing, bro?
Yeah, what's up?
Like especially like Deuteronomy. A lot of Israelites use Deuteronomy. Like the Bible.
Yeah, you got your mic working?
Can you hear me?
Yeah.
We can hear you.
Oh, sorry, my bad.
Right, bro.
Yeah, peace, bro, peace. Yeah, the thing with Deuteronomy is that when you look at it, a lot of times in the Bible, it justifies a lot of messed up things, like the laws of rape. In Deuteronomy, it states if a man is caught in the act of raping a young woman who is not engaged, he must pay 50 pieces of silver to her father. Then he must marry the young woman because he violated her, and he will never be allowed to divorce her. Then it says death. The next part is about death to rape victims. If within the city a man comes upon a maiden who was betrothed and has relations with her, you shall bring them both out of the gate of the city and there stone them to death. The girl because she did not cry out for help, though she was in the city, and the man because he violated his neighbor's wife. when you really look into like and talks about like David's punishment, like in regards to polygamy, rape, baby killing, and God's forgiveness, and even rape of female captives. A lot of times, like, people will go into stuff and use things based on interpretation. Like, I've even read the part in Deuteronomy when it justifies, certain groups of people being, the chosen ones, and it's reaching, It's like, to be honest, I can interpret things in any way that I want it to be interpreted, right?
Right.
But especially when you look at the Bible, it justifies slavery. And I'm not a Christian, and I don't like. And I was raised like my mother was Roman Catholic, my father was Rastafarian. But I looked like, even especially with like, and I'm not trying to like disrespect anybody who like the brother who's an Israelite. I'm not trying to do that. But especially like with the type of videos that I make, a lot of times I get a lot of Israelites coming at me and saying, "Nah, bro, we're not black, we're Israelites, you're Benjamin and Ephraim and da 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 da. We the true this, you that, you a strong Israelite brother." So of course I looked into it, and it was just so much, and there's like this whole like the Israelites have this unity, and I know it's different sects have different rules, different law, and that's a problem already when everything is not solidified. No one has their own set rules. They got this unity, however, there's too many flaws in it. And I think one of the sisters talked about in regards to the Bible and whatnot. There's a doctor called Dr. Joseph Atwill, which points out that the Bible, and he does a lot of proof and evidence on this, that the Bible was written and created by the Romans in order to pacify the Jews at that time. In order to get them to to bend to the will of the emperor at that particular time. When you look at the evidence, it's like, okay. And especially all the things like the Bible in itself is pro-Roman. Like, if you really read it properly, it is pro-Roman. And it takes more for the it backs up the master, the slave master, more so than the oppressed.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. You said a lot of things in your when you were speaking, so I'm going to try to tackle the last thing I was focused on was the slavery aspect. Now, this is something this was based on the Israelite belief. Now, if there was somebody, what slavery was according to Israel, when there was somebody amongst the nation who did not, like, they couldn't pay their debt, they would become an indentured servant. Now, that servant, remember, the children of Israel all followed the same laws. So there was no mistreatment to that servant, because even the master had to follow the same law. And if their debt was not paid off by the year of jubilees, they were let go. So that whole
what about the people? What about the people of other nations, though? That's the Israelites you was just talking about. What about the slaves of the other nations?
We weren't even truly supposed. We weren't supposed to take them as slaves. When the Most High sent us into other nations, we were supposed to completely destroy those nations. It was no keeping nobody for slaves or this or that. Now, if we decided to, the Most High, because what had happened was the children of Israel started to, we started to see those beautiful women or this or that, and we started to try to keep them, but the Most High made laws for that as well. So he pretty much covered every basis.
They've got rules, like, in regards to slavery, because I've got all this info up right now, right?
Mm-hmm.
And okay, for example, it says if you buy a Hebrew slave, he is to serve for only 6 years. Set him free in the 7th year, and he will owe you nothing for his freedom.
That's the jubilee.
Right. If he was single, he became your slave and then married afterward. Only he will go free in the 7th year. But if he was married before he became a slave, then his wife will be freed with him. And it goes in. So basically, his wife is going to stay a slave.
Yeah.
Right? So his wife will remain a slave. And then when a man sells it, this is away from it. When a man sells his daughter as a slave, she will not be freed at the end of 6 years, as the men are. If she does not please, this goes back to the whole patriarchy of the Bible. The Bible is very patriarchal. Like with me, I don't know if anyone knows who I am on here, but a lot of people don't like me. With me, my belief system is not based on the Bible. I don't believe in a white man religion or anything like that. And I'm not saying Hebrew Israelites are a white man religion, but it always kind of blew my mind how the Israelites use a Bible that was used to control them, especially with just to talk about like that Deuteronomy aspect, when Deuteronomy says, that Black people were the chosen, I can't remember which passage that's in. Is it Deuteronomy 28?
You're talking about the curses, the blessings and the curses. Yeah. Deuteronomy 28. Yeah.
That to me, like that's it's far, it reaches. It's just like when I've read it and I looked at it and I was just like, I'm not really sure if this can be used as that. It's like I'm gonna try and find exactly which part of it. Is it blessings on obedience?
It's the blessings and the curses, Deuteronomy 28.
Let me try and find it. Blessings.
Yeah, that's like the go-to verse.
Yeah, it always killed me. Like it always killed me when like
when you want people to join the cult, like
right. Okay, so curses for this. Okay, so I'm gonna try and like, because I know I'm always getting told to read all of it. I don't want to read all of it, but it says, "How is there a particular part I need to read so that I don't need to like?"
Again, with the scriptures, man, honestly, you're supposed to be read line upon line. You should have hopefully read through it.
I have read it all, but I mean for everybody listening, I don't want to read it all. Like there's like 68 lines for every, but okay, it says, if you don't carefully follow all the words of this law, which are written in this book, and do not revere this glorious and awesome name, the Lord your God, the Lord will send fearful plagues on you and your descendants, harsh and prolonged disasters, and severe and lingering illness. He will bring on you all the disease of Egypt that you dreaded, and they will cling to you. The Lord will also bring on you every kind of sickness and disaster not recorded in this book of the law. Now that leaves it pretty open, not recorded. So anything, angel hits you in the face, that was part of it, because it wasn't recorded until you are destroyed.
Are you eating something?
Yes, I was snacking on something.
Numerous as the stars in the sky will be left but few in number, because you did not obey the Lord your God. Just as it pleased the Lord to make you prosper and increase in number, so it will please him to ruin and destroy you. You will be uprooted from the land you are entering to possess. Then the Lord will scatter you among all nations from one end to the earth to the other. There you will worship other gods of wood and stone, which neither you nor your ancestors have known. Among those nations you will find no repose, no resting place for the sole of your foot. There the Lord will give you an anxious mind, eyes weary and longing, and despairing heart. You will live in constant suspense, filled with dread both night and day, never sure of your life. In the morning you will say, if only it were evening, and in the evening, etc., etc., etc. And then it says, the Lord will send you back in ships to Egypt on a journey I said you should never make again. There you will offer yourselves for sale to your enemies as male and female slaves, but no one will buy you. Now, I just want to quickly point something out. White Jews use that exact same passage to state why they are the Hebrews, because you got the Ashkenazi Jews, you got the Ethiopian Jews, Hebrews, whatever, so they split up that way, and especially with with Israel and whatnot, when they went back to Israel, they're saying they went back to Egypt. So with different groups of people use that exact same passage to claim that that's them. That this is them. And this is why I say it's reaching. When I remember reading that one time when I had an Israelite sister on one of my live streams telling me about it, and I read the whole thing, and I was like, this could be this could be that. Now, the people of the African diaspora, the Caribbean, America, we have not gone back to Egypt, on ships or on boats or anything like that, on a journey we shouldn't make.
Now hold on real quick. Let me start to answer some.
I will. I'm just gonna end right here. And also the whole worshiping gods of wood and stone. The majority of people of the African, the enslaved, have become Catholics or or Christians.
Okay, so I'm glad to see that you have been questioning things, and that you've have had multiple. I guess you had multiple Israelites come to you before. Or, I think that you have a YouTube channel, right?
Yeah.
Okay, so again, the words that we're reading are English, which comes from Latin. The original word for Egypt was Misraim, which means bondage.
Yeah.
That's what that word means. So when it says that you're going to be sent back, it's saying you're going to be sent back into bondage, or the land of bondage on ships. And again, the worshiping into all the four corners of the world. When you look at the transatlantic slave trade, that's only happened to one people. And we went to all four corners of the world. Our people were sent to the Caribbean islands, to over there by Cuba. We were sent into the United States. We were also sent into the other
corners.
Hold on, let me
take it to Antarctica.
Huh?
Nothing. Go ahead.
No, she's saying because it says four corners of the earth.
Yeah,
right.
So that's north, south, east, west.
The enslaved were taken to the west, but to be
not
honest,
just to the west.
No, I know. That's why I was just gonna inform it. But to be honest, the enslaved were also taken to Asia. We were enslaved in Asia and also Australia. When they brought camels to Australia, and they took a lot of indigenous North Africans like the Fulani and the Tuareg and whatnot to Australia.
You got it.
So, but I think the issue there is that, like, especially I had a big issue with the 12 tribe chart. The 12.
No, see, that's wrong. That's completely wrong. There was a man made that up. He said he had a vision. I believe he was one of the founding members of ISUPK, and he had a vision, and he said that in this vision, he was that chart was revealed to him. Right. But again, that's not a script. Most High says that we would lose our heritage. So we would lose those types of understanding.
Because you have in a lot of the Hebrew Israelite camps, you've got white people in there.
Yeah, you do. You should do, because
who are saying, "Oh, I'm Colombian, or I'm Peruvian, or I'm Puerto Rican," and stuff like that. And we know that there are black Puerto Ricans as well as mixed ones and white ones, and we know there are black Brazilians, white, and whatnot. And it's like to differentiate between what is the true descendant and what is a European descendant who now has that nationality. And the same aspect of this, and obviously you've just said that it's bullshit. So then it doesn't matter like to dwell. And I'm glad you said it, because I have a video talking about that. Yeah, and also the whole aspect is like I would have a lot of brothers come at me and say, we're not African. Like, they're disgusted with Africans. We're not African. And me, I'm pro-African before anything. I'm African.
Well, you got to remember, even that country's name is not Africa.
I'm one of those.
Well, but this country's name is not the United States of America.
Exactly.
That's true.
See, I hate the thing about me is when people start going about like etymology of words and origin. I talk to people in the way they understand here and now. It's like if I say Africa, I mean for what everyone can understand, because I can say Akbulan, right?
Yeah,
but then not everyone knows what Akbulan is.
And what I was trying to get to you was a point that basically on that continent with many different countries on it, there are many different tribes of people. Yeah. Now those tribes of people did not originate in Africa. Many tribes of people, move throughout the entire earth. So just because you were taken from a place does not mean you originated at that place. You know, understand when you read scripture and also just history during the Roman persecution of Israel, the children of Israel had to flee the land. And that's what scripture says, that you would have to flee the land. You would be kicked out of your land. But let me finish. Being that those children of Israel fled the land, where do you think they would have went? Being that they had such a close relationship with the country, with the continent known as Africa. The children of Israel spent a huge part of their existence in Egypt.
But this goes down to the whole patriarchal "you are wherever your father is" statement, which is based. Okay, so you have they were 12 boys went into Egypt. There was 13 because they had a sister with them, right? They had one of their sisters went with them. So 13 Israelites went into Egypt, and over 600 years multiplied to something like 600,000. You cannot tell me that when you mix and copulate and intermingle with the Egyptian people, that your so-called Israelite blood is not going to be tainted or watered down by the exact same rules, that we put on the Israelite doctrine in terms of saying that you are whatever your father is, and that those Egyptians and us that were enslaved were still Israelites, even though they mixed for over 600 years. That means a white man with less than an eighth African in him is a African. That's by the same rules.
Let me go back for a moment, because you hit on a lot of points. Even in the scripture, it says that when because all the time we spent in Egypt, it says that when the children of Israel came out of Egypt, they were a mixed people. A lot of Egyptians intermingled with the Israelites, and that's why Scripture even says that he calls Israelite. He says, I mean, he calls the Egyptians. He says that he would gather the Egyptians as well, because we were so close to them. We spent a lot of time around the Egyptians. You know what I'm saying? So
how do we know
Israel,
that we aren't?
So how can we not be How can we not be Africans? I mean, I'm okay.
Again, so even hold on, let me say this. Even Israel, the true land of Israel, is not what you see on the map today.
No,
that's been subdivided and shrunken down, and the real land of the real land of Israel goes all the way in the continent of Africa. So again, we gotta stop so much with the calling ourselves after a continent, because that, remember, there's a whole bunch of tribes from that continent, and not all tribes get along. Not all tribes.
I agree with you in the aspect. Okay, Africa. We're just gonna say Africa, all right?
Okay.
I don't know if I need to be, use the exact. Okay, Africa. Okay, Raven Simone. I'm gonna go for a moment. She said Africa is a country, right? But she wasn't wrong. It essentially was a country. It was one particular landmass. The white man, the white man put lines and borders. Yes, you're absolutely right when you said we are all different tribes, and we traveled across. We traveled across Africa. We traveled out of Africa. This is very true, and different tribes mixed with each other. This is facts. You're not wrong on that at all. The problem being is that the fact that we're all different tribes, all right? Different tribes. What lets you know, without a shadow of a doubt, that your lineage comes from the Israelite tribes and not, say, the Fulani or the Ashanti, the Akan or the Ibu tribe?
First off, we encompass a lot of those tribes. We encompass a lot of those tribes. A lot of our people, again, we mixed in with, when we went into the transatlantic slave trade, there were some of us who stayed behind, who didn't get captured. You know what I'm saying? But at the same time, they're going through persecutions in the land of quote unquote Africa. They go through persecutions there. You know what I'm saying? Wherever we are, we're going through persecutions. Not all of us came here to what's called America to go through American slavery. Some of us went through the Caribbeans. Not all of we didn't all go through the same depths of slavery, but as a people, we experienced that. You know what I'm saying? So as a people, those curses are true. Just like there's some Israelites who are rich, but as a people, we're being persecuted.
I mean,
that doesn't make them any less Israelite because they're wealthy in what the American standards.
But at the same time, when you link your lineage to a group or a tribe of people that you yourself cannot trace back, you're just guessing. It's the same thing as when you get the Kemetic people, brothers and sisters, that like Egypt is not the center of Africa. Egypt is not. Africa is not Egypt.
That's right.
So when they're always like, we're Egyptian, and you're looking at them and you're like, no, your ass ain't Egyptian. Like, you're not Egyptian. Like, I did an Ancestors DNA test, and I would love to have turned around and said, I didn't have any North African DNA, point blank, period, right? I had a lot of brothers and sisters say to me, oh, you look Fulani, you look Fula, you look like you're Ethiopian, East African, whatever. I didn't have any East African DNA, right? Now, I didn't see anything. And now I know that there are some brothers who said to me, no, the Ashantis were also Israelites, and there's so many different school of thoughts in terms of what is being taught by the Israelites.
But the scripture gives you a complete detail on how you would be able to tell if you were Israel. And it's those curses in Deuteronomy, but also if you read the book of Jeremiah and Isaiah, remember the Most High never stopped interacting with the children of Israel. So it didn't just stop in Deuteronomy where he explained what was going to happen to us. It goes all the way through the entire book. So
it's not straightforward like that. It's not
quick
straightforward.
Question. You said he never stopped communicating. Is he still communicating today?
Yeah, his hand is still reached out to his people. Why do you think so much of us have begun to wake up and to teach? The scripture says that in the hold on, let me get some words in. Scripture says that in the end times he would begin to wake up his children, and knowledge would increase in the land. It says that the children of Israel, it's like the valley of dry bones. At first it was like, how can these bones live? But the Most High began to breathe life.
Why do you say he though, brother?
Huh? because when you read scripture, that's he is portrayed as in the masculine.
You said exactly what I hoped you'd say. You said when you read the scripture, he is depicted as the masculine, and it states
let me finish though.
You states him. So what you're doing is you're referencing a book. You're saying the book says he, the book says him, so therefore it shall be. I'm not gonna go by the Bible.
And see, that's completely fine. Remember, everybody's walk is their own, man. We're all held accountable for our actions. So I can never make a man or try to, no matter how many words I speak, man, understanding through scriptural understanding, it's a gift. Not everybody's going to agree. Not everybody's going to get it. But at the end of the day, everything that we've ever learned is through a book. Most of everything that we've learned is through books, through reading, through words of others. None of us has been around since the beginning to know any of that. So no matter what, you're held accountable for your belief, because your belief is your choice. With all this information that you have, you weren't around for none of those words being written, but you choose what you choose to believe in.
Right.
You know what I'm saying? So if we even look at how life is built, the man was put in the lead, basically the figure of authority.
Who said that? Who said that?
Well, we can look at life and see that. I mean, okay.
Let me
finish. Let me make my point. If we look at from the man comes the seed. He plants the seed in the earth or in the woman, and from that woman comes the child. So that had to initiate with the man. The man had to initiate that. If you look at basically the understanding that we have today, if we look at society, this whole feminist movement and the feminine this and that, that's an ancient understanding as well. That goes all the way back to ancient Babylon when they worship Esther. We're talking about Ishtar, as the what was she worshipped as? They used to make cakes to heaven for her. So the worshiping of the feminine goes all the way back to ancient time. It's nothing new.
Right. Yeah.
Again, we choose what we believe.
Can I ask you?
I believe those scriptures. Yeah, go ahead.
Like this open to anybody. Who told the lion, right? The lioness that she needs to hunt and that she is the most apt for hunting and not the male?
The Most High, I guess, created her that way. I don't know, but
okay.
Yeah, well, I say that it's a hold on.
No, I'm just.
Well, I thought that was an answer. I thought that was a question. I was trying to answer it.
You can answer it. You can answer it, but it's just because when the sister answered it. Well, yeah, answer it.
First off, the woman is the female lion is not the most apt to hunt.
She's not.
The man is the strongest.
Exactly. Thank you.
But
Can I just cut you there?
Hold on. In that pride, there's order. So yeah, the man is more apt to do that. But just like when it comes to washing dishes and all that, as the build of a man, your muscle structure and all that's stronger. But as the head in your house, you're the one who designate.
Are you telling me that when God created man and woman, he created them with the purpose and the thought process of who can wash the dishes?
No, man, come on.
No,
brother.
I'm saying because you said no.
But I mean, as we know that the Most High,
Because if you use that as an example, I have to question it. Because you were absolutely right when you said the male lion is actually faster, stronger, and more apt for hunting. And I'm glad you said it, because I'm gonna give you this. I don't know you, brother, but I give you a lot of props right now, because you were one of the very few Israelites I've spoken to that has been, that listens, that explains himself very well, and isn't just screaming and shouting and blah, blah, blah. You're one of the few. So I respect that. I respect that a lot. And I'm a hard cookie to impress. Trust me on this. So, but the point is this. Like you said, within the lion society, all right, and like you said, there's a hierarchy, right? And but from birth, their instincts say to them, okay, the lioness does this, the male does that. Everyone has a particular hierarchy in a particular order. Within our hierarchy, we live in a patriarchal society, irrespective of what we want to say. We do. We live in a patriarchal society.
Yeah.
Whether women want to like it or not, whether it's right or not, is a different story. Right? It's a different story. However, as you mentioned about the divine feminine was worshipped way before there was a divine masculine. Before there was a divine masculine, there was a divine feminine, especially in Africa. Okay, but because we were told that God is a man, or because we were told that men have to do this or women have to do that, we go based on that teaching because that's what we were told. The same way the lioness is not aware that the lion is the one that they will get a lot more hunting done if the lion doesn't. Okay.
Well, again, you got to look at the way that a pride is set up. It's one lion, one male lion for multiple females. So in a way, they'd get a lot more done if the females did it because there's more of them. Just whenever there's more hands, things get done quicker. But again, back to that feminine, the sacred feminine. Again, I look at it like this. This is how I explain this, man. None of us were around from the beginning. None of us were. Everything that we're repeating, we've been told, we've heard, we've read. You know what I'm saying? So being that is true on both sides, right? When it comes down to that sacred feminine, every nation had their own deities that they worship. There's many gods. Every nation, every quote unquote religion, they all have their gods, their deities that they worship. As an Hebrew Israelite, when it talks about, how the Most High chose Abraham because he looked out and saw that, there was something about Abraham. So from Abraham, he built the Israelite nation. It didn't, there was many other nations of around the world, but he chose Abraham. And from Abraham, he built the Israelite nation. And that group of people were supposed to be a light to all other nations of people. Basically, what that light was a hand saying, hey, you have your way of doing things, but we're going to offer this hand.
What if just, I
Go ahead.
Just what if, just put your mind in that frame. What if what you read in that book is bullshit? No disrespect. I'm just saying, like, what if what you read was made up and it's not true and it's just a mythological book?
Let me answer it. Then if that be true, I've lived the way that I've seen fit, based off everything that I've read and what I've studied. To me, this is truth.
Your name's Yakub, right? Jacob. Do you believe that you, as the man that you are, need a book to dictate how you live your life in the right way?
I'd say that again, we've all needed someone to lead us in the right directions, whether that be your mother, your father, people around you. Everyone has gleaned off of knowledge of others. So yes, I believe that wherever you get it from, whether you got knowledge from the person next door, the person down the street, your homeboys, we've all gained knowledge from sources that were here before us.
But we have something innately within us that teaches it, that lets us know what's right and what's wrong.
Now at the same time, you say that, but there was a point in time where the Native Americans were eating each other, drinking blood. There was a point in time where
who told you that? Who told you that?
That's history. The same.
Who told? Because the Tainos, in Puerto Rico, they teach that about the Tainos, right? That the Tainos are cannibals. Well, the Tainos and the Arawak, these are all Native Americans. They're all from the same family. They even teach that, all right? But it's who's teaching you that. You have to understand that when to justify a lot of killings, right? They have to make the people, whether it be the African people, the native people, et cetera, you have to justify their killing by saying that they were savages, they were cannibals, they were this.
Look, no, I've spoken to real life Native Americans who've confirmed this. So I'm not, this is from firsthand experience. The original Native Americans, this is the practices that they were into, but it was because they needed to do this to appease their quote unquote gods, whether that be for crops, for certain weather things, for longevity, they were going to war with another nation. These things existed, So again, I think that if it's just up to, man to come up with what's good according to their own heart, I think that's where we've seen a lot of crazy things happen in history, is people going after their own heart, whatever they think is right according to their own heart. But at the end of the day, everybody has their choices, though, man.
They do. I'm a lost cause. I'm a lost cause. Like,
hey,
I am a lost cause because I believe in the divine feminine. Like, so when people say he, I will say she, and that's not about any type of pandering to. Like, I don't believe black women are God. I believe that God, the entity that we know of, was black and happened to be female. As in, that's my belief system. So, and I've done a lot of reading. I've gone across the spectrum, and that's what I've come to. And I've found many scriptures, even in the Bible, in the Quran, in Torah, that can back my belief system up. I believe everyone has the right to believe whatever they believe. I'm never going to stop anybody. Like, you're going to do what you're going to do.
That's
and
key.
believe in what you believe. And if that helps you get to the place that you're going to get to, then more power to you, because my job isn't to sit there running around a mountain telling everybody you're going the wrong way, because I'll never get to the top of the mountain if I do that. I focus on my path and everybody else focus on theirs.
Now with me, scripture says that for your brothers and sisters, especially me with my role, I'm supposed to try to reach out to brothers and sisters, because that's my duty as an Israelite. That's how we show love. Is if you see your brother or sister going down, if you're blessed with knowledge forehand, then true love is to let your brother or sister know that way they have a choice. All my duty is to provide you with a choice through knowledge, red pill or blue pill. You choose. After that, I've done my duty. Now, if later on you have more questions or you want to conversate, hey, I'm here for you. But I got to move on to the other brothers and sisters that are lost.
I understand what you're saying, and I respect that in terms of if that's how you do it. But also, with what you were just saying, some people can take that and turn it into dogma and turn it into
that's just a term.
And that's the problem I have with some people who, I know y'all don't say religious, but y'all say like it's your culture or what have you. But that's one of the problems I have with people, religious people or what have you, is because many of them try to push dogma. And my thing is, I don't understand.
Now, when you're saying dogma, you're just saying belief. They're trying to push their belief. That's what you're saying?
Right.
Okay.
Right. And
I don't do that.
And my thing is, I mean, it's like a lot of time. Wait, hold on.
Go ahead.
A lot of time, it's like people will preach this fire and brimstone and this damnation to people, but in actuality, I honestly think that some people may be really insecure within their belief, and it feels more comfortable to have more people believing just as they believe, and so they kind of want to convince other people to buy into what it is that they themselves have bought into. Because at the end of the day, you mentioned this earlier, but at the end of the day, within the confines of your religious beliefs and in the confines of Christianity and everything else, you are going to be judged by your deeds, not by somebody else's. So in terms of how, the Lord will be, how the Lord will judge you, it's not, to me, that's why it's not about trying to get other people to believe as you believe, because they got to deal with them.
I'll say this. When I first got into the truth, the Most High blessed me and opened my eyes. I was so zealous. I would try my hardest to get a person to try to understand and to see the same thing that I saw, to understand the same thing that I understood, because I was, I cared so much. I used to be like, man, why can't they just see? Why can't they just understand? It's right here in front of them. Look at what's going on in the world, But through time, there's that one scripture, the scripture of serenity, and the Most High has blessed me to the point where I've backed off now. But there used to be a time where I was so passionate because, and I had a talk with an elder lady about this when I was getting my hair locked up. She was like, why do we have to do all this, and why do I got to keep the law and all this and all that, and I was like, the Most High requires this of us, and she was like, well, I forgot what is the exact word.
This is my thing with that right there with what you were saying. And again, I'm not trying to, I didn't say this earlier, but I'm definitely not trying to offend anybody. This is just, questions and different things that I've posed to myself or thought about. And the thing is, why does the Most High, or what have you, God, why does why do they need why do they need man?
Okay,
Why do
let
they
me
need man to wait? Hold on. Why do
okay.
they need man to continue the word or the knowledge? Because let's think about it. Everybody, especially within our community, pretty much you start off as being a Christian for the average so-called black family household, right?
True.
Your grandma was it, your great aunt, your great-great-grandma, your great-great-great-great-grandma was.
Yeah.
And so they are the ones who introduce you to the Bible. They're the ones who introduce you to going to the Baptist church up the street or whatever. So my thing is, why then is God reliant upon man to spread his word instead of him speaking directly to each person that he creates, so that those people then have an understanding that there is a God and what God is? Because at the end of the day, however, because I hear people say, don't put your faith in man and all of that
They
kind of
say
stuff.
because not
Wait, hold on, hold on. They
everybody is
say,
able to
hold
receive
on.
it.
They say don't put your faith in man and all of that kind of stuff, right? So, however, the Bible was written by men. The Bible was published by men. The Bible is sold by men. The Bible is distributed by men. So that's what I don't necessarily get.
Let me, because you brought up, and that's why sometimes I try to stop you, because you bring up a lot of points, and I got to try to remember some of the things that you were saying. But one of the first things I wanted to say was, what had happened was I ended up telling this lady that this is, the way that this is why I don't beat down people's necks anymore. I just let a person do what they want. I gave her this parable. Say there was poison in the cup that you were about to drink, and I had foreknowledge of that, and I knew that if you drunk out of that cup, you were getting ready to die. You know what I'm saying? And I was like, this, unfortunately, I just, at a point in time, I don't stress it no more. If you want to drink from that cup, I just got to let you do it. And then she was like, well, no, that's wrong. If you know, and I was like, what do you want from me? I don't understand. If you can see that analogy and understand that, why can't you not understand this? And then she was like, oh, and I was able to witness to her right after that. Sometimes that's how the Most High works. Now, that other thing you was talking about how we inherit religions. We inherit these religions from our parents. Scripture speaks on that. Scripture says that in the end time, the nations will come to us saying that we inherited folly. We inherit these lies and things that are passed down just because, in our situation, it was because of our punishment. Scripture says that we would lose our heritage. We would lose our understanding because we didn't cherish it in the first place. So the Most High had to let us go through some things so that we can understand how precious that was and start to cry out to him again and get right back into his good favors, where we can start to receive our blessings and overthrow this government that we're in. You know what I'm saying? Now, but I know that what the brother, what was his name? Angel earlier about the wood and stone. That's exactly Christianity. What's their idol? The wooden cross. Look, in the Muslim, they have that rock, that stone, whatever they kiss and all that kind of stuff. This is that's what that is. Gods of wood and stone. Jesus still ain't got off that cross. You know, people still walking around holding Jesus crosses up. You know what I'm saying? And they got their stone crucifixes and all that. These are the gods of wood and stone. And the other question you had of why does I think you said, why does God need mankind? Is that what you?
Right. Why does God need man to prop up his? And again, I'm not trying to be offensive. Again, these are just questions I'm asking.
Because let me answer.
Why does God need man to continue to spread?
The Most High doesn't need man to do anything. This is your salvation that you're working. Hold on, let me finish answering the question. The Most High is all powerful. He doesn't need mankind for anything per se. This is our salvation that we're working out. As an Israelite, he gave us laws and statutes and commandments to follow. If you want to inherit the promise of Abraham, to be in the kingdom with the Messiah, the promises. If you want to inherit that, you have laws and statutes to follow. The Most High doesn't need no man. So,
but this is my thing. He does. He actually does, because in order for you to say that he needs no man, then you would have to be able to prove that if a child is born and nobody ever tells them about the Bible or religion or Christianity or, Yah or the Most High or God, Jesus, you know.
Now look,
If no, wait, hold on.
Go ahead.
If you have to prove that if nobody raised a child, telling them about religion, that child was still
Got you. I got
in
you.
order
Now,
for you to say he doesn't need man, because at the end of the day, again, with most of us and how we came about knowledge was through someone else
okay. Now
bringing
let
it
me
to us,
answer.
be it family, friend, neighbor, whatever. And then hold on, let me say this real quick too. That the analogy you gave about the poison, and you said, you know, warning the person that they're about to drink poison, you know they're drinking poison. But again, we're still kind of talking about something that's unfounded, because nobody that I know of has died and come back to life to be able to truly tell. Now, they say people had near-death experiences, whatever, but when I say die, I mean dead, in the ground, died, gone out of this world. And then they're able to come back and tell what's going on there. So with you trying to warn a person about it, you're not necessarily sure if it is poison or not. Do you understand what I'm saying?
I understand what you're saying. Let me answer the first question that you had, which is about the Most High need man. I'm going to touch on that again. The Most High does, to say that the Most High needs man, that's saying that he needs his the Most High created man. The Most High does not need man. Man needs man. That child that does not understand truth needs a man of the Most High to teach that child. The Most High doesn't need man. That child needs a man to spread the truth of the Most High, so that child, now hold on, let me finish, so that child has a choice. But at the same time, the Most High could send a righteous Malachim down to teach that child if he wanted to. The Most High can send anybody to do the duty of a man, because that's a man's job to do
but
that
he
type of
hasn't.
stuff. Yes, he does all the time.
So we got to deal. He hasn't. So we got to deal with facts and reality. And the reality is, he hasn't sent some other entity down.
You're talking about from
what
your
we do
experience.
know. And, oh yeah, from my experience. I'll say
because
that.
there's plenty who have testified on seeing Malachim before.
Right. And so
that's the Hebrew word for angel, right?
Say that again.
That's the Hebrew word for angel.
The righteous angels, yeah, they're called Malachim. Yeah. The wicked ones are known as
like in Islam. In Islam, it's Malaka, right?
Yeah, exactly.
Same thing. Okay.
Yeah.
But I mean, you can say that, because he's still needing man, because you're saying man needs man, but that still goes back to him needing man, because essentially, man is representing the religion, or man is representing the word, right?
I think the problem sometimes,
in order to get it to new people, you need man still to deliver that word.
Mrs. Legit makes a good point. Like I know what she's saying. She's basically saying that, and I understand what the brother's saying. Not every human being can take the word of God or see a blessing or see the signs. And sometimes we need something that looks like us or someone that represents us to spread that word, right? The problem that deals with is that there are people that will manipulate that, and have done throughout history. Have said, I have been sent by God and this is the word that I'm given. So you get these false prophets.
That's correct.
And the problem there is we don't really know, because the truth is this: you don't know. A lot of it is blind faith, right? A lot of it is blind faith, and you put your faith in something that you believe in, right? Because we are in the dark. We're in the dark. We're sitting here in the dark, being guided by.
Now, let me explain something, man. Because again, a lot of what you guys are saying, I understand, because I used to live that. But in a lot of what I'm going to say is going to be hard, because you won't understand it because you have not been a part of this. I've been in the presence of spiritual things before. You know what I'm saying? To where it's not something that, and it's so hard to explain, man, because you feel it on a molecular level. Like, it's not just you seeing it. It's like you feel it before you even see it.
No, but I agree with that, and I agree with that, and I know what you're saying there, because I use that argument all the, like, when I I use a lot of arguments to debunk Christianity in itself, and I use that, what you feel versus what you know. But what you feel, someone has just given it a name and said this is that, and this is what it is, and this is who it is. But what if the labeling that they've given to it is wrong? The same to the point when I said, how do you know that God is not a man or God is a man? What if what you have felt is God, but it's a woman?
Again, bro, look, yeah, and I completely understand you. Wherever this is what I always tell people. I can't what I believe, I cannot make you believe this. I cannot make you accept this. That's something that I don't have the power to do that. So that hypothetical question, hey, if you believe that, bro, I cannot change that for you.
No, of course
I believe in what those scriptures say. And I've been in this walk for a long time. Even though people call me young, I've been in this walk for quite a while. I've read. That's why, and a lot of people become led astray because they don't. Scripture says you're supposed to study to show yourself approved, and a lot of brothers and sisters don't do this. They get into, they find out something new, and then they expect a man to do everything for them. Right. They don't take the time to research it. They don't read their apocryphers. They don't read the pseudepigrapha, first and second volume. They're not reading these books. They're not going back and forth through their scriptures. So a lot of times their understanding is flawed, and they're led astray because they're not putting in the effort.
Well, I believe that God created spirituality and man created religion. I also believe that God gave man the word, and man plagiarized it and used it to his own benefit. Okay.
That has happened.
Yeah, so especially when you look at patriarchy, like I look at so many religions that are innately patriarchal and can understand why, a Bible isn't like I don't know if the sister's still on here, but the sister that mentioned the Book of Eli, like because I've seen that movie and she was 100% right. The power that religion, not spirituality, that religion has over masses of people, and especially when you can put something tangible in front of people like a book and say, boom, there it is, it's right here. No evidence to go by it, right? Other than what the word, in black and white, or black and brown, however it's been written on. And that's enough for some people. For some people, that is enough.
True. I mean, again, if there's other levels than just what's written in the book. Because again, those words are life, man. The Most High, and it's hard to explain to people who don't have that relationship, who aren't living that life. The Most High deals with his people very directly, even though, like I said, for a lot of people, it's hard to understand that because they're not. If you're not in the walk, you're not in the walk. But the Most High deals with his children very directly. You know what I'm saying? Now I can when it comes to again, practical knowledge, most knowledge gained, most knowledge gained is secondhand. We get all our knowledge from secondhand sources, bro. Everybody reads books and decides what they're going to believe or not. Right. We've all read and studied and came up with our belief system that we see to be right. And I believe that every man will be held accountable for the belief that they decided to believe in. Yeah. Because I think that if you decide to hold this book above another book, then that's a choice, and you're held accountable for that choice. That's why Scripture says that not everybody is given this understanding. They're just not. We all make our choices.
Right.
And Scripture says that the book of life was written before any of us ever lived this life. So what you were going to do, you were going to do regardless.
Just to quickly point something out, like Ajali said that she can't impregnate herself.
Who?
Maybe Ajali. This because you're talking about the womb. You can't impregnate yourself, but there are many women that have been able to impregnate themselves, and it's known as parthenogenesis, and it's based on the Bartholin gland. This does happen. So just because we don't have the ability to do something ourselves doesn't mean others haven't.
I gotta call you on that one though. When has that happened? Ever?
Can I? All right. I have a video called "God is a Black Woman," right? And I discussed that. There's a study called the National Longitude. It's in the British Medical Journal, the National Longitude Study of Adolescent Health, and it was a study based over 7 years between I think it was 1997 and 2000. for something like that, where they did tests on women that claimed that they had never had sex, not through IVF or anything like that, and got pregnant. And they found, but this is in the British Medical Journal.
Is this a white man's knowledge, huh?
This is in the British Medical Journal, where it doesn't benefit them to say this. Now, the thing is, and they pointed out, and this was in the United States. This is based in the United States, and it was something like 7,000 women have been pregnant based on parthenogenesis, and it essentially is producing asexually, like almost cloning yourself. There was a story in the United Kingdom which hit the papers in like the 50s or the 60s, and they could not find any way to disprove that this woman had never had sex. When the child was old enough, and DNA testing was better, they noticed that this child had the exact same DNA as the mother. Okay, not 99%, 98%, 100%. Now, we're not the parthenogenesis, and asexual breeding does not just happen with humans. It happens within the within all animal kingdoms, right? Now there's a gland called the Bartholin gland.
Yeah,
right?
I've heard all this polite,
right.
yes, talking the same stuff.
With called the Bartholin gland.
Yeah.
But the thing is, it exists though. It actually exists. Like, okay, with my video, see, I'm not polite, all right? But with my video that I break it down. I break it for so many different things. I break down the appendix, the I can't remember what the thing's called. The thing in the corner of your eye, by the inner part by your nose, which used to be a third eyelid. These are a lot of things that are dormant now, that we no longer use. Like, we don't use our appendix anymore, but it used to be a second stomach. So a lot of these things have happened. I can only advise people to watch that, and study and research that self. Saying that this guy is BSing just because you haven't experienced, or you haven't read it, or you haven't looked into it.
Oh, I've looked into it.
No, I'm not saying that. I'm saying, like, I'm responding to a comment. Doesn't mean that it's bullshit just because you haven't looked at it. Because I always state that I could prove a lot of things before other people could prove, like, before God is a white man. Before they can prove Jesus is a white man, I can prove God is a black woman.
Okay. Now, the same way that you said that how people should read into things and not just discredit it, that's the same. Now you see what I go through, but on another.
But I haven't discredited what you're saying. I asked questions. That's all I did.
On another point, though, that I was going to touch on, we always talk about this quote unquote white man's knowledge, but we know what I'm saying, it's like we pick and choose when we want to agree with what the white man comes up with, and I will. That same notion about women having
Dr. Delbert Blair is a black man, he's the one that talks about parthenogenesis. But I digress.
Well, back to that whole women having babies without a male. Again, we're relying on information that we're getting second source, because throughout this day, none of us have seen that with our own eyes. People having babies without fathers being involved, right? So I'm always back to you choose what you want to believe, and you're going to be held accountable for that. Now, at the same time, I believe that, when you read scriptures, there was a lot of times that those wicked Elohim would come down and have sex with women, with mankind, and make offspring from them. So I do believe that it's capable for women to get pregnant from other sources than mankind. Yeah, sure. But I don't believe in a woman just, having sex with herself and making a baby. No, I believe that, again, it's going to take some third party intervening.
But this is okay. So Mrs. Legit said that she believes it's an anomaly, but the thing is, it's not an anomaly. Like, Renee, I'll send you a link. Like, I'll send it to you, like, in your YouTube messages, for the video that goes with all the citations. Okay. All right, so you can have a look. You'll have to check your spam, because it'll go straight to spam. But it's definitely not an anomaly, and it definitely does happen. And
because what you're saying is that women have sperm, because it takes sperm to make a child.
That's not what I'm saying.
Because again, an egg is just an egg. So it takes another sort. No, an egg's not even a seed. Egg is just a egg. It takes a seed being put into it to grow.
This is the problem that a lot of people have with their confusion of what is a seed and what is okay. If you have a seed, right? Like even on plant level, you have a seed and something must fertilize the seed. The egg is actually the seed. The sperm is what fertilizes the seed.
No. Seeds don't get fertilized. Fertilization comes later. And I know this because I'm a gardener. You don't fertilize a seed. It won't grow. You just put seed in earth. That's how that works. So when you put the same way a woman's egg is the earth, and that seed is the beginning of that life. So when that seed goes in that egg, it grows. When that seed goes in the earth, it grows. Now you fertilize later with the nutrition that woman eats. You know, she eats in her body, and that egg is fertilized. You know, that seed begins to grow, but that fertilization comes later. It doesn't come immediately. It comes later. It's the seed in the earth, and from that you get growth, and that growth gets fertilized through what that woman puts in her mouth. And then the fertilization never stops. When that child is born, you fertilize with knowledge and you know, information, food, substance. But again, at the end of the day, again, I'm very liberal with individuals now, to the point where it's like, man, look, what you believe, I cannot sway an individual from that. All I can do is give you an alternate perspective, the truth according to what I've learned and what I've studied. And from there, every man's choice, every woman's choice is their own. I'm only held accountable for what I do in this life. You know, and what I'm doing right now is this work. I'm working so that, you know, Scripture says in Revelation that the Messiah would say good, and, you know, that's over being called king or prince or all these words that you hear black people calling each other. I just want to be called good and faithful servant, man. If I can be called that, whew, that's go ahead.
And let me say, I definitely do not knock anyone's belief system at all. Like I said, I do not want to offend anybody. It's just a conversation, just, you know, real questions and things to really think about, because I, you know, do believe in a God. I do believe, I guess I'm what people would call agnostic. I, however, believe that I don't believe that the Bible is the end all be all.
Okay.
It is, you know, I think it has a lot of practicality and value, but more so in an allegorical standpoint. But my thing, and then I think also some historical elements as well. But my thing is, so I'm not trying to attack anybody or anything like that.
You don't have to give that warning before you say something.
I think spirituality, but I just want to do that to be clear.
Go ahead.
And to not offend. But I think spirituality is something that's personal. I think that's something that's within you, your own belief system. And I don't think you need or should look for validation. I'm not saying you doing that or anybody. I'm just talking. I don't think you need validation from anybody else to validate your personal spiritual beliefs. But I wanted to respond to something that she said in the
Sure.
In the chat. I'm trying to find the question.
Yeah, I see Rashid and the Radical Home Goddess in there. I see him. How y'all sisters doing? Yeah, but I while you're looking at that, I believe in freedom, man. I think that the same way people are free to overcome and to accomplish, people have to have the freedom to fail.
Are locks,
so you have to have the freedom.
Are locks permissible in the Hebrew doctrine? Because I thought they weren't.
Are what?
Locks.
Permissible?
Yeah.
So you mean can you have locks? Is that what you're saying?
Yeah, because you said you would get
you can have locks.
Because I remember reading about there was some Hebrew Israelites that they're anti-locks and they're like, you know, it's for the Gentiles and et cetera, et cetera.
Of course, bro. There's different sects of Hebrews, and that's why Scripture says that in the end times he would join us. You know, he would begin to you know, join us as one. So yeah, I know right now there's Hebrews that believe in all different types of things, but what's beautiful about it is that they're waking up. They at least know that they're Hebrews. From there, the Most High will begin to groom and to to bless with understanding. And the scripture says that when he leads the righteous ones, the set apart of Israel, into the wilderness, then he's going to deal with us face to face. So we'll know for sure what he expects out of us at that time. Right now, he's just trying to test and see our loyalty, if we're going to stand behind what we believe, if we're going to stand behind it. Once we're led to that wilderness, what it says in the book of Daniel and through Revelations, at that point of time, then he's going to deal with us face to face. No more through the book and no more of that. Now it's face to face time.
But
yeah,
again, those are things that are speculations, though. But I wanted to say this. Hold on, I wanted to say this was a question I was talking about as far as with Rashid. I think sometimes what people do is they move the goalposts. And I love Rashid. This, nothing personal against her. She knows that. But people will move the goalposts. So, like in terms of, let's say, you kind of question something about Christianity, and there's a specific person or people who, subscribe to the Bible and all of that. And let's say they do something that's wrong, or that somebody who doesn't believe in the Bible points out. Mm-hmm. The first thing you'll typically hear is, well, they're not a real Christian. And I'm like, that's what gets me, because people will say, oh, they're not a real this and that. Oh, they're not a real, like, because then it becomes, so subjective. And so it becomes what exactly and this is rhetorical, but what exactly is a real Christian then? Because everybody, even if in terms of lusting, right? Mm-hmm. In terms of a thought, you don't ever have to say it or act on it, but isn't just the thought of it, isn't that a sin? Other things of that nature. So, and nobody would ever know that because they're not in your head. So this idea that, you're not a real Christian if you do certain things. And then the other thing was, about people didn't want to follow rules, or people didn't want to follow things in life. That's why a lot of people don't want to subscribe to the Bible. I personally disagree with that. I can see that. I can see what she's saying 100%. But on another level, I disagree with that. And the reason I disagree with that is because in most societies, even though you may have the Bible and everything, you still have laws. You still have laws of the land or what have you. So, those things are still kind of governed by the society. And also, you don't necessarily, to me, need the Bible for that, because look at the laws of Ma'at. The laws of Ma'at, give you information on things not to do, to help you lead a better life, I guess, in whatever terms. But it's still not the Bible. It's not the Bible telling you all these things. It's just those laws of Ma'at that give you some structure in life. You know what I'm saying?
In terms of like black unity, like a lot of it, like me, I don't believe that religion unifies black people. I think it actually does the opposite. I think it does the very opposite. Because while you have religion, especially because you have Christianity, you have all the different sects of Christianity, you have Islam, you have like the Israelites, you've got, all the different sections of spirituality and teachings, and they fight within themselves because they're like, no, you're wrong, you're going to hell, you're this, you're that. And that's not what unity is. That's not what unity is about. Like, you have these people that are willing to kill each other. That's not.
I want to come in after you.
That's not unity at all.
Okay, such is life. Such is life. I mean, life. I don't. That notion of unity is a false notion. I believe. I don't think that it was never supposed to be about everybody coming together and being, back, and even through my scriptural understanding. That was the destruction of the Tower of Babel, was because when mankind comes together with just everybody believe what they want and do this, through time and time again, the outcome has been wickedness, because there is no law governing them. Everybody just shoots from the hip. Hold on, let me finish, Miss Legit. It's just what everybody wants to do. Just accept it. Let's all come together. And in a way, that's, to me, when you read scripture, that's the signs of the Antichrist. When scripture says that when he comes back and reveals himself, that's basically what's going to be the foundation of that belief. It's just you know, as long as we do these key things, everything's good. Homosexuality, just come together. This is good. Just come together. We have one goal. Just come together. And the Most High has never been about that. He's always drawn a line in the sand. Is either you're for me or you're not for me. He's always had guidelines. He's always had standards. Whether you stand on this or you don't, and you go with who you believe. My thing is, you always hear these pro-black people on YouTube, right? And they're always talking about coming together. It's like, why have you guys not come together yet and accomplished anything? If you're always preaching this, so you're telling me you couldn't get 10 or 20 of y'all to come together and do something? You know, as far as with the Israelites, when we, you know, with our beliefs, man, oh my goodness. You know, again, I can speak me personally. Again, I think I've already talked about this, but I have done so much within my community and within people who we all believe the same things. I have done so much, you know, and other brothers and sisters, like I said, we've built buildings, you know, we've done all kinds of things. So it's like, you know, we're buying land. We go out and learn how to shoot together. All these things we're building, we're teaching, homeschooling, you know, all these beautiful things. So it's like, what? Okay, if you're preaching come together, why do you? If you guys are in one mind, why are you guys not coming together and doing anything?
But see, this then to me, this is several things. It's about us all having the same belief, or you know, your particular belief in God, us all having the same belief. Because you said something about, is that supposed to be showing you the end of times?
Let me explain.
Wait, hold on. No.
Oh, I thought you
hold
asked.
on. I'm saying it's supposed to signify the end of times when everybody all believes different things. Is that
No, that's not what I was saying. I was saying that when the anti-Messiah returns, when Ha-Shatan returns and sits on his throne on this world, it will be, you know, basically the do what thou wilt, whatever you want to do, as long as, you know what I'm saying, you follow this particular thing, do whatever you want to do. Whatever you want to do. You want to eat pork, you want to worship on Sunday, hey, as long as it makes you feel good, do it. Everybody just come. That's going to be what gets the righteous persecuted, because who will be the enemy are those who stand on the Most High's word and refuse to participate in that. They will be marked as the enemy to mankind, and they will be persecuted. You know, the Most High will lead a large section into the wilderness, but the other ones will be left behind. Will be persecuted. Will be put to death. It'll be like the Matrix. We'll have to come out and try to teach here and there, but we'll end up being hunted down and persecuted. You know, and that'll be for a witness against all mankind that we slayed his prophets.
But see, and that's one of my issues with this, is because people will always say, you know, we're given free will. But if we're given free will, and this is rhetorical, but if we're given free will, why then are you punished for exercising your free will? Why then are you punished to do what God or y'all believe gave you? He gave you that. He gave you free will, but then when you use it, you are punished for using it. And the thing is this, I think that if it was so much about, you know, I'm trying to remember, I got so lost into what I was saying. Yeah. You were saying about people being disunified, like in the pro-black community or Black Power community. And I absolutely agree with you, and I understand that. However, you have people who are all going by the same doctrine and are in complete disagreement. Like earlier when y'all were talking about polygamy. And so you justifying it via the Bible, but the sisters were not justifying it by the Bible. I'm
the only Hebrew Israelite. Those others, Conscience isn't Hebrew Israelite.
But I understand that. But the Bible is still the Bible, right?
Yeah.
Whether you're Israelite or whether you're whatever, the Bible still says certain specific things.
That's true.
That's the other thing too. How does everybody have this one same doctrine, but there's 150,000 different denominations under this one?
It's because
now I gotta answer some of this.
The problem is interpretation. It's because everything is open to interpretation. So that's why you'll always have different doctrine, different belief systems over the same books.
And Miss Legit, you got let me answer because you started hitting on and I can't remember all the things that you're asking. So I want to answer the last thing I heard was why are there so many different religions and doctrines? That's because the children of Israel didn't do their job. The whole entire world is affected from us because we didn't do our duty. The whole world is in disarray because it was the children of Israel's duty to be the teachers of all mankind. That's why, again, our nation, we're so influential. Some of us don't believe that, but we're the most influential people on earth. Everybody follows us and they try to copy every little thing we do. You know what I'm saying? They don't want to be a nigga, but if you look, everything that they do, they eat off of. They latch onto. They try to be and do everything that we do as a people. You know what I'm saying? That's because spiritually we were supposed to be the teachers of mankind. And because we didn't do what we were supposed to do, the whole world is messed up. And the world, hold on, let me finish, Miss Legit. Let me finish. The world is waiting for us to wake up as a people and do our duty. The world will rejoice the moment that order is fixed and everything is back to the way it was supposed to be. But that comes with us realizing who we are, our duty, and then beginning to act on that duty.
Okay, but see, this is another problem that I have with when I hear some of these things. It's like the expectation, is for Black people or so-called Black people to be perfection or damn near perfection, right? Because it's kind of like until we get our stuff together or whatever, then we're going to be under these curses or things we're going to go how they're going. And once we get it together or rise up, the whole world will, because we're the most influential. See, to me, that's putting so much weight on our community. That puts so much, to me, it helps to lower the self-esteem or racial self-esteem, because then it has to be looked at, oh, we're the cursed ones. Oh, we're the down ones. Oh, we're the bad ones. Now, you can have a history of other races and groups of people killing probably in the billions of people over recorded history and doing all types of horrific, doing all types of horrific things to other groups of people or their own people. But yet the belief is supposed to be that, especially and specifically the quote African American is the one who is the worst bunch of them all, because we have to stay under curses because we're not doing right. Now within that, let me show you my other issue within that. Now,
I gotta answer all these questions.
Hold on. I'm not saying you gotta answer it. I'm just speaking. But in terms, you can respond, but you might want to just jot it down.
I'm trying.
But in terms of,
I gotta get ready.
In terms of, let's say when our people on this land were enslaved, right? We were chattel slavery. Okay, if all of your cultural identity and everything is stripped from you, what else could you know, do, or be but accept what the other people made you be? So what I'm saying is the white man had us speaking his language, doing what he said to do, living a certain way, because all of our cultural identity was taken from us. So now we only know to do what he's saying to do. So how can we be punished for that? If a people don't have their culture, if they don't have their identity, how is it that somebody is supposed to act different from that? Do you understand what I'm saying?
Yeah.
And it's and it's like, those are just, and again, because I feel like people get really like, they get frustrated and things like that. But I think that with Christianity and things and biblical belief having been like the longest institution within our race, the longest and strongest institution within our race, it also will have to have a lot of scrutiny as well. It will also have to be something that's going to have to be looked at and analyzed as to, especially if we're talking about building better communities, building better families, and we want to improve ourselves. We must look at all of the things that have been consistent within our community. One of the things that's been the most consistent is religion, that many of our people in our community are religious. And again, everybody has the right to their spiritual belief. I'm not dogging anybody, down in anybody, but I'm just saying, I think that's something worthy of us examining But what ends up happening is people say, don't, and a lot of people are taught this young, don't question God. You don't question God. You don't ask questions. And it's like, why not? Why
Scripture
not
never
ask
said.
questions?
Let me, because you touched on a lot, and some of the stuff I'm probably not gonna. But the Most High never said you couldn't question him. When you read scriptures, the prophets would question the Most High all the time, and a lot of times he would answer them. You know what I'm saying? So that understanding of not questioning is a lot of times that's a Christian thing because they don't know any better. So they just say don't question. But when you read scripture, there was a lot of questioning going on, and the Most High was always very patient with our people. If you look, as much stuff as we've been through as a people, they say over 50 something million of us were killed just on the way over here. You know what I'm saying? But we should have, if we were like the Native Americans, you can barely find a Native American. But the Most High has been very patient with us. And scripture says that he would never destroy us as a people off the face of the earth. Even through all our persecution and the destruction that we've had to go through because of our disobedience, we have never been destroyed or forsaken. We just have to deal with punishment. The Most High said, because you were asking about all the other nations who've done wicked things. The Most High said, those nations are like spit to me. They're nothing to me. He said, because I've only known you, I'm going to punish you because I've only been so close to you. I've worked with you face to face. I've given you all these blessings and beautiful things. You've had the best of everything in the world. He said, because I've been this close to you and I've gave you all these perfect laws and have blessed you so much above all nations of the earth, I'm going to punish you because they haven't known me the way you have.
So when he blessed us above all nations, how so?
That goes back to reading Deuteronomy 28, what the brother was reading earlier. About that, it's basically the reverse of the curses, so that we wouldn't have to go to other nations and borrow anything. We would be the wealthiest people on earth.
That's what I mean. When were those? Because you just said that.
Oh, you said when were the blessings?
Yeah, when were those blessings, and what were they prior to our the curses being put on us? Like, what was going on with our people?
We got to read scripture for that. It talks about when the children of Israel finally were able to go into the land, we were very blessed. We had the best of everything. But what started to happen was through all those blessings, the children of Israel started to forget the Most High. It was the job of the elders to teach the young ones so that it would never leave the mind of the children of Israel. But the elders stopped teaching the younger ones. And through patience, the Most High kept being patient, free will, patient. And through time, we became more wicked. We started acting like the nations around us. The Most High would send prophets. We would kill the prophets. We would stone the prophets. We didn't want to hear. We would close up our ears. And after so many times, when you read scripture, the Most High would punish us. He would send a prophet in. The prophet would heal us. And then we would get let back into the land. Hold on, let me finish.
Okay.
What I was saying is this happened over and over and over and over again with the children of Israel. So the Most High, that punishment, that Deuteronomy 28, that came into play. The Most High, he said, you know what? This is it. This is enough. This is going to be the last punishment that the children of Israel will ever have to go through. This one that I'm getting ready to send them in. And after this, they will come out a blessed people. After this horrible punishment that they're going to have to go through, they will come out of this punishment a blessed people above all people on the earth. And they will be led back into their land, which was promised to them. And they will be led back with the Messiah would lead them back into the land. Not the way you see these Jews over here. And the Most High said the children of Israel would not see the land again until the Messiah led them back into it.
Okay, now, this is my thing with what you were just saying, and then again, these are rhetorical. People are judged. I thought, well, this is what's put out there, that people are judged by your individual actions and your individual works. Mm-hmm. Therefore, in times of cursing a whole massive group of people, that to me is what kind of boggles my mind, because how can other people be punished for what others do? Like, for instance, because in the Bible it does talk about you can't hold the sins of the father against the son. So it's kind of like, then why would these things be held against all the masses of people that these other people did? And then because it's what part of it, well, it's a part in the Bible that talks about if there was 30 righteous among you. So then is it that every single last person was doing all of these things? Yeah. They were getting every single last person was, going beyond what they were supposed to do. Every single last person, therefore, every single last person had to be cursed. And then their whole lineage of people had to be cursed as well. Now, the people who are alive today, we didn't do any of those things during that time. Answer. We had no connection to any of that. So why are we still being judged when, again, you're judged by your individual works? You're judged by the individual things you do. Why are we still then being held to a judgment by what our ancestors way back did?
Because we're still our ancestors. We're still perpetuating the same wickedness. Who's righteous? Are you living righteous according to Scripture? Who can you point at and say that they're living righteously? Who can you point at and say that? Hold on, let me answer it. Let me answer it. Again, that wickedness was passed on. The Most High said, since you forsake my law, since you forsake me, I therefore shall forsake your children. He says, and that's basically because it was the elders' job to teach the youth, and the elders stopped doing their job. The elders forsake the laws. They forsake the Most High, and he says, since you forsake me, I'm not going to care about your children. I'm gonna show you what it's like. And that's the same way, like I was saying a while ago about how a lot of brothers have problems with sisters. It's the same thing. The Scripture said that the Most High would put the woman above the man, and that's a punishment to show you what it's like when you have to not be in authority. And that's what the man is having to deal with. A lot of men, they complain about it not being able to be authority. But we forsaken the authority of the Most High. So why should we be in authority? Right now the whole balance is out of whack. And because of that,
it's still left up to man to pass on the word to more people. So if man is so corrupt, if man is so all of these negative things and way out of whack and unrighteous, then why is man then expected to continue passing the word? That doesn't make sense. Why would you have somebody passing a word that is so flawed and cursed and awful and terrible?
The Most High says that he would begin to wake up his true servants. Remember, the Most High always had those who were righteous in Israel.
So who are the true servants?
Had the set apart ones of Israel, the ones who are out here
teaching. How are they set apart? How?
They're keeping the Most High's law, statutes, and commandments, or they're striving to the best of their ability to. They believe in the Messiah. They're doing the work that the Messiah said to do. They're out here, the Messiah said, be you perfect as your Father in heaven is perfect. He said, go you after the lost sheep of Israel and go after them first. Give them a chance. Reach out your hand to them. Give them a chance the same way that you've been blessed with a chance. That's, Scripture says that the way that you can tell is who are the true prophets is they speak the Most High's words. They speak according to Scripture. They speak the Most High's words. That's how you can tell. And if you're not in them scriptures and reading, you ain't gonna be able to know.
This is why that doesn't hold up to me, because again, you have a million billion different denominations under one doctrine.
I've explained
hold on, please. Under one holy Bible. So then what it comes down to, as was mentioned earlier, it comes down to interpretation. So if these people, if these people are interpreting it this way, and those people are interpreting it that way, and again, this is rhetorical, then who is actually interpreting it correct? That's why I said it wouldn't make, to me, I'm just saying it wouldn't make sense, and I know I don't judge God, this is in his time and everything like that, but it wouldn't make sense to me to have people who are so flawed and people who are then interpreting it a certain way, and these people are interpreting it a certain way, and I use those people to go out and do my works. It seemed like I would put forth my works and what my word is, because everybody's going to have different interpretations. Everybody's going to have different ways to see it. Everybody's going to have different denominations, and that's what we've got going on now. Because my thing is how, wait a minute, hold on. Because no, you talked a lot, hold on. Because my thing is, again, you have this one doctrine which says only certain specific things. So if there cannot even be unity from the Bible, then to me, I feel like you can't have unity anywhere. Because this is this rock solid foundation, this rock solid word. And if the people who subscribe to that cannot even unify on that principle, then what other hope then should there be for anybody else? Because everybody else is heathens or what have you. So I mean,
people are unified in the truth. You may not see that because, again, you know, you're not, I don't know, you're not around it, you're not being told it, or you just won't receive it. And that's not my responsibility. There's many people who have received it. You know, I say hallelujah. I got to keep it pushing. There's no point into just continuing to. We're touching on the same stuff over and over again. It's just, hey, you know, everybody has a choice, man. Just fulfill your life. Whatever you feel like that's your duty.
That's what I'm saying right there.
Well, go ahead. You know, that's what I say.
that to me, what you're saying right there then goes back to that, and it still makes no sense. So if it's go ahead and live and do what you're doing or whatever.
That's the only thing I can tell you. If you're not going to accept it, if you're not going to accept it, sis, Scripture says that we're not to continually throw these pearls out. If somebody doesn't,
don't cast pearls before swine, which I don't even get.
Stop.
But see, that right there is ridiculous. When people say to cast pearls before swine,
you know what that means?
Because at the end of the day, yes, I know what it means. But at the end of the day, again, people are supposedly speaking from the Bible, from what the Bible tells us.
Mm-hmm.
The Bible is for everybody, and the Bible is also accessible to everybody. So the idea of casting pearls before swine, to me, that doesn't necessarily even make sense. Because if you're talking, everybody. Okay, so who is the Bible for?
Okay, again, a lot of us, we come into this misconception that the Bible is a religious book. The Bible is a history book that deals with a people and their relationship with the Most High. Now, again, that people, their duty was to be a light, a handout to all other nations if they want it. The Bible is not even the word Bible is a new term. That's not what it's just the writings, the scriptures, the history. It's a history book that deals with the nation of Israel and their interactions with the Most High, their beginnings and their end, the beginning of this earth and the end of this earth. Everybody has their own decision in this life. What you choose to accept is what you choose to accept.
Right. We already know
saying casting pearls. What casting pearls means is a pig. The image of a pig was always something unclean, something that you were not supposed to eat of. It's an unclean animal. So casting pearls, when I'm saying don't cast pearls, if a person does not want to believe this truth, according to scripture, they're like the heathens. They're unclean to us. So we're not supposed to you don't keep throwing these pearls out to them, because all they're going to do is trample all over it. So at a certain point, stop. Scripture also says that, you'll end up, if you keep on like that, you'll end up turning a person away. So I would rather stop. If you don't get it or don't want to understand it, then you just don't get it. You don't want to understand it, but those who it does resonate with, they hear it.
But
that's why scripture says, that's why the Messiah himself, he said, my sheep hear my voice. Only his sheep hear his voice. Not every other sheep out in the world. He says his sheep hear my voice. And I don't have the power to make the sheep hear the voice. The sheep were already destined to hear the voice. It's already been written. So I'm just wasting words and air and energy, because if you're not going to get it, you're just not going to get it.
But see, that's another thing. We can just stop, because that's what people always say. Yes, ask questions, ask questions, ask questions.
Mm-hmm.
But as time goes on and I ask questions that I feel are very reasonable and logical, people always then tend to get frustrated because I'm like, okay, I'm pointing out these different things to me that don't really line up. And it's like people then get very frustrated. And I understand, you know, what you're saying. If the person doesn't get it or doesn't want to get it, don't keep going. But I think these are important conversations.
I'm repeating the same
that need to be. Hold on, please. That are important conversations that need to be had, because for many of us, we have pretty much just accepted what was handed down to us. We never questioned it. We never examined it. We never looked at it any further than this is what Big Mama gave me, or this is what Grandma gave me. And I just go on and continue believing that because this is what my other people did. So I think we get into that time of you know, of asking more questions. And here's the thing too. I was just go ahead.
Well, now what I was going to say is just this. You know, I'm all for answering questions. You know, the way I look at it is if a person, now there's a difference. You know, there's some people who just want to ask questions just to be asking. They have no interest in wanting to accept or wanting to truly learn. They just want to debate and they just want to argue. You know, and at that point, it's like, there's no point in this. It's just wasting words. I cannot, no matter how many scriptures I give, no matter how much understanding I try to give, I cannot grant you understanding. That's a gift. Scripture says that's a gift. He says that the Most High grants understanding. So no matter how many words I give you, I cannot grant you understanding. Only the Most High can do that. What I can tell you is to pray and ask for understanding, and I can pray for you as well, but I cannot grant you that. All I can do is give you the understanding that I've been given, but I can't put that in your heart. I can't make you, oh, I get it. That's not a gift that I can give you.
Of course, but see, this is the thing. I feel like sometimes when people deal with these things, they have to void all reason and logic, because if you do, then it won't be able to be, you know, the conversation won't really like what's happening now, because that's what I'm basically going by, is using logic and reason. And I understand people say that the Bible, uses like parables, uses different things. But my thing is this: why does it have to be esoteric? Why does it have to be so mysterious? And instead, it's not something, you know how people say, make it plain. Something that is just made very plain for the people. Why does it have to be riddles and rhymes to it, and thus leaving it open for more interpretation from more people? Thus, to me, further clouding what people take as real or not from this particular doctrine. So to me, it's just like so many different things, and that's just things, again, things that I look at, things that I've examined. I was in the church at one point. I was in the church. I was tithing. Of course, my mom, my grandmothers, and my dad was never, you know, he was like, no. But, you know, so it's been in my family, all of the above. You know, I used to be the type, every morning I would read, you know, some of the Bible, and I was into those things. But as time went on, and I was just thinking more on a realistic level, on a logical level, I was looking at certain things and examining certain things, and I saw how within our community, it just became a tradition to be Christian or to be biblical believing. It just became a tradition, and it was never something examined. It was never something questioned. That's why I said it goes back to, you know, you would have your grandma or somebody say, you don't question God, you know, and so then it's like, you just take it, you don't ask no question, you don't have, and who are you? Because some people get offended. Who are you to question the Bible? And I'm like, who do I need to be in order to question it? Because at the end of the day, again, you will be judged according to your belief system by your salvation. You're not going to be judged by my salvation. So therefore, you know, I think it's cool and it's good to have the conversation and bring certain things to light, because it's just some things that I don't. Oh, and let me say this real quick, because I've asked people before: do you take everything in the Bible as being fact, meaning that every single thing in there is absolutely 100% factual. So most people will say, well, I've had both, but that's my thing. There's no proof of like Noah's Ark and these types of things. But we're to believe that these things happen because they are biblical, stories and things. And so we're supposed to take these things as being factual, but then other people say no, you're supposed you're supposed to break it down, and it's speaking in metaphors, and it's like, wait, what? It's literal some point, in some points it's literal, and then in other points it's metaphors, right?
Yeah. There's parables. There's
Right.
parables. There's parables, and there's times where it's very direct, and again, that's why it's read line upon line. You gotta, some people just go to one verse and read that verse without reading the whole chapter, so they're taking it out of context. The scripture is not really an interpretation. You just read the book. The book is going to tell you what it says if you just take the time to read it. Something you read in Genesis will later explain itself in Revelations if you just read through the book. And that's what I tell a lot of people, like, what do you mean interpretation? Read through the book. And if you have a question on a verse, ask me that question. But there is no interpretation. I'm going to give you a verse. If you have a verse, there's another verse in the scripture that validates that verse.
But there's also, let's be clear though. There's also a lot of contradictions too.
What's the contradiction?
And like, for instance, I'll give you one, but for instance, okay, it's two different Hebrew Israelite camps, and they were on a video. They have a video up on YouTube. And so basically these people was going at it. They was going back and forth. And it was based around the Star of David. Like, if you should be able to wear that or not. So literally, and it was kind of funny, but literally the one side was like, read, and that person was reading directly from the Bible and quotes that back up not wearing the Star of David, right? And then the other side would be like, read, and they would read scriptures that back up wearing the Star of David. So it's like those type of things, those type of examples of things that are contradictory and that, again, are up to interpretation, because these people felt they were righteous and these people felt they were righteous. And then what I said earlier about you're judged by, you can't hold the sins of the father against the son or what have you. There's actual contradictions to that even in the Bible. There's other places in the Bible that say you will hold the son accountable. So
for certain things, and there's a difference in that, and that's why I say people don't read the whole chapter. They read one verse and another verse and say there's a contradiction. No, there's a context. There's completely different situations. People don't take the time to read the scripture. And again, with that Star of David thing, when you read scripture, and that's why there's a lot of different things that Hebrew Israelites believe, unfortunately. But again, what's a blessing is that they know that they're Hebrew Israelites. When David speaks, or King David, he says that, Yah, you are my shield. Anytime he uses the term shield, he says, Psalm 28:7, he says, Yah, you are my shield, my heart thrust in him, and he helps me. So anytime he says shield, he's saying, look, the Father is my shield. He never said a star, and the thing that those guys wear is not a star anyway. What star in the world have we seen that looks like that? We've never seen a star out in nature that looks like that. What that is, it's a combination of different Hebrew letters that's supposed to mean Dawid. It's supposed to be in Hebrew, because Hebrew is a lot of different shapes and this and that, but it's supposed to mean David. That's what that means in Hebrew. So it's not a star. The only reference of a star that we have in scripture is Acts 7:43, when it talks about the star of a god named Rephan, or Rephan, I think that's the way they pronounce it. That's the only reference of a star. There's a star of Molech and all that, but there was never no quote unquote image. Scripture even speaks against that. having different idols and this and that. Again, when you read scripture, David always said that the Most High was his shield. He never said anything about a star or any of that. And I actually brought that up to some brothers, and they saw where I was coming from. And again, in Hebrew, according to what that's supposed to mean, that image is supposed to mean Dawid. But again, I don't wear that, because scripturally speaking, you weren't supposed to wear no image saying Dawid or David or any of that. Scripture says that the law would be a sign of who my people were. Keeping the Sabbath, stuff like that. You know what I'm saying? Do you follow the Most High's words? Do you follow his statutes? That's a sign to show who his children are. Not any image that you put on your chest or on your head or any of that nonsense. But
cause see, then that's when that argument of like who's a real Hebrew Israelite, because like somebody will say
we're all real Hebrew Israelites.
Well, I know what you mean, but this guy, you know what I'm saying when I say real. Like for instance, this guy, somebody I know who is subscribes to being a Hebrew. Like for instance, we were talking about a particular person, and he was saying that this person, he was like, oh, they're not a real Hebrew because he had an ankh on. And so he was like, if he was a real Hebrew, he wouldn't even have that ankh on. And so then I'm like, what? Wait a minute. So whoever's a real Hebrew or real believer or whatever, now it's up to everybody else to interpret that. And because a man has an ankh on, that then destroys him from being considered a real Hebrew.
Let me answer that question. The term real Hebrew is flawed. Again, we're all real Hebrews. All Hebrew or Ibrit, wanderer. We're all Hebrews. We're all from the nation of Israel. Now you have some of us who are walking wrongly. We may be committing sin, and if you know better, you're supposed to go to your brother and sister and let them know that, hey, you got this wrong here. Let's go through scripture and prove which is right, which is wrong. That's what scripture is there for, so that you can go through it with your brother or sister and confirm something. And that's why I say, you have to work out your own salvation. In the book of in Philippians, I believe it says you work out your own salvation with fear and trembling. That's something that you have to work out yourself. You know what I'm saying? It doesn't come just because you say you're a Hebrew Israelite, you're going to make it into the kingdom. The Messiah said that it'll be a lot, in the end days that say, Messiah, we prophesied in your name. And the Messiah will say, get out of here. I've never known you. You know what I'm saying? So there's a lot who may know some stuff here and there, but they're not out here working out their own salvation. They're not doing what the Messiah said to do, which is reaching out to their brothers and sisters and waking them up, showing them the truth, giving them a choice. The same way that you were given a choice. Speaking of myself, I was given a choice. So who am I to deny my brothers and sisters a choice? Because I feel a certain way, or I may not like this brother or sister. That has nothing to do with anything. My duty is to give your brothers and sisters choices, to warn them of what's coming. That's the duty of a Hebrew Israelite, combined with other things that the Most High puts in front of you to accomplish here and there. But the overall duty, the Messiah said, go you first to the lost sheep of the children of Israel. Get them first, because it's their duty to wake up all the other, to give a chance to all the other nations if they want to grab a hold to the covenant. So he said, go to the children of Israel first and let them know their heritage. Give them this blessing. Give them this truth. Give them a choice, so that, they will be to help you when there's a lot of work that needs to be done. But
let's talk about and then I'm gonna go because it's been so long. But let's talk about the slavery thing, because she was saying how, and me and her, I think, have talked about this before a couple times, that the Bible condones slavery. The Bible does condone slavery, and the thing that this is the thing, and people always will say that it meant servant. But here's the thing: in the Bible, the term servant is used in other places in the Bible. So what doesn't make sense to me then is, in these other places you will see the term servant used, but then when the term slavery is used, that's supposed to mean servant. Like, why then wasn't the term servant used instead of slave?
Okay.
If it can be used in other places elsewhere in the Bible.
Okay.
Because there's a difference between a slave and a servant.
I think a lot of that's in context. That's based on context on how you use it in the situation that you're in. Because again, servant and slave, when it all boils down, you're serving somebody. You know, now there's different, hold on, there's different layers to that depending on who's the master. But again, when you're a servant, you're indentured to this person for a particular point in time. What we were under is cattle slavery or chattel slavery, which is a completely different thing. That's when you read scripture, that's not the same thing that what you're reading about. Again, there were laws that we were to abide by when we would have servants. You know, so you know, the way that the Europeans did us, and not just the Europeans, there were other nations as well. The way that they did us was completely that's a whole nother level of wickedness. And the Most High says that I sent my people into your hand and you went overboard. He said you took it to a whole nother level. And because of that, there's the punishment that's coming to these nations is something that we can't even fathom. He says, you know, it talks about the punishment that these nations are going to get for the way that they mistreated Israel. Most likely, there's going to be some of us crying when we see what's going to happen to these nations.
But see, again, those are just speculations.
Everything waking up tomorrow is a speculation.
Right, exactly.
You know, but again, it's what you choose to believe.
And I can say that it's a speculation, but I'm pretty sure you won't say. You know, that you're just speculating on that.
Your name being Rashid, that's a speculation. Who knows what, you know what I'm saying? Everything that your beliefs are your own. And I always say that.
So then if you're speculating, how can you say these things are going? I hear you.
Like, again, this is the truth that I have chosen to believe in. And that's why I said there's no point in continuing to use words on this, because it's about more than words. And I can't explain that to you. You know, that trying to explain the spiritual when a person is can't even get over the physical, there's no point in that. It's like if a person's blind, right? Can you explain to them what the color blue looks like? No, they can't even wrap their mind around that. You know what I'm saying? So you're wasting your words on that.
That's not the same thing. But
it's
okay.
It's just me trying to put it into a context to where the people on the chat and everybody can understand. I can give you these words, but if you cannot wrap your mind around it, I can't. There's nothing else I can do.
Because I can read and interpret and comprehend. Okay. So thus I can read the same Bible, and I have that you have, and I can comprehend the same things that you have. However, if it comes in terms of if I believe it or not, then that's where the difference lies.
There you go.
Not that I can't see it, read it, or understand it.
There you go. And you know, again, when a person, I will just say there you have it. What you choose to believe, every man's belief is their own.
Right.
That's all beyond that one.
Oh, okay, man. Speak on.
Your brother.
Oh man, there's somebody else in here. Oh, oh snap! I wasn't even okay. Hey, what's up, Rashid?
It's kind of like sound like y'all had some closure. I wanted to speak on that. You know, because I noticed how this is being used and it's thrown all around. They put it in billboards and they put it all through Facebook and little memes or whatever. And this is definitely one that is taken out of context. The scriptures where it says, servants obey your masters according to the flesh.
Yeah.
Obey in all in the Bible. Okay, in earlier translations, i.e. the King James Version, and I have done research on this, and I have noticed that pretty much everywhere where it said slaves in latter translations and newer translations, it was originally servants. See, indentured servitude, now that was condoned or allowed, and I'm not saying that there weren't slaves, like for instance, those who were in captivity, like let's say enemies or who tried to harm God's people. But indenture, because we have to understand there was no welfare back then. You know, it wasn't like you had people, like, for instance, with widows, there weren't necessarily widows benefits, or let's say if the person didn't have a large family, or, you know, so you had indentured servants, or let's say if a person was in
debt. These were the Hebrews you was talking. These are the Hebrews you're talking about right now, right?
Yeah. But
the people, you just admitted that the people of other nations were actually slaves, like.
No, that's not what it's saying. That's not what's necessarily being said. And because, okay, the law was initially for our people, for the Hebrews. So of course it's going to be speaking to us. And see, like a lot of people, they don't go to, let me go back. They don't go to the scripture that's like before that. It says, fathers, provoke not your children to anger, lest they be discouraged. And then it goes through, like, you know, understand? Because, like, for instance, you consider a household. There's a mother, the father, the children, perhaps your maid. And you understand they didn't use words like employee, employers. You know, it's not like most people worked at a company or something like that. You know, most people, I'm assuming they pretty much work for themselves. Let's say they had their own land, they worked, they had their own cattle, this and that. But there were those who were in indentured servitude. There were those who, and like, let's say you have a widow, or let's say you have someone who's in debt, or because like I said, there was no welfare system like that. And so there were like laws of obedience, etc., for each member in the family. And it's basically telling us to obey, or see, when we hear that word obey, just like in marriage, obey your husband, you know, we kind of take offense to it. But it's basically saying, like, if you're on your job, to be obedient to your employer, because this shows an example. You understand what I'm saying? This shows an example to our children. This shows an example to the Most High. As long as what we're doing and being obedient, it doesn't go against the Most High. It doesn't go, you know, like.
Anybody got a Bible bio? Anybody got a Bible bio?
Well, I got to go to Bible Hub. And
okay, put Leviticus 25:44 through 46. Can somebody read that for me?
Okay.
Read.
Yeah, I sound like a Hebrew, don't I?
Okay.
Let me get my scriptures real quick.
Okay, I'm reading from the.
You said Leviticus what?
25, 44 through 46.
Yeah, the laws on slavery. Yeah, I know what you're talking about. 25 what? I'm sorry.
44 through 46.
44 through 46. Let's see here. 44.
Okay, and the term bondman and bondsmaid, this is used now. Usually now with servant. Now, usually when they're referring to slaves, but we have to understand the term slaves came from.
I just want everybody.
Let me read it. Let me
might be hearing it. I would like everybody to read it. Yeah, just so everybody can hear it.
And your male and female slaves, whom you have from the nations that are around you, from them you buy male and female slaves, and also from the sons of the strangers sojourning among you, from them you buy, and from their clans who are with you, which they shall bring forth in your land, and they shall be your property.
Okay.
You want me to keep reading?
It also said, yeah. It also I got you can bequeath them to your children as inherited property, and you can make them your slaves for life. But you must not rule over your fellow Israelites ruthlessly.
Yeah, that's correct. So of the other nations, because when you read scripture, there was a lot of nations who sojourned.
So then you can be owned by another person.
Wait,
yes.
So then that's condoning slavery, right?
I never said the Bible didn't condone. I said there were rules for it.
Oh, okay. That's what I was saying. Because maybe it's just from the chat. Because me and Lashee said that it doesn't condone slavery, and I think that's what me and Psycho was speaking to.
Okay, what I meant is not in how we think of slavery. There is a difference between chattel slavery.
Yeah, exactly. You can't compare with the
right. It's just like how words such as envy. You know, the Bible says envy, when the Bible speaks of it, it's like it's a bad thing. Today we're taught that envy doesn't necessarily mean jealousy. We have to understand that certain term. Now it does says here, because I'm looking at King James Version, an earlier translation. It does say bondsmen and bondsmaids. Okay, usually when we speak, servants, all these other scriptures that they show you obey no, it said servants, not slaves. Now, usually when it did refer to slaves, it was referring to bondmen and bondsmaids. Like it says here, Leviticus 25:44 in the King James Version, both thy bondmen and thy bondmaids, which thou shalt have, shall be of the heathen that are round about you. Of them ye shall, and who are the heathen? Who are the heathen? This is referring to
the other nations.
The particularly, as I believe, the Gentiles. You know, he also said, like, this was something that I couldn't believe when I was like when my brother was Israelite, and they were saying that the white people will be, if you will, slaves to us. Am I right, Yaakov?
Oh yeah. I mean, let me finish with this, and then I'll head into that. Now, remember with the other nations, when they would become slaves or bondsmen, you know, they could be slaves for life, but the children of Israel, you could not have them as slaves for life. Every Jubilee, any debt or anything that they had, if they were serving you due to debt or something, financial reason or some type of situation, they were let go from all that. So as an Israelite, you couldn't just ruthlessly own an Israelite for their entire life. Not if they didn't want to, you know, if they wanted to be free from that after the year of Jubilee, they can, all debt and everything's forgiven. And Scripture also says that any of their uncles or their fathers or anybody related to them can come and buy them from you. You know, if they owed a debt or something, their loved one, a relative could come. You know, if you continue to read down that chapter, it'll explain that. But their relative could come and buy them from that, from their servitude to you. But again, at the same time, there were all the laws, you know, do not lie, steal, you know, all the commandments. We had to adhere to that, even with our servants, even with our slaves. So it was not the same as those wicked Gentiles persecuted us with. They didn't adhere to any laws. They didn't adhere to the Most High's laws, statutes, and commandments. You know, they were.
So then it is safe to say then that the Bible condones slavery.
Yes, I would never say that it didn't.
Okay,
well, that's good that you could admit that, because a lot of Bible people run from that.
I mean, it says it right here.
If you notice, why does it say? And we have to understand, why would these heathens be slaves? And we have to understand slaves, even when it refers to bondsmen and bondswomen versus servants. Even when it refers to that, we have to understand that it's not talking about what we see as slavery today, or what.
And how do you know that?
Because again, when you read the script, it tells you here. When you read it, I just told you, if you continue reading that, it will explain. And also, you have to adhere by the laws, statutes, and commandments. That reigns eternally, no matter if you're dealing with slaves or anybody. You don't get to lie just because it's a servant that you're dealing with. No, the Most High don't work like. You don't get to commit adultery just because it's a servant that you're dealing with. It does not work like that. And when you read and you study, you see that.
Right.
It's not just something I'm making up.
Be like, wow.
But see, that's the thing though. Slavery is slavery. It's
you're coming based off of a European idea.
Wait, hold on. But that was a slave. But see, that's the thing, though. That's the slavery that we were put under, right?
Exactly. That's correct.
Why is it that butlers? Why do they call their employers? Why do they call them masters? See, if we were to think of masters today, we're gonna think slave master. That's how we think of it today. Like we think slave master. You know, no, it didn't. You know, they didn't have the word employer, employee. You understand what I'm saying? Why is it that maids would refer to them, you know, as masters? Definitions have changed. In fact, slaves, that came initially from the Slavic people.
Exactly.
And the situation, who was it that had the Slavics enslaved?
Wouldn't it be? I know the Egyptians had.
But I'm just saying, at the end of the day, the Bible does at the end of the day, the Bible does condone slavery.
Yeah, not only does it condone.
Listen to this. Well, why does
not only does it condone slavery, but it doesn't say one bad word about slavery.
Okay,
right.
Listen to this. But we have to understand what was meant by that. This ain't about like forcing people to eat dung and things like that.
I'm trying to get that through the understanding.
That's Ezekiel, wasn't that Ezekiel?
I understand that, but I can understand that, but they were still owned. They were still property to somebody.
That's correct.
They were still forced to work. Whether they had to eat
a basketball team owned by
whether they had to eat feces or not, they were still owned by somebody else.
But see, we want to keep seeing it as what racist white people did to us.
Exactly.
Like if we could say that a basketball.
But slavery is slavery, though.
No, it's not.
I'm talking about as far as being owned by somebody.
I'm
talking about as far as working or forcing another person to work. That's
okay, let me read this. Let me read the scripture. Exodus 21:16, King James Version. And he that stealeth a man and selleth him, or if he be found in his hand, he shall surely be put to death. Now it's saying here, New International Version, anyone who kidnaps someone is to be put to death, whether the victim has been sold or is still in the kidnapper's possession. Now what is the contradiction here? See what happened with us, we were kidnapped. Obviously, we were kidnapped and sold into slavery. Obviously, however, it was still allowed though because of our sins. Obviously, in the situation with those who were bondsmaids and bondsmen, it was not the same situation. Okay, what was going on in Egypt with the people being enslaved? It was not the same situation, and different words were used. It was not. We were not referred to as servants, but like I said, words over time. Like for instance, when you look at for instance, with the word ruddy, that's another example. That's a great example with the word ruddy. They try to make you think, okay, David was ruddy. He was that means he was white. He was red skinned. He was white. You can see the blood through his skin. But when you look up ruddy, just like why are Native Americans, why were they referred to as red people? They don't look like white people. And there were no light-skinned Native Americans because ruddy, obviously, it meant a brown color, not quite black, but let's say like someone who's in between. It meant like someone who's cinnamon colored, like a dark cinnamon, like my mama, or someone lighter than black people. But today, they'll have you believe.
I thought ruddy was like a reddish.
Yes, it is reddish, but the thing,
like a rust type color.
The Bible, it tends to like describe like red as scarlet, like what we think of, but in referring to someone's complexion, it's just like with Asian people, we refer to them as yellow people, but they're not literally yellow. We know that. So why was it that when you look up a ruddy duck, a ruddy mongoose, a ruddy cow, they're not red like a literal red, and neither are they pink like white people, like a pale.
Right.
They're brown. But today they'll have you believe that ruddy is pink or ruddy. Well, how come back then when they named those animals, they named them ruddy, a ruddy frog, a ruddy, and they were brown. You understand?
It's like olive skin.
Right.
Like you ain't seen green people, have you?
Exactly. What did they really mean by olive skin? Like people of the Mediterranean. Were they talking about the Moors? They say, people of the Mediterranean, Italians, is that they have like a greenish color. I don't think they were talking about, I think they were talking about the Moors. I think they were talking about black-skinned people. And even with the term Moor, they've tried to change it to mean, they changed it to mean dark instead of what it was, black. And even with Moors, I believe that actually came from the Amorites. That's what I believe, and I'm not certain on that. But
another
European language, Moor meant black. So and you know that there are going to be people who manipulate and change the Bible and change, just like how.
So that's okay. So then let me ask you. Let me say this. So I understand what you're trying to say, that maybe the type of usage of a word has kind of changed somewhat, or may have not been the same. But that's the thing I go back to, is because elsewhere in the Bible, like I said, it uses the term servant. Mm-hmm. And so to me, therefore, when it uses, to me, it would just make sense that where the word slave is used, slave is meant. Not the use of the word slave. And then, but wait, hold on. The word slave is used, but it's really meant servant. So I understand what y'all saying, like it wasn't this type of thing. Wait, hold on real quick. I know that it wasn't y'all, I understand what y'all were saying, but at the same time, I'm just talking about slavery in general. Slavery can be as harsh or whatever as possible, but at the end of the day, slavery is owning someone and your ability to force them to work. And that's what I'm talking about. And so the Bible does condone slavery.
Yes.
The other thing is, wait, hold on. The other thing is that I would want to ask is, now you said, Rashid, that the term, using the term slave and servant, what have you, that you was looking at another version of the Bible or something, and it was used differently at another time. So then that brings me to basically, so you're basically admitting that the Bible has been changed. Yeah. And so if the Bible has been changed and altered, how can you take for word for everything that's in the Bible?
But that's what like a lot of people don't realize, like for instance with the like Book of the Dead, and a lot of people don't know that there were a lot of things added to that. People who were against the Bible, there were a lot of things that were added, like in the 19th century. They're just about everything the white man have manipulated in some way or another. But that's the thing about seeking the truth. What we're taught in school, like I was saying, there is facts and there is truth. And if you have faith and if you really want to know the truth, you're going to seek it and it will be revealed. If it's something that you really want to know, like I was saying in chat, 30 years ago, we were taught that it was a fact that Pluto was a planet. But now we know supposedly, the truth is that Pluto is not a planet.
A couple more years, they're going to have another understanding. Pluto's a satellite.
But it's about, of course, we ain't going to know everything, but we have to know progressively. Now, why is it that I decide to follow the Bible, though? When I could be following the Book of the Dead and this and that and evolution, because the Bible has proved me the most thus far. There are things that have happened in my life. There are things that I've examined through history. And I'm one of those people, I really examine things. Like it took me 3 years to put together that Ancient Egypt series, like I said. And I'm not saying I know everything, because every time out there, you find out one thing too. The more you know, the more you learn, the more you realize that you don't know. You know what I'm saying? It's like there's so much, like I said, when I was doing my Ancient Egypt series, there was information coming to me and like that was confirmed in the Bible that I wasn't even seeking necessarily. You know what I'm saying? And not to mention there are things in my life. There's historical data, evidence that's proving carbon dating, radiocarbon dating. A lot of this stuff can be debunked. Theories in evolution can be debunked, and you'll see how ridiculous it is. And there's just it's about faith. And if you want to know the truth, it is going to be revealed. If the Most High know that this is what you want to know, and then the reason I follow the Bible and not necessarily the Quran or the, and I, mean that this Muslims and stuff, but because this is what has been shown to me as being the truth. I'm looking at certain things, even that's going on now, like in Syria, and what's going on in, and like I've been researching on Magog. What is Gog and Magog? Of course, we're not going to learn everything, and we're taught to learn progressively, not as if you know everything, because there are a lot of secrets, and this is something I found out. There have been a lot of things that's being hidden from us. A lot. There is a lot of things that they know. Like I said, well, how come on this 18th century map from the 1700s? How come it was on this map, the map of Negro land, the section in West Africa where we were taken? How come it says the Kingdom of Judah? Why does it say this? You know, now it's changed to, in Benin, it's changed to Ouida, means the same thing, French for Judah. And then you have why, you know, just like with Ebola. And Hebo was believed to be a corruption of the word Hebrew. You know, even though, of course, we know that wasn't what it was in the original language. But we got to question these things. It said that they've taken crafty counsel. We got to question, okay, that crafty counsel that they speak of. They talk about the Council of Nicaea, and then where they said, we're going to make the name Israel to be no more in remembrance. You know, how they came together, these other nations, and they took crafty counsel, and it said how they were going to, and these were the books taken out of the Bible, where it said, was this in Esdras, where or was it Maccabees, where they would take the images of the prophets and they would paint them in their likeness, which is what they did. Because when you look at the original paintings of the Messiah, of Paul, of you will find that they were black.
That's what I'm saying, though, is that if all of these things can be changed and altered, then what's to say that everything else is accurate? And I understand what you're saying. You said you're measuring certain things up and this, that, and the other. I get that. But still, if it's known that you've been able to identify some things that have been changed, how then can you still take the book as word for word, 100%, this is correct? Because even if you find, that's what I'm saying, even if you find some things that line up, you can say, okay, I see, well, this thing, that seems to line up with that. But still, some things have been changed in this Bible, so I can't holistically embrace it.
But we can say,
you understand what I'm saying?
But we can say, but wait, hold on, because she had asked, you know, we can say that in everything. We can say that, like for instance, we were told in the 80s that it would be healthier, like I was just pointing this out, to drink Diet Coke. It would be margarine is a better substitute for butter. Tofu would be better for you, and now we're finding out. But the thing is, we still go in the direction of just trying to find the truth. You understand what I'm saying? And that's where it's about faith. It's also about faith. And me sticking, I know this. The only thing with the certain loved ones of mine who are hooked on crack, I know this. The only thing that was able to get them off of crack cocaine was not no therapy, no books. It was their faith in the Most High of the Bible. And
but does that make the Bible 100%? But that still wouldn't necessarily make the Bible untampered with. It still wouldn't necessarily make the Bible true. That could just be that person's experience, because it's a billion or million other people who used the Bible and prayed and did everything else, and they didn't get off of crack. But so that's what I'm saying.
Let me jump in for a moment, too. I want to say something.
Find evidence, you can find evidence to support, it either way, honestly. And so that's what I'm saying. Understand about a lot of things, but remember, I know you said we can say that about a lot of things, but remember, this is supposed to be from the Word of God. This is supposed to be something that's held at a higher esteem than anything else in this world.
It's up to you as an individual to prove your belief. That's the end of story. It's up to you to prove it. If you believe in something, research it, study it, find out. The way that I have, I know I mean, how many of you guys have read the 1611 version of the script? Especially you have these questions, Miss Legit. Have you done research into it to prove it out? I've read the 1611. I know what's been changed. The ancient Hebrew text, all those different texts. Understanding is a gift. It doesn't matter which version of the scriptures that you read. Understanding is a gift regardless. That's why you have so many different religions and beliefs. Understanding is a gift. It's up to you to prove with these questions that you have. It's up to you to prove it. I can't prove it to you because let me hold on. This is my work that I've put in. You have to put in your own work.
What?
So what I'm telling you, it's no different than, you hearing it from somebody else or reading it in another book. How do you know it's not been tampered with? If you don't want to take the time to read this out, then you'll just be without. or you'll just not believe. I've put in my time and my research, so I can say for sure that I believe this. But just me trying to talk to you and give you words, it's no different than you with this book that you said has been tampered with. How can you prove that if you have not sat here and read and gone through scripture?
But y'all just said it's been, or Rashida said it's been tampered with.
What I'm telling you is I have read and studied out, and I know that this book is to be true. I know that the book has been tampered with. What I'm telling you is that understanding is a gift. It doesn't matter. Just like the name Jesus, right? In the 1611 version of the Bible, there's no name Jesus there. It's Iesus. But how much research are you going to do to take it back and find out what the real name was? That's your responsibility, not mine. I can tell you, but that's no different than the pastor telling you something. It's your responsibility to do your own research.
Delusional. It's kind of funny when she talks about, you know what? See, that's what people do. That's what people do. See, that's the ignorant thing to do when you're just throwing stone and you're just these insults. How about you try debunking? Okay, like you can go to my videos.
What you mean? What did I say?
No.
How did I just throw songs?
Somebody in chat, you know.
Okay.
Yeah, this woman is just delusional. It's kind of funny when she talks about research. How do you know what research I'm even talking about?
They don't know. They just talking. They don't know how many years of research we've put into this stuff.
What research am I talking
Goodness.
about? You can't say I'm delusional. You're delusional in the fact you don't even know what research I'm talking about. First, check out the research that I'm talking about, and then you can say whether or not I'm delusional. Okay. So first and debunk the claims that and I'm not trying to sound like a know-it-all. I'm not I am not God I'm not the Most High. Okay. I'm not trying to sound like a know-it-all. But as I've said, don't just do the name calling. Just, it's an intelligent person would know to just take on what I'm saying. At least the people on the panel, they know to do this. You know what I'm saying? Instead of just name calling.
Yeah, so I'll tell anybody. Oh, there's a echo.
I'm done. I don't have no more questions for y'all. Of course, y'all already know what it is. It's a good conversation and things to have and everything. Again, I hope I did not offend anybody. If I did, I do definitely apologize. Again, I respect people's belief. This is just, a conversation we having. I don't make it my business to go around and tell people, you need to get out the church. You need to stop being, no. Yeah. You'll never find me doing that. I'm just the type of person, like I said, again, your spirituality belongs to you. Yeah. It belongs to you because your spirit belongs to you. So, that's something within each of us individually. And our people, yes, definitely have always been a spiritual people. So, again, I don't intend any harm or disrespect to anybody. And I respect y'all on, y'all as people.
Hey, and Psycho, I was going to, I didn't want to, I was going to see if you caught this or not. But the difference in the slavery or the indentured servitude that we were talking about, it was exactly in what I read. But like I was telling you, understanding is a gift. If you go back to what you told me to read and read it again, there's a difference. Read it slowly and you'll catch key words there. Like when they sell themselves to you, it tells you that when the ones that were sojourning amongst you, they would sell themselves to you.
Yeah, I had other scriptures I could have really touched on, but the hangout's about to be over soon. I wish we started this conversation a little bit earlier so we could talk about it even more. But
if I may say, just closing out, to Psycho, Renee, and whoever else is, actually, this isn't insulting me or anything. It just actually motivates me. So it's good that we have these conversations and that we can be respectful. You know what I'm saying? We're not up and arguing, even if there may be a debate. We're not arguing. We're not being disrespectful. And I can see that we are people who really want to learn. You know what I'm saying? We really want to know what is the truth. We all want to know the truth. We're not just here just trying to put, oh, we're up in here talking so I can prove you wrong. You know what I'm saying? We want to. I'm still learning. I'm learning all the time, and it blows my mind. But so it really just motivates me if I ever get around to getting back on my Bible.
It's refreshing to be able to have open discussions again.
As long as we're respectful to each other, I'm in no way.
Hallelujah, man. I'm glad that you enjoy them.
Oh, go ahead.
All right.
No, I was agreeing.
Yeah, I was saying it was refreshing to have an open dialogue about religion again. I haven't had one of these in a while. So most of the time when I have these conversations, it turns into a debate, and then once it goes into debate form, everybody everything kind of gets derailed because everybody's more concerned about more focused on being right than trying to understand the other person's side of what they actually trying to say. And you know, I like open dialogue about religion. You know, honest questions, and people try to answer them as best as possible. Sometimes the debate things get lost.
Yeah, that's true. That's why I don't like the debate. It's a waste of time, man.
Yeah.
Well, much love to y'all. Y'all already know it. And yeah, I think me and Psycho doing something tonight. So, woo.
Yeah. Tune in tonight.
But it was good conversation through the whole thing, though.
Psycho, you gonna post this, man?
I was going to take it down, but everybody said it was a good hangout, so I'll keep it up for a while. I'll probably keep it up. Probably keep it up because after my little rant in the beginning, everything was pretty calm and cool, collective. So I'll probably keep.
Yeah. I gotta go back and listen to your rant, Psycho.
Yeah. We'll talk.
Okay.
Does she know about that?
I don't know. If she goes back and listens, she'll hear it.
Okay.
Yeah. But yeah, I'll catch everybody tonight. Thanks to everybody for listening. Thanks to the whole panel for coming on, joining. Peace and Black Power. We out.
Peace and love.